All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live for the 2024 election coverage. Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris. Sorry, we're starting a little bit late. My guest tonight, he had a little bit of an issue, but let me introduce my guest. This is my good friend Luke. He is a veteran. I wanted to have him on the show today because he has a lot of knowledge of all of these things. And Luke, how's it going, man? Introduce yourself. What's up?
Man, it's a great day to be an American. Thrilled to be on with you. Sorry for the delay, folks. But I'm excited for the future, the possibilities tonight, and looking forward to figuring out what's going to happen with the rest of you all.
Man, what do you think is going to happen? So I've been looking at some of these results. So kind of what I'm going to do is going to be a really chill live stream, guys. We're going to be going through because, I don't know how much any of you have been paying attention to the news, but some of these states we're not going to know for days later, which is really weird because it's always the swing states, right? You know what I mean? Why is it always the swing states, the states that are most crucial that we're not going to know until days later? I think Nevada, I was reading on X just earlier today, it's going to be, I think, 3 days or a week later. Michigan is going to be several days. I saw Jocelyn Benson talk about that. Colorado, I don't think I read anything about Colorado, but Pennsylvania, I think, is going to be 3 days. But it's weird because like a state like Texas, you're going to be seeing it like right away. You know, like tonight, we're going to know the results of Texas. So why? It confounds me. There's no shenanigans going on, right, Luke? What's happening here? We gotta please explain.
No shenanigans, but we're going to accept, undated ballots for 3 days after the fact, and we've already had everything going on with long lines. Okay, so we win a lawsuit in Pennsylvania because they're cutting lines off at noon in these places, and then they're gonna. So then the judge comes back and says, okay, no, you got to let them vote. If they're in line, they're good until the polls are actually closed. If they're in line before that timeline, then you got to let them vote. Okay, well, then we're just going to put 2 people in there to manage the lines and, and just anything, all the tricks. And
so you're talking about that county in Pennsylvania for the early voting. Shoot, what county was it? Buck County, right? Buck County, Pennsylvania.
Buck County, Bethel. All of these things. It's just supposedly we have a saying. Obviously, I'm a veteran, and I'm a veteran of the Air Force. And one of the things, like whenever there's just like some tomfoolery or skullduggery, it's just like, oh, the world's greatest Air Force, right? And it's that same thing. We expect more from our institutions, and this is just like it's so in our face. At what point do we say, okay, enough is enough? We got to fix this. And
it's almost
position now, but
it's almost like, it's almost like they believe that they are in a position where they know what's best for us. Therefore, they can treat us like absolute garbage and completely disregard what we feel like is right. Completely disregard any type of like normal way of acting, like normal everyday people. We have a ethical code, right? And we kind of stand by that. Most people do, and we might go out of the lines here and there. But these people, it's like they have a completely different code, and it's like they can completely overlook everyone else, their ethical code, what they observe, and just do whatever they want. It kind of seems like that way. But let's go to the live election map. So there's not a whole lot going on right now, guys. So this is what we got on. This is what we got going on so far. Right now we have some reporting from Kentucky. We got some reporting from Indiana. So I was talking to Luke. I was just on the phone with him because he was having some technical issues, and I was trying to help him through all that, but he got it all figured out. So Trump right now, as far as like the popular vote is going on, he's leading. We're at 250,441 votes to Harris's 158,779. So I've got a few different live result websites that I have pulled up. This is Google, and I believe they pull their data from AP News, the Associated Press. So we're going to be popping back and forth from that. I also have some live betting markets like Polymarket going on. So we have Trump. It looks like overall Trump has dipped a little bit. He's at 57.7% to 42.4 for Harris. And if you look, so we have the only states that they're not leaning either blue or red is Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. What do you think, Luke? What do you think about these betting websites like Polymarket? So I guess the general rule is, or the idea is, that people are going to be putting their money where their mouth is. So these are going to be a better indicator of, I guess, what could happen in an election versus a poll where someone just calls you up and you just, say, oh, this person, that person. Would you agree with that? Or do you think do you think these things are just crapshoots?
To be honest with you, I actually was talking to somebody the other day who mentioned, that he had, I guess on one of the trading apps. I guess not exactly sure which one it is, but he was saying how you could buy futures on the outcome of the election, which is very interesting to me. But to me, it's once you get to money lines, the smart money at a certain point, as one candidate is favored, the margins bring it back down to another. So I don't necessarily know that I can put too much stock on the betting markets in that sense. I'm also not a big guy I don't pay a whole lot of attention to the betting markets, but I will say it is a good indicator of the people who, I guess overall you could say that, but if it's me and it's cost me 30 cents for an option on this person, that it's a long shot compared to what I believe based off of polling and data and what all the other money's going towards. Me, maybe I'm just that kind of guy where I'm.
Well, do you think? I mean, what do you think about it? Compared to polling, are we looking at kind of the same odds? Are we looking at the same predictions, or is betting just less because of? I guess you're talking about big money, so I'm assuming you're talking about these. Hedging, they're hedging their bets. They're like hedge funds betting, and
I'm not exactly. He said they were futures, so if you're buying, that's betting basically. Let's just be real.
Well, it's the same thing. Well, this is Polymarket. I wanted to let's see. There's this other website actually. Hold on a second. This just okay.
I think this one actually was actually Robin Hood.
Oh, was it Robin Hood? Okay. Yeah. So I heard about that one. That one's actually contracts. So this is a website right here, Election Betting Odds. It actually pulls out all of the data and it aggregates it from all of these betting sites. So this is one I think is kind of interesting, and I think it could indicate how I guess maybe people are leaning, because some of these betting sites, you can't bet in the United States. Polymarket, I don't believe you're allowed to bet in the United States. I think the only one you can bet is the Robinhood one and Kalshi, dude. Because I've literally been seeing Kalshi everywhere. But this one has Betfair, Markets, Predict It, Polymarket, Kalshi, and so Trump is at 56.3% to Harris 43.3. So it looks like Trump is kind of dipped a little bit. Harris, of course, I mean it's inverse, so Harris rises as Trump dips. So I don't know, man. It's kind of interesting what we got going on here. But I wanted to show you this, dude. So Donald Trump actually, let me exit out of this really quick. Everyone in the chat, let me know, is the sound okay? Because last time, I don't know if you guys remember, last time I tried to do this with George, it was really echoey. So let me know in the chat. Is the sound okay? But I wanted to show this to you, Luke. So this was an announcement actually by Donald Trump. He announced this earlier. He wanted to speak to all the Republicans. I wanted to get your thoughts on this. Take a look.
Statement. I'd like to just make the statement that I'd like the Republicans to stay online. Democrats, if they like, they can leave, but I'd like the Republicans to stay online.
Can you hear that okay?
Mr. President.
Here, I'll replay it.
I'd like to just make the statement that I'd like the Republicans to stay on line. Democrats, if they'd like, they can leave. But I'd like the Republicans to stay on line.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
I actually heard that live.
Yo, did you hear what he said? Dude, I think this is like perfect. This is like peak Donald Trump right here. He was like, I'd like to make a statement. You must stay in line. Democrats, if you want, you can leave. And bro, like they say, you see mainstream media all the time. They're talking about Melania Trump and how she doesn't love Donald Trump. Bro, you see, this is like a look every man has gotten from a girl before. This kind of like laugh, laugh where they're like, oh my God, I can't believe you just said that. Like, that's just because Donald Trump is trying to be like super serious here, I mean, he's feigning being serious, you know what I mean? And you look at Melania Trump, you look how she laughs. I mean, I don't know about you, but when I hear Melania Trump talk with her accent, she seems a little bit like, it's just a different accent that I'm not used to. She seems like a little bit cold, so you're not used to really seeing a whole lot of human emotion on her face. Plus, she's probably had some, work done to her face. Maybe, I don't know. You think she's had some injections?
Personally, who cares?
No, I mean I know. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying because. Well, anyways,
expressions.
Say what?
As far as her facial expressions go, I mean, shoot, it looks good to me. That's all I know. So.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to go a little bit deep.
Classy woman, and I do think there is some. It's like someone, that you've got a high class and somebody who's just a jokester, and just for whatever reason they complete each other. That's hopefully, I feel like that's probably the case there. I just, it might not be. Let's just be real. He outkicked his coverage. I mean, come on. Let's be real. It is Donald Trump, but it's also Melania. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the money really makes up for for a lot of it. But no, I mean, my point was I was trying to go a little bit deeper. Like my point was I think like, it kind of shows in this video. It kind of shows like a genuine expression from Melania that we're not used to seeing, how she because as soon as Donald Trump makes that joke, look at her, dude, she like cracks up. And it's like, it's a facial expression I'm not used to seeing on Melania. I mean, I don't see her a whole lot as it is. So, I mean, I just thought that was pretty good.
Here's what I will say. She's been more visible to me, in my opinion, this election cycle than she has in the past. I think she, and obviously with her coming out with a statement and releasing, basically just backing her man, not just as her husband, but, humanizing him, which is a huge asset. Someone who is sincere, and I will give her. I appreciate that this election cycle. It really gives it a little bit to me. It gives it a little bit of an insight into the dynamic there, and I appreciate seeing that side of them. Again.
Well, there was a time, it was like, I think it was like right before the RNC, where you didn't see Melania Trump like at all. Like it was like complete radio silence. And I remember because, dude, like, I mean, I'm borderline insane after just paying so close attention to politics for almost a year now. But I remember seeing the corporate press. I mean, they kept coming out like, where is Melania Trump? And they had all these rumors. And then the RNC hit, and then there was rumors that she was going to be there. And that last night when she came up, dude, it was just like explosion. It was crazy. But then after that, you've kind of like slowly seen a little bit more from her. She's been talking about the assassination attempts. And then where did she just recently just make a big appearance? Oh yeah, she made an appearance. Luke, you there? Looks like we lost Luke. I don't know what happened. Hold on. Let me try to give him a call here. Let's see what happened. One All right, so we had a little. Luke is coming back. We had a little bit of a technical issue. I guess he unplugged his camera. I just unplugged it. But all right, guys, let's go back to the live election results. Let's see what's going on here. I also have NBC pulled up.
Closing, so around 8 o'clock,
so while Luke is getting back on here, we'll take a look at what's going on in the corporate press.
It's going to start to come alive once the polls close in about 2 minutes, Savannah.
All right, Blaine, thank you very much.
Now to our panel. Hallie Jackson is our senior Washington correspondent. Kristen Welker is host and moderator of Meet the Press. Hallie, let me start with you. We're about to get our first.
Here we go.
First characterization.
Finally.
What are you thinking?
Listen, Georgia is going to be a critical state here. This is a place that had a very, very close razor-thin margin back in 2020. So what happens in Georgia is going to matter. A couple of things that I'm watching as I'm digging into those exit polls, which we'll get to after the polls close. Independents, who's doing well there? Non-white voters, Black and Latino voters, especially when you're looking at places like Metro Atlanta. We're always looking at young voters, and we are always looking at the gender gap, of course. We know that is one of the dominant stories
of the night.
Yeah, exactly. And so we'll see if it continues to be. I think a real tell for that is going to be after 8 o'clock when polls close and we can start to report out more.
Georgia was one of those traditionally red states that Democrats had thought about and dreamed about for many years, and not until 2020 did they finally get it. It was the swingiest state of the 2020 election. Trump won it by 200,000, I think, in 2016, and then Biden barely eked by. So what do you expect tonight?
Well, I think there has been
we're
so much
back.
focus on African-American voters and Black men in particular.
You all good? You all good, buddy?
Barack Obama, who was out on the campaign trail with that very...
My headphones work through.
Hold on, let me... All right. We are back with Luke. 1 second. I'm just changing the title of this this live stream really quick. I had a title like really lame, like boring. Let's see. What should I title it? Live election coverage. Trump. What's a good one? Hey, you guys in the chat, let me know what is a good name for the live stream. I forgot to rename it because when I made it, I just kind of made it as like a placeholder. Let's see, live election coverage. Trump trounces Kamala. Wait, give me a good give me a good one. Are you thinking?
Yeah.
The Trump. Let's see.
Trump trounces Kamala.
Yo, it's not Kamala. It's Kamala. Okay, Trium Infinitum right here says election landslide.
Election landslide. I like it.
Trump. Let's see. Live election coverage. Trump. Current election landslide. I won't even mention Kamala. Okay. Watch live as Donald Trump destroys Kamala Harris. Watch live as Kamala Harris is okay. All right. Okay, we're back. Okay, I'll just put it like that for a while. Sometimes it does a little kick on the algorithm. Hey, if you guys are watching, make sure you are smashing that like button. Leave a comment. Let me know what you guys are up to. Where are you guys watching from? Have you voted yet? I sure hope so, because we're at 6 o'clock. A lot of the polls are closing at like what, 7, 8? What time do close polls where you're at?
They close at 7:30. At the 7:30 this today. I do believe that based off of the election, the ruling or whatever, they extended voting till 10 p.m. I believe in Pennsylvania in the counties that were affected by the machine's not working.
Oh yeah. Those counties. So I probably have something here. I have all these links. I did not organize them, so I have just a giant list of links that I wanted to go through while we were waiting. But let's see what NBC is up to for a second. I want to kind of get a refresher. I don't want to leave everyone hanging too much on the the mainstream media. They don't have the best coverage, but it's good to keep up with it. So let's listen to NBC, see what's up.
There's about 1,300 vote difference right now. Again, still very early, but this is the first data we're getting tonight, so we're kind of parsing what we can so far. There are big areas like South Bend, Pete Buttigieg, who is the mayor there, obviously, where Notre Dame is as well, and the big city of Indianapolis, Evansville, there's a university down there. A lot of if we look at the map in 2020, these are mostly rural counties, red counties where Trump can really run up the vote. But again, in some of these smaller counties, he wants to be 60, 70% to make sure he can overcome what he's going to get in Indianapolis. But still very early tonight, Savannah. We're going to get a lot of data as it's coming in, hot and heavy throughout the night. But right now, still very, very early.
This is when we get the tea leaves out. This is the tea leaves portion.
So it looks like Donald Trump, hold on a second. He won Indiana by what, 7 points? Is that what it said? Around 7 points. So where are we at right now?
Let's
so
go.
Indiana right now, dude. So yeah, so Trump won. So Trump has 19 delegates already. So we got Donald Trump winning Indiana with 60.7% of the vote. So I don't know if that percentage holds, that is way more. That's a way higher percentage than what he won in 2020. Because when we got some like red states that we're currently looking at right now. Let's see, let me zoom in a little bit. So we got Kentucky reporting. So 8 electoral votes for Kentucky, 11 for Indiana. So we got, obviously Trump wins those. Those are red states. And we got Florida, which is 30 electoral votes. So Trump with a lead, an early lead. We got Vermont for Kamala Harris. So Kamala, I mean, you can have Vermont. I'm not really worried about that.
I've heard that New Hampshire is in play though, from several people. So,
dude, I heard that too. New Hampshire's in play. I heard that possibly New York was in play. Dude, there's no way New York is in play, but it could be. Dude, I don't know, dude. Like, bro, like this past year has been so insane. Like Donald Trump has been, they try to assassinate him twice, dude, and maybe even 3 times
that we know of.
dude. Dude, you might not have heard of this one, but there was a really odd situation that happened in Arizona. I don't know if you read about this, but there were people, you know how like when Donald Trump holds his rallies, he has those people that sit behind him at all these rallies, and they're like selected people. Well, I think this one might have been a town hall, but there were people that were sitting on the left and the right. Well, the people that were sitting on, I believe it was the left, I think it was stage left, when they, at the end of the rally, when they left the stage, a lot of them started to have their eyes started to burn and they had trouble breathing, and they actually had to go to the hospital. And this was reported in some Arizona local paper. It didn't really make national news. I think I saw it maybe on a couple outlets. So that might even been a third one. What is that? A chemical attack? Because it was like it wasn't just one person; it was multiple people. A couple of them said they went blind temporarily from. My
guess for something like that would be an infrared laser. You can buy those for like $100, and infrared lasers, obviously, like you're not going to be able to aim them really great. But the temporary blindness to me is what that would be my guess on something like that. But an infrared laser that would do that. That's what that sounds like to me.
Dude, I was wondering what would do it. I thought maybe it was a chemical thing, but then. I mean, someone said, I think when I was talking about it, someone said it could be chlorine. I was like, no, you would have to have a ton of chlorine for that to do it to your eyes or get it directly in your eyes. There's no way. That could be
you
chlorine.
would have traces of chlorine in your lungs. So I find that one to me, that's why the most plausible thing would be an infrared lasers, because it's something, number one, it's not very accurate. Obviously you can't see it. So for you to be able to and these are high powered lasers that you can get for literally $100 on Amazon, dude. And so there's a lot of that type of stuff.
And that's going to cause your eyes to burn. And
oh, absolutely.
Really?
It's just like staring at the sun.
Oh, okay. So it would be like a laser that you can't necessarily I guess it's invisible. So it'd be like an invisible laser. Okay. Exactly. I get it.
Space lasers.
That's crazy. So this is something I saw earlier. So this is actually good news. I was, because I mean, obviously Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, we have to win Pennsylvania. Whoever wins Pennsylvania has the largest chance to win by like a large margin. I mean, Pennsylvania is absolutely critical. I mean, I think there's a couple pathways to victory if either of them lose Pennsylvania. Other than maybe Kamala Harris. I don't know if she even has a chance.
100%. If we block that. If that is blocked on her, I don't see a path for her out if Pennsylvania doesn't go her way.
She would have to
personally.
If she didn't win Pennsylvania, I think she would have to I should have done this research, but I think she would have to sweep every single swing state other than Pennsylvania and maybe win another state. I forget. But this is
like the Omaha, whatever their electoral district is in Nebraska. I think she would pick that up. That might help. But without Pennsylvania, that's why it's so huge. Literally the Keystone State.
No, it is. It is. That's why you have Elon Musk going there all the time. That's why Donald Trump, dude, he's held so many rallies in Pennsylvania. That's why you have Elon Musk. He actually, I don't know, he did this check thing where he was giving away the $1 million checks to people from it was that date until the election. Well, Pennsylvania, he actually he upped the ante. I think he was doing it 2 people a day for a certain period of time just in Pennsylvania alone. So that was huge. Then the DOJ tried to threaten him, and then he won a court case. But hey, this is actually pretty crazy. So I saw this video. Kamala Harris is really hurting in Philadelphia.
Pennsylvania, and in the particular county here that is very important is Philadelphia County. There are estimates that because of the depressed early vote for Democrats, that Kamala Harris is going to need to pull 700,000 votes here in Philadelphia in order to pull out a win. Let's take a look at the historic vote here. Hillary Clinton got 560,000 votes in Philadelphia in 2016. In 2020, Joe Biden got 603,000. So she's going to need another 100,000 votes here in Philadelphia to hit that 700,000 margin. Or Pennsylvania.
So she is it seems like she's kind of hurting, man. I mean, I'm not exactly sure. What did he say? She's at 600,000 right now. Is that what he said?
No. I think currently play it again.
Okay, let's go back because I want to try to figure this out while we're waiting on these.
I know she's under because Hillary Clinton was 560,000. Joe Biden was 600,000 in 2020.
And they said that she's going to have to reach 700,000.
And in the particular county here.
Let me use a volume booster because this is actually really, really quiet. Okay, let's go now.
Pennsylvania, and in the particular county here that is very important is Philadelphia County. There are estimates that because of the depressed early vote for Democrats, that Kamala Harris is going to need to pull 700,000 votes here in Philadelphia in order to pull out a win. Let's take a look at the historic vote here. Hillary Clinton got 560,000 votes in Philadelphia in 2016. In 2020, Joe Biden got 603,000. So she's going to need another 100,000 votes here in Philadelphia to hit that 700,000 margin. Or Pennsylvania, and
so she's currently sitting at 6.
So that's what I was thinking too. But I think with Democrats, apparently, the Democrats are the ones that typically are the early voters, right? They're the early voters, and the Republicans are the ones that tend to show up on election day. But this year, it's kind of been a little bit different, where Republicans have voted in a larger margin earlier, and I guess we're going to see what's going to happen on election day. Are they going to show up at the same rate? Are they going to show up more? So it's going to be very interesting. But that does not bode well for Kamala Harris. Let's see what else we got.
Jack Posobiec earlier today talking about the turnout in the rural areas and in the north part of Philly and on the south side of Philly. But that it was really slow getting the turnout going in the downtown areas. So they felt like if that held, they did say that it was picking up. It was around 11 my time. So I guess it would be noon their time. But so if that holds, looks like there's not a lot of voter enthusiasm there. But as we all know,
no doubt. Let's go to Twitter. Let's see if there's anything. See if we got anything new going on, because I want to stay on top of this. I don't want to just go to NBC and play that. So it looks like Colin Rugg is reporting multiple bomb threats made in Georgia, specifically at polling places in Fulton County, DeKalb County. I was reading something about this earlier, and I think they were blaming it on Russia. Believe it or not, surprise, surprise.
Oh yeah, Raffensperger.
Dude, yeah,
Russia.
They're priming it. They're priming it for another Russia hoax. I mean, if Trump wins, dude, how fast is there going to be a Russia hoax? It's going to be like you have the fastest thing known to nature, the speed of light. Even faster than that is a Democrat creating another Russia hoax. It's going to be insane. Let's take a look at this.
Stand by waiting for the vote to close in Georgia. What's the latest you're hearing from the campaign?
Well, Jake, they are watching very closely what has been happening throughout the day, and it's seemingly increasingly as we get toward that poll closing deadline at the top of the hour, which is that there have been bomb threats being called in to polling places throughout the state of Georgia, Fulton County, DeKalb County, Cobb County, and others. These threats are non-credible. They are not believed to be credible, but they are being investigated, and as a result, some of these polling places maybe temporarily were closed, voters turned away. I was speaking to a senior Democrat down there in Georgia, watching this very carefully, saying they are hoping that voters will come back. Anyone who might have been scared away in those periods of time will come back and will cast their ballots. Some of those polling places also, Jake, are being kept open a little bit after the top of the hour. So this is an ongoing situation that they are watching very closely because of where this is happening. This is happening in the parts of the state where the Harris campaign and Democrats need to drive up turnout among Democratic-leaning voters. So when you have polling places that are closed temporarily, that's a problem for them, and they want to make sure that those voters end up coming back, Jake.
So, yeah, I guess they're blaming that on Russia. I'm not really sure.
Well, I believe it was Raffensperger that was referencing the Russia deal, but, whatever. The other thing is, this is oddly reminiscent of the broken pipe in the State Farm arena. Just... Okay, so now we can move people out.
Weird,
strange
you should mention that. Finish your thought, and I'll show you something else that reminds me of that as well.
It just, it creates a narrative, number one. And obviously, this is a narrative-based election, obviously. But specifically with that, it's just the boy who cried wolf. Like, after so many times, I'm not going to, I'm going to start. And I believe this is true of the American people. They start to look for the reasons behind what's going on. And I'm encouraged, extremely encouraged by that.
No, you're absolutely right. No, so I
don't buy it.
I visited my parents earlier, and while I was sitting there visiting, I was on Twitter, of course, because it's election day. Where else am I going to be? And I saw this right here. No lie. So this was just reported earlier today. It looks like so I saw it at 2 something p.m. But Michigan voting site shut down due to gas leak. Michigan, yes, Jocelyn Benson, yeah, Michigan. A gas leak forced the closure of Northville's Precinct 1 at the community center. The city announced the closure around 12:30 p.m., advising voters to head to Hillside Middle School to cast their ballots until repairs are complete. Consumer energy crews are currently on site working to resolve the leak. So we don't have a video, but we do have I guess this is a picture of the site. So we have a gas leak. And I was like, this is vaguely reminiscent of Georgia, the water main, when the water main broke. Did
it break though?
Well,
was it
yeah.
ever confirmed that?
I don't want to be an election denier or anything like that. So I'm just gonna say, of course, all the experts said it broke, so we're gonna just say it broke, okay? So yeah, we've got. It's just nuts, and that's kind of like it kind of sucks. These elections now kind of suck because like you don't know what's real, what's not, and that's kind of the what is the word? The atmosphere that the media and the Democrats have kind of created because of what they did in 2020. The shenanigans, what they did in 2020.
How big is it to have Elon Musk and a free Twitter this election cycle?
Dude, it's huge.
For people because people intuitively know when they're being fed a line. And to have somewhere where they can go to an aggregation site that substantial
That's where I get all my news, man. Everything I talk about, well, almost everything I talk about is on Twitter or X. It's called X now. It's the #1 app in the App Store for news now. You see these companies who are coming out and they're attacking Elon Musk like ad nauseum. Dude, it's always an attack line on Elon Musk. The reason why is because he's literally a threat to them. Like, they come out, they're trying to drive a certain narrative because, they have their advertiser, they have the people that, pay them, to advertise and whatnot. And they are literally, whether it's explicit or, kind of inferred, they are paid to push a certain narrative. X is completely different. That you have all, like you said, it's an aggregate site, all different voices. I mean, you can fire up, one of these X chats and talk amongst everyone. I mean, nothing is censored, and that is a huge danger to these companies because they know people recognize what's true and what's not true, and when they see and they can contrast and compare the mainstream media to X, no one's going to be wanting to watch mainstream media anymore, which, I mean, it's already kind of that way. Let's go back to this for a second. I want to get an update on what's going on with NBC.
Down on that a little bit.
And the reason we're talking about Georgia here is because that is a state where the polls have closed, so we can report out some of this exit poll data. Again, 600 polling places all across the country. It's early vote, it's mail-in vote, it's in-person day of, but it is early, right? So these numbers could shift a bit. But what we're seeing in Georgia on the Latino vote is interesting. It is Kamala Harris who is winning the Latino vote, 56% to Donald Trump at 42%. But interestingly, if you look at the comparisons, former President Trump is doing slightly better with Latinos in Georgia than he did in 2020. He is slightly overperforming with that demographic group. And Jose, and Savannah and Lester and Kristen, this is something the Trump campaign talks a lot about. They think that Donald Trump is going to do better than he did in 2020 with these demographic groups, including Black and Latino voters. Well,
let us bring Jose Diaz-Balart, our colleague, into this conversation because, this effort to try to win over more Latino voters on behalf of the Trump campaign, it's never been about can we win the Latino vote. It's can we cut into her margins enough to make a difference? And are we beginning to see perhaps that strategy pay off?
Seven, I think the course set for the future of America tonight will have been chartered by Latino America. And we're not talking just about places like Nevada and Arizona, where 25% of the population, the eligible population to vote is Latino. But we're talking about Georgia, for example, 400,000 eligible voters are Latinos. We're talking about Pennsylvania, more than 500,000 eligible voters are Latino. And then, Tom was just talking about Florida, 3.3 million Latinos are eligible to vote there.
Speaking of Latinos, what do you think of do you watch Kill Tony?
36 million strong is participating, maybe in historic.
I am not offended in the least. I talk to other folks.
Do you watch Kill Tony? Tony Hinchcliffe, he has a live comedy show on YouTube.
I've seen clips. Yes,
it's hilarious, and he's very offensive. Yeah,
who's that?
Well, offensive. He's a comic. He has some shocking jokes. But yeah. What did you think about that?
Ironically enough, I have deployed many times with people from the Puerto Rican Air National Guard, and those are some of the funniest guys, and they get a joke. And you know who's really, at least from my experience and the folks that I've talked to, because once you deploy with somebody, you're like fast friends. Like, none of them are offended at all. They're not they understand, they appreciate. Of all people, those guys appreciate humor.
Yeah, and I think they see it for what it
is.
Yeah, that's what's so wild about it. Like, it's almost like comedians. I mean, I think anyone should be able to say what they want to say, express who they are. But I do get it. Like, sometimes people can say something, people can get offended. That happens. But this just so happens to be a comedian, and we lost Luke again. My man Luke is just absolutely dropping the ball today. Let's see if we get him back soon.
Candidate for governor.
Now to the scandal that's rocked the governor's race in North Carolina. It could have.
Yeah, man. What's happening? Yeah, you did. You popped out for a second. What happened?
I have no idea. I thought it was on your end.
Nah, dude.
But Mark Robinson's my dude, man. I love that guy.
Bro, hey, Mark Robinson?
Or
North Carolina. You hear what happened? You hear what happened? The whole Nazi thing.
I mean, come on, dude. Like
that was kind of BS, dude. Like it really was. They pulled out something like out of a hat, and I don't even know where it came from. But I did feel bad for him. I remember you mentioning Mark Robinson to me like months ago, or this was probably almost a year ago, and I didn't even know who the guy was. Go ahead.
Especially, I wanted him as my VP, as the VP pick. Now, obviously, with all that coming out, probably a good idea that he went with JD Vance. However, that is a man's man. I like it and appeals across all demographics. He's a gun. He got into politics with the rally, the Second Amendment rally in Virginia. That's how he rose to prominence in North Carolina politics. And I don't know, I just get great vibes from the guy. And but the irony of all of this is that the Democrats literally cut an ad talking about how the government's coming for your porn.
That's what they did.
Vote for us, but then they're attacking him for this and the stuff that he says on that. Come on, like it's just like it, and then it comes out.
By the way, say corn instead of the P word. Yeah, this YouTube AI is nuts. And sometimes what they'll do is they'll if you talk about something sensitive or say like the R word, like grape, it'll hit it with like a demonetization. So no, go ahead. No, you're right. I mean, they've ran like 2 or 3 ads where they have this dude is literally laying in his bed, watching the corn, and there's what happens? Oh, all of a sudden, like some representative is standing in his room saying that he's gonna arrest him or what he's doing is illegal. And we're like, what are you doing? Like what kind of ads are the Democrats running? Like, I mean, personally, I would be okay with it being highly illegal, but I mean, I don't think that's ever gonna happen.
No, but I mean, it gets back to being able to make your own decisions. First of all, I understand the premise that they're trying to pose there, but the fact of the matter is they're setting a double standard. It's like, anybody that runs for political office, I think they're doing themselves a disservice as they try to set themselves up as a moral compass. Like you're setting it because everybody has skeletons. No one is perfect. So obviously, and I don't feel like he was claiming to be, but the fact of the matter is, if you end up in a situation where, okay, they go, oh my God, he had this porn account and he was saying all this crazy stuff. First of all, the comment section on Rumble, on YouTube videos, on X are insane. So, and then you pick somebody. No, it's ridiculous on its face to me. It is, without facts like that. And second of all, look at the fruit of the guy. Look at what he's brought to the state of North Carolina. Look at what he stands for publicly. Now, if he's doing something different on the side, that's his man. But that would have come out. Anything when you're under that big of a microscope, you want to expose somebody, have them run for office because it's against on the Republican side. You're going to get dug. Your past is going to get dredged.
To be fair, I don't know if it was just the site. I think it was also the fact that allegedly he was talking about. Yeah, the comments were like. Yeah. What? Dude, the comments were just kind of wild. And I don't know how long ago they were from, but when I read the comments, I was like, what the heck? It was not even anything like sexual or anything. It was like talking about being a Nazi. I was like, what? I think it sounded ironic, but let's look at the results, the results that we have going on so far. So earlier I was looking at Georgia. Georgia was leaning blue, and now it's a slight lead for Donald Trump. So let me see if I can zoom in here. So we got Georgia at Trump with looks like about a 8,000 vote lead. And we got Florida, of course. Donald Trump is leading by a few 100,000. We got 53.4% for Trump, 45.8% for Harris. Virginia just flipped red. That's crazy. And
check Virginia 8. On that deal, I think that's the Vindman, the little mole rat, Alexander Vindman. I think, or maybe it's his brother. I'm not sure. They're twins. They repulse me.
No. That's I think it was. Yeah, it is his brother. And did you? So it was the Republican candidate, I believe. They were supposed to have a debate. Did you see that? Where Vindman?
I didn't see that.
No. Well, so Vindman and the Republican candidate, I forgot his name, we're supposed to have a debate, and this was like a debate that Vindman had like planned and all of this, and then he just didn't show up. So the Republican candidate was literally standing there next to an empty podium after, this debate had been planned for months. I remember seeing that video. It's kind of funny. Okay, we got Virginia flipping back to blue.
Wow. So
that's actually pretty insane. I know Virginia is historically a blue state, but we have Trump. The Trump team was saying it could be in play. It may not be, but there's a lot of these states that you don't know. I mean, this is kind of a interesting year compared to.
So I'm seeing on
years.
C-SPAN here that they have, I guess it's 2% of the vote in New Hampshire, but it's 51.5 to Kamala, and 47.3 to Donald Trump. So it is pretty tight there. So
yeah, I got it. I got it up right here.
I don't know why I'm invested in that, but like one of those states up there flipping to Trump would just be huge. I'd love New York as well, but we'll see.
Well, I mean, New York would be insane. Like if New York flips blue,
red,
I feel, or flips red, I think the Democrats would lose their minds. I think New York and California are those states, like by no means possible can those states ever flip red. Not because people aren't voting red, but because of shenanigans. You know what I mean? They got to have their two pillars
deeply entrenched.
Exactly. Like these are people that, they know people that do the dirty, do the dirty deeds, and they can get away with anything. I mean, you see what happened with Donald Trump with those 34 felony counts with Donald Trump, the $500 million lawsuit where the state of New York, Letitia James went after him. Like, dude, that's insane. That's absolutely insane.
And that's where they file their lawsuits. It's their personal courts, basically for their vendettas, for their, and it's just like in Nevada, the Harry Reid machine,
No, absolutely. Plus, I don't know if you saw Peanut. Did you see anything about Peanut, the squirrel? R.I.P. Peanut, dude. It's really getting out there.
And let's not forget, is it Fred?
Fred the raccoon. Yeah, Fred the raccoon.
I will have another one for if he wants to take another one in. I will trap one here soon. It's getting after some of my lovely laying hens.
Oh, you yourself, you have like a little farm situation going on where you got goats and chickens and stuff like that. I'm kind of
chickens, sheep, ducks. I got it. I just enjoy it, and all the other wild critters that I can bring into the land. But when you come after my chickens, man, it's just sorry, you're gonna get trapped. But.
Well, it was kind of the weird part about it is that I think he had like an animal rescue, and I don't know what that all entails, but then you have these bureaucrats, these agents in New York just descend on his house. From what I understand, they just took the raccoon and the squirrel, they leave, and they euthanize these two animals. Like, for what reason? Like, it doesn't, I honestly, I don't understand it. I mean, even if it is a law, like, why are you euthanizing it? Why don't you just release it into the wild? I don't know,
exactly.
man. Like,
well, I mean, and he had that squirrel for 7 years. Good Lord, 7 years. And, the irony to me is that you have this state, someone I saw on X where someone had posted basically like the rapists and murderers, like nothing, but like a rescued squirrel getting death penalty today.
Yeah,
so
the
absolutely. Irony there. I mean,
if you are an illegal immigrant, you can come in, you get housed in like 5-star hotels, you get like debit cards. Do you see that? Dude,
Did you see what Trump said? Where Trump he should have told him he was from Mexico. They would send him on his way.
Oh, in that statement,
gave him a hotel room, a $500 gift card to Uncle Squirrel.
No, it's true though, dude. It's like
trolls.
It's literally true, man. Like it's these past 4 years have been it's so insane to me what's going on. I just don't even I don't even understand it. But I think Kamala Harris here. This was earlier. I saw this. I thought this was kind of funny. So Kamala had this phone call with a voter, the supposed phone call, right? I don't know if you saw the staged door knock that she did last night, where C-SPAN actually caught her.
Kind of want to do a door knock. Go back inside.
So they had to like reset everything, and she had to like knock on the door, get her little door knock, dude. It was like, this is the most staged campaign ever. This is what people literally hate about politics, you know. Yeah. Kamala Harris, she got caught in another one of these situations. Apparently, she's on a call with a voter, and let's watch this first.
Have you voted already? Give me a second. You did. Thank you.
Okay. Hold on. Pause it. Look what app is open on her phone. It's the camera app. She's not on the phone. That's the camera app. She got caught in 4K. I mean, I get it. You can have your
when Trump.
Go ahead.
I loved when Trump hit her with the phone works better whenever it's plugged in to her headphones. She's like on the phone with this serious deal. The phone's sitting there on the table, and she's all serious, and it's not even plugged in.
Dude, but what's so crazy, man, is where is this? There was a picture. So they had like a freeze frame of the picture. This one. Yeah. So this is a picture. What's crazy is, dude, like she's literally not on the phone. So you can open your phone while you can open your camera app while you're on the phone. But if you look, I have that same phone. It has this little thing on the top. It's like the iPhone 14 Pro. It's either the iPhone 14 or iPhone 15 Pro. On top, if she was actually on the phone, it would have like a green line around that top bezel thing up there, that black bezel, and there's none. So she's literally, she's totally staging that. That's the crazy thing.
But does this surprise you? Does that surprise anybody about their campaign? No. I kind of started with hope and joy, and now it turned into Trump's a Nazi.
There are some things that do surprise me about it, though, because she's been caught in so many things. I don't know if they're living in a bubble where they don't just understand that people think she's inauthentic and have caught her doing these things so many times that, you know, this looks horrible for her image, or maybe the people in the left bubble just don't see it. So I don't really understand, because it's happened so many times. I just don't get it.
People know when they're being fed a line. At the end of the day, I do feel like people's BS, you know, their nose for BS is, whether they choose to listen to it or not, I think they know. And I really think that this is going to be a referendum on that. And as we discussed at length, you know, some of our conversations, it's people know right off the bat, you know, and then you're going to see they're already trying to set it up. Like you're going to see the red mirage, but just wait. I mean, so it's going to take the people with the courage to stand by their guns, pay attention. You know, nothing. You know, can't sleep on your laurels, and you might not even be able to sleep tonight.
Dude, I don't think we're going to be able to know who actually won the White House until I'm going to say it's going to be over a week. I really do, because what I think is going to happen is whoever gets the most votes, who actually wins the delegates, automatically there's going to be just a flood of lawsuits instant. You have these lawyers that are like literally on standby. I'm talking about probably thousands of them on standby writing these lawsuits in real time. So whoever gets the delegates, and I think it's going to be Trump, but you know, knock on wood, there's going to be a flood of lawsuits right away. Plus, I think it's going to depend on who wins the House. So if we get a lot of Democrats that somehow get votes to win the House, they could just say that they're not going to certify the votes.
Oh, look at what Jamie Raskin said.
Yeah, he said it twice now.
Give me one vote. Give me one vote majority, and we're calling 14th Amendment, and we will not seat him. And he and listen to what he said about the consequences of not doing that. That's scary.
No, absolutely. Let's go back to NBC really quick.
Real quick. They just on C-SPAN. They showed the when the votes were certified for the last, going back to 2004. It was Tuesday. I think 2004 was on a Wednesday, and then 2020 on a Saturday. Like, that's absurd. It's and Trump goes back to this all the time. This shouldn't happen. Like today when they were saying they're already having problems in these locations with the machines not working, blah, blah, blah. And he said, I hate to hear that, stay in line. That's when he was saying the clip that you were showing earlier about, Democrats, if you want to leave, that's fine. But y'all need to stay in line. He said, but it shouldn't be that way. Paper ballots, you'd have the result at the end of the night. And you don't have to worry about these machines. It's a redundancy that you can't beat. And so anyway, I mean, that's just par for the course. But I'm literally seeing that graphic, and I'm just like, you got to be kidding me. Like, when they say Wednesday, these last few elections have been certified on Wednesday or called on Wednesday. That literally starts at midnight. So on election night, at the end of the election night, it's midnight. So, there's just these games that some of these people can play, trying to say, okay, they don't all have to be certified on election day. Well, I would be curious if they would add maybe like what time on Wednesday that those were certified, Yeah.
So. Plus, I don't think we're going to see any like news agency call it for Donald Trump. You know how they used to like call it for a candidate like on election night? I don't think you're going to see this time. I think we're going to see several days. We're going to see maybe a freeze in voting or a freeze in the results. And then we're going to have it kind of trickle out over time. Because we've already seen where there have been some ballots that have come in, like tens of thousands of ballots that have come in. They've been red flagged, and then they have to be what do they call it? Cured. Have you seen this? They have to be cured. So they literally they'll call up these people who are on these ballots, and they'll cure them to make sure like these people are legit, because some of these ballots are getting flagged. Because we see some of these ballots also, like there's addresses in the middle of nowhere with all of these ballots. I don't want to get too deep into that because I know that's that's dangerous territory on YouTube. So currently where we're at, let's zoom out here. Let's see if we can get a picture. Let's see what the delegates are here. So we've got Donald Trump with 23 delegates currently, and we got Harris with 3. So Kamala Harris, so that's Vermont, 7% reporting. And I guess, is there not enough reporting for New Hampshire? I guess there's not enough reported for New Hampshire to say that she won New Hampshire yet. But we have Trump, West Virginia right now, Ohio. What do you think about that Iowa poll? Do you think that's legit or not?
I mean, it's dueling narratives at this point. I mean, you got a lot of people who, if I feel like you can get a cheap win, or demoralize some people, talk them into not voting. That's an easy way to do that with no consequences. Now, some people did say that they felt like it was criminally negligent, but I don't know.
There's no consequences for these people. Hey, let's go to Donald Trump Jr., see what he was talking about real quick.
Especially as we start heading west, get in line, stay in line.
His camera's worse than yours, bro.
Certainly to get in line and
my camera bad?
Bring
yours is it's not. It's fine.
Part, I think we win.
No, it's not fuzzy. It kept unplugging.
4 rallies yesterday, and his rally's not like a Kamala Harris, like 5 minutes off a teleprompt. He goes for 90 minutes. Sometimes I'm sitting like, for the love of God, please, can we just move on? And,
yes.
But he's 78 and polled an all-nighter. We got in at 6 a.m. back to Florida.
Unbelievable.
And he was still going, and he went right to TV, never went to sleep, was laughing the whole time. I'm sitting there like, trying to not die of a heart attack.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
It's truly impressive. And you take that and you add it into he also took a bullet for this country. I'm like, you know what? If he can take a bullet, you guys can wait in a long line for a few minutes. Relax, just get your ass out there. If you do your part, we win. But everyone's got to do their part. And I can't account for the BS on the other side. That's going to happen. I hope to overwhelm it. I hope to crush them so badly that they don't have a week to do a recount where magically they find a bunch of ballots that only filled out the presidential candidate because it's all they had time to fill out in some warehouse somewhere. Let's just end this thing tonight.
Right. Well, aren't you glad, though? One thing I will say where I feel a very notable difference is, during the last national election, I'm not talking about midterms, but during the last election and during the year or two that followed it, a lot of conservatives were afraid to come out and say, you know what, maybe it wasn't the most secure and fair election because you were removed from YouTube. It seems like that's gone now. It seems like people are willing to say, and not just Republicans, yeah, you know what, we don't know what the number is, but we know that there's election interference. We know that there is voter fraud. We know that there's media malpractice, where people now no longer think that's a crazy notion. Do you feel that difference tonight going in? Oh no, did we lose him? Do we need to recheck?
Oh, he may have. Oh, he's having the same problem you're having, dude.
You might have passed out. Texting Don Jr.
Well, we can go back to.
So I'm going to be popping kind of back and forth from NBC, Steven Crowder. I can't play him for too long because we can get a copyright strike if we play for too long. Let's go back to NBC. Let's see what's going on over here. What is the latest with the corporate press? How are they holding up?
Closed on them, and after going through with the bipartisan team and making sure that nothing was tampered with, the city, out of an abundance of caution, decided to restart counting all of those absentee ballots. What this means is that as we expect results from this battleground state of Wisconsin, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. The clerk said in the past that they weren't expecting results from this city to come until after midnight Central Time. We now believe that timeline has shifted 2 to 3 hours later into the night. There's more than 100,000 ballots that those clerks are going to have to work through. So the vote is still ongoing right now, but be prepared to wait as those results come in later tonight, guys.
All right, Shaq Brewster in Milwaukee. We're used to waiting for Milwaukee until the wee hours of the night. I want to go back to the table here. Hallie, you've been looking at some of the exit polls. I think you've got some North Carolina information and some interesting results.
So there's some conventional wisdom here, and then there's some data that flips the conventional wisdom on its head. So let's talk about that, specifically as it relates to these age groups. We know, right, the Biden coalition in 2020 that propelled him to the White House involved young voters, right? And for our purposes, young is 18 to 29. In North Carolina, and I want to show you here, you can see that for older voters, and I'm talking senior vote here, former President Trump won those older voters. That is not unexpected. His campaign has long thought that he would do well with seniors. But here's what's interesting. Look at Vice President Harris. She's got 47% of the senior vote. She's doing better than President Biden did with seniors in 2020 in North Carolina. So she is outperforming where he was 4 years ago. Then you look at that youth vote, right? Again, not unexpected that Vice President Harris would have a slight lead. And I would say this is very close. We are waiting for more numbers to come in, more of these waves, as they're called, from the exit polls, but still interesting. But again, look at 48% for former President Trump. He is outperforming among young voters in North Carolina. So you have that kind of conventional wisdom. They're overall sort of winning the groups, at least to a degree that we thought they'd win. But each of them are overperforming on the sort of flip end of that.
All right. Well, Savannah Sellers is here to talk about a huge role that the youth vote could play in the outcome of this election. What have you been seeing? You've been tracking a lot of the polls leading up to tonight.
Yeah, I absolutely have. And first, I want to dig in a little further on North Carolina and what Hallie just said, because if we dig even deeper in and we talk about gender in that under 30, it's similar to the trends that we've been discussing. Trump has improved what he did with young men. Tonight, 60% in our NBC News exit poll there say they support him. That is up from 42% that voted for him in 2020. Whereas with Harris, she's performing even better than Biden did with women. 65% saying that they support Harris in this exit poll, when 58% actually supported Biden.
Is that just North Carolina, or is that a national
That's just
poll?
North Carolina.
Okay, so are they calling Georgia and North Carolina for Trump? Is that what's going on?
To me, because I've been talking with college Democrat and Republican presidents on campuses there, but the college Democrats were so organized in this state. Like, what they did on these campuses was really amazing. They lobbied the state.
So we got currently we have West Virginia, Kentucky, and Indiana call for Donald Trump.
Of ID on several campuses.
I just saw that they've already called
We're also seeing this kind of play out to be right what we're seeing.
Jim
with
Justice, the
that young
Senate
men
race
appeal
in
for Trump seems to be working
C-SPAN
in some
has.
places. I'm interested
Jim
to see
Justice
if
in
that
West
continues
Virginia.
throughout the night. We heard Gotti mention like those podcast appearances earlier. earlier in the night, Joe Rogan, Logan Paul, things like that. This seems to be where he is gaining that ground. I'm interested to see if it continues in other battlegrounds.
And just underscoring how important the young vote is, the Harris campaign tonight touting the fact that they have Paul Rudd, for example, out.
Do they have a pretty good coverage here? Yeah, let's check this out for a second.
Right. In North Carolina. So I clicked on North Carolina. And when I did, I noticed all the votes are coming from Raleigh, which is your home territory.
Yeah, it's a pretty blue area of North Carolina. They should expect to do pretty well there. This is what's so challenging about the early parts of the night, right? It's like 2% in. We don't really know what it means yet. We have to see some of these other counties come in to start to get some understanding of what the national implications of a state like North Carolina might be. But yeah, if you're going to ask me, is the Raleigh Triangle area going to be good for Harris tonight? It is going to be good for Harris tonight.
And there is one House race up there that we need to talk about, which is District 1. It could be a bellwether county or a bellwether House race.
It is the remaining
Davis versus Buckout, I believe.
That's right. I mean, Kirk would have a lot more to say about this probably than me, but I'll say that this, it's the remaining swing sort of district in North Carolina. It's been a very gerrymandered.
Let me go to the Senate results here. So far we have West Virginia, I guess, being called. What's going on? We got a glitch for Jim Justice.
Jim Justice.
Yeah, we got I believe that means it's being called, right?
Yeah.
Because it's got a check mark.
They got a check mark on it. So
it says 3%
it's only
reporting.
2% in, I think. But
I know that's kind of weird. And then we have Jim Banks in Indiana being called for Senate. Wow, that's a way bigger margin right there.
Is that a pickup or?
So
I know Jim Justice is a pickup because he would be replacing Manchin.
Dude, there's no way. There's no way they have the whole. They can call it for Jim Justice here. There's no way, right? Because there's only one county reporting. We got Morgantown up here on top, and they're just saying, that's it. Throw in the towel. Jim Justice wins. We give up. I don't know, dude. So sometimes like this data doesn't really. What's going on up here? Oh, we got Bernie Sanders winning. Oh man, that's disappointing. Why can't people see that Bernie Sanders is such a sellout? The Democrat Party literally threw him under the bus and like put him through the meat grinder, just literally humiliated this guy, and he's a shell of his old self. Now he's just like a caricature.
Kiss the ring.
Yeah, no, that's literally what happened.
Literally, he kissed the ring.
I used to kind of actually like Bernie Sanders, not because I liked his policies, but because I thought he was authentic. But dude, if any authenticity that he used to have is completely gone, it's crazy. But no, I don't know, man. I think
that's truly what, in my opinion, that's what voters are searching for is authenticity.
Right.
And I feel like in 2016 they got it with Trump, and to the extent in 2020 that they maybe they didn't, maybe the turnout wasn't as good because of how he was so infiltrated with truly the administrative state. So I think he's done a good job of returning to his roots with bringing in Tulsi Gabbard, bringing in RFK Jr., folks who really do, and Elon Musk, folks who really do seem to have an aura of authenticity about them. And I think that goes a long way for his candidacy in this cycle.
Heck yeah. Let's look at some of our chat for a little bit, guys. We're just kind of hanging out. This is going to be. I told Luke when I asked him if he wanted to come on the screen, I was like, let's just stream until we get bored. So I don't know. Whenever we get bored, might be a couple hours. I do want some of these polls to close before we get off, but we got Pete in the chat. He says, let's just say screw the election and give it to the only democratically elected candidate. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I mean, that's facts. Let's see who else we got in here. Got a bunch of my members. We got Treem Infinitum. We got Christy. We got Mama Bear. Michelle C doing a great job modding as usual. She kills it. This is my mod, Michelle, by the way. And she does a fantastic job. She's on every one of my live streams. Michelle says there has been so much fraud documented with video pre-election day and lawsuits filed already that will be used after the election. Yeah, that's one good thing about this year. It's like the Republicans are ready. It seems like they're ready this year. Because every time, I mean, I follow the news mostly on X. I follow what's going on. I follow different accounts that are literally in Pennsylvania, literally in these swing states. And it's like they will report something or something will come up. It'll hit X. People start talking about it. And literally the next day or within hours, we have lawsuits being filed. So I think that's could change a lot this year versus 2020. Because 2020, I don't think any of us were ready for what happened. We were like, what the heck just happened? Because we had, the vertical, remember the vertical up in the graph.
The F curve.
Yeah, the F curve. So it would have to be a lot bigger this time around. And also they would have to be a lot more stealthy because they don't have the element of surprise anymore. I mean, that's just plain and simple.
But I was disappointed with, the preparation in Arizona, where we had only had one attorney for the entire state of Arizona. And he resigns like 2 weeks before the election. And they're left scrambling, trying to find somebody else. How does that happen? I mean, come on. Like, at least with Ronna McDaniel, whatever she was, in the 2020 cycle, at least, maybe we all felt like she wasn't even trying. And this one, they're throwing us the red meat and stuff like that. And they've done a good job in Pennsylvania for sure. And even to some extent in Arizona. I think there's a great account if you all want to follow in Arizona. This is Mike Yoder. I believe he's doing the litigation that actually forced
I thought you were going to say Robert Guevara. Have you heard of him?
I'm not familiar with him.
He's really good. He's from Arizona as well. I don't think he's actually he's an attorney. I don't think he's involved in any of these lawsuits, but he analyzes them really well. Actually a lot of my viewers watch his show, believe it or not. But it looks like we got Trump with 23. I almost had a heart attack a second ago. I was looking at these results right here, and I forgot I was at the Senate results. And I was like, wait, Trump is at 40 and Kamala's at 29. No, these are the Senate results apparently. So, yeah.
Do they have North Carolina?
So North Carolina's not reporting yet. It doesn't look like, or that's still anyone's game. Apparently it's Kamala Harris was 60. Let's see, what's going on here? That's president. So the Senate, we got Rick Scott winning. Bernie Moreno, he's winning. Let me refresh this here. Okay. So we still got Trump 23 delegates to Kamala's 3. So she is currently leading in North Carolina. So, but we only have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 counties reporting for that, or that Republicans are leading. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we got a lot of counties reporting for Democrats, so that's interesting, but I don't think that's going to stick around. Let's see what's going on over here at NBC.
Mail-in ballots. That was what slowed the process down, and it was a new process for people in this state. 4 years later, they haven't changed the laws, but things are a bit better. There are fewer mail-in ballots, just under 2 million. They have new machines to process them and more people. But the optimistic outlook from election officials we have spoken to is that the majority of those mail-in ballots won't be fully processed until Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And if this race is as tight as it was 4 years ago, when Joe Biden won by about 80,000 votes, those mail-in ballots will be crucial to make the call here. So we're still talking days, Savannah.
Yeah, and in some of these big jurisdictions like Philadelphia, Stephanie, now they have election workers who are prepared to work all night and count all night, so perhaps it goes a little bit quicker. We'll check back with you a bunch. We have got Tom Yamas over at the big board, and you're still getting vote in from Georgia and North Carolina, two big pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Georgia right now because North Carolina, there's still only about 2% of votes in. Let's look at Georgia because I think what is happening here when we talk about Kamala Harris and her chances, she's overperforming Biden in some of these counties around the Atlanta metro area. I'm going to move the map over this way because I'm going to bounce around. Here on this side, the right side, this is where Biden was at 2020. Here's where Harris is tonight, 76% in. You can see she's overperforming there. We come to this other county, Clayton County. Again, these are the suburbs of Atlanta, those ring counties around Atlanta. 84% for Biden, 85% for her, so she's holding that high watermark. We move over to Rockdale. Look at this, 69% for Biden, 75% tonight for Harris. They're looking at these numbers tonight, and again, there's still a lot of vote out, but they're looking at these numbers tonight, and they're telling themselves this is the kind of rhythm they want for the rest of Georgia throughout the night. Only 25% of the vote is in. Trump is way on top, but again, 25% of the vote is in. Remember, we can show you guys where the vote is out, these giant bubbles. The bigger the bubble, that's how many votes still have to be counted. So you can see a lot of the rural counties, a lot of them are coming in. There's still some in the rural county that are out, but the big area, remember, 50% of the vote is going to come around the Atlanta metro region. Let's also talk about Pennsylvania, guys, because we're getting close to getting some information in Pennsylvania. And remember this, 2020, Joe Biden wins the state. It is going to be the keystone state and the key to the election tonight. Trump won it in 2016, the difference about 40,000 votes. In 2020, he wins by about 80,000 votes, Biden does. The interesting that has happened, and we've learned a lot about Philadelphia, the counties around Philadelphia, places like Chester, places like Montgomery County. Those people in the know call it Munco. We'll talk to Hallie about that, as well as Kristen Welker as well. Delaware County, Delco, and Philadelphia County. This area right here, this makes up about 30% of the vote for Pennsylvania. We're going to be watching what happens here. What's interesting that happened here in 2020, so Biden actually underperformed Clinton, but he overperformed in those suburbs. So we'll be watching what happens there. You also have these swing counties here, the Lehigh Valley, Monroe County, part of the Poconos, Northampton, and Lehigh. Lots of Hispanics there. We're going to see what happens. And we are so honored to have both Kristen and Hallie, people who know about Wawa.
Oh, we got polls closing in Pennsylvania in like 30 seconds here.
Phillies.
Always,
the best.
Always.
But Tom, you forgot to ask them cheesesteaks, wit or wit out?
Wit.
Okay,
Whiz wit out, babe.
Okay.
Whiz wit out.
All right.
I can't stand Kristen Welker,
Philly
man.
talk. We won't leave Pittsburgh out, but we got we're coming up on a poll close
Yeah,
here.
21 seconds until the top of the hour. Another poll closing. We're going to hear from about 17 states here coming up at the top of the hour. And there's our election alert as we stand by, and the drama building now because as we've been talking about, we're going to see Pennsylvania. Those are the other states that the poll closings are about to occur in fact about 1 second, and we'll be able to get some characterizations for you here in just a moment with those 8 o'clock poll closings. Here's an NBC News projection. State of Florida, NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win Florida and take
Let's go.
Let's go.
The state of Massachusetts, Kamala Harris, the projected winner tonight with 11 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Tennessee tonight, 11 electoral votes there. In the state of Maryland, NBC News projects that will go in the Kamala Harris column. We move on to the state of Missouri. NBC News projects that Donald Trump is the victor in Missouri when all the votes are counted. Here's what Alabama looks like. That will also go to Donald Trump. State of Oklahoma, this will be projected to go to Donald Trump. And in D.C., District of Columbia, 3 electoral votes at stake. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win there. So where does that leave us now in the road?
Where are they getting their data from? Because it's not being uploaded here to my
27 for Harris,
Matt.
270, of course, the magic number and the keys to the White House.
90 to 27. Okay.
All important battlegrounds, and there are still outstanding states just as polls.
You know what I love about Oklahoma, man? I think all of the counties went for Trump in 2020.
Every one of them did? I don't remember that.
It is too early to call.
I believe it was every county in Oklahoma went for Trump.
To call it, it's still too early to call. Just 5% of the vote.
That's wild.
In Georgia, we're seeing a lot more of the vote, but still too early
that is wild.
to make a
Love
projection.
it. Just love it.
Let's go
God's
to Tom.
country.
We're starting to look at some of the numbers here, and I see you've got Virginia up there, which is a potential bellwether, something that might give us some indication about how this night might go.
Yeah, and it's a state that we can look at to see how the suburbs are going to perform across the country. I know a lot of you guys know the D.C. area very well. 30% of the vote is going to come from these northern suburbs. It's a good barometer to know also how Harris is doing with suburban women. So let's go to 2020 to compare here. So Prince William County, it looks like Harris is slightly down with 75% of the vote in. This one stood out to me. 95% of the vote is in Loudoun County right now. Biden was at 61%. Harris is now at 56%. Again, there's a difference of about 35,000 votes. 95% is in, and we can actually see how much of the vote is left. Only about 3,600 votes remain in Loudoun County. So she's underperforming a little bit there. As we keep going here, Fairfax County, 45% in. She's at 68%. Let's see how Biden was doing there. 69, about the same. Something else that's interesting that's happening in Virginia, Virginia Beach. This is a swing county. Trump won it in 2016. Biden was able to flip it. Tonight, Trump is on top, but only about 20% of the vote is in. A lot of the western part of the state, as we know, is going to be more.
We got some updates here. Oh, now we're cooking. Now we're absolutely cooking. Check this out. Okay. Let's look at this here. Let's look at this. Let's see what's going on here. See if I can get this. See if I can get this over. Okay, I can't really get it up. Let's do this. All right, so currently we have Texas. What? Kamala is currently winning Texas. What the heck, man? What is going on here? No, so this is early. We got Kamala with a slight lead in Texas. We got Oklahoma. They've projected it. 0% reporting for Oklahoma. You see that? 0% reporting. Oh, dude, that's hilarious. So this is basically what this is what they literally just said. I was like, why is this not showing? So they must have like slightly like quicker results than we are having on Google here. Which this is on the Associated Press. I don't know. I looked at all of the other like polls or all the other results maps, and they said the same thing. So I wish I could find one that was a little bit faster. Florida projected for Trump, Alabama projected for Trump, Missouri, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia. Then we got the only ones projected for Kamala Harris are just these little states up here. We got
Ohio?
No, we got Maryland. Yeah, Ohio is currently being led by Kamala Harris a little bit. Pennsylvania's got let's do a little inspection here. Oh, we got just one county. Pittsburgh is reporting for Kamala Harris right now. Let's see. What's the vote swing here? We got 133,000 to almost 50,000 to Donald Trump. So we got 72% to 26% for Trump. So that's interesting. Kamala Harris, Maryland, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Kamala Harris, Massachusetts, and Vermont. So currently Trump is projected with 95 electoral votes, Harris 35. So that's wild. Okay, let's go back to NBC because they got kind of like the breaking stuff.
A couple of points better. So clearly there are some older whites, and we could really see this country divided by regions where she's stronger in the north because she's improving with white voters.
Marsha Blackburn just won her U.S. Senate seat.
Voters of color, in particular Hispanic voters. We're not seeing as much evidence among African-American voters, but definitely Hispanic voters. It's not just Florida. I think
she's in Tennessee, correct?
Georgia, we're seeing.
Yeah. We're seeing it nationally, too. When you look at some of the numbers here, he is plus 10 specifically with Latino men, according to our exit poll nationally, a demographic group that Joe Biden was plus 23 with 4 years ago. So it is definitely a shift, and it is definitely one of the headlines that we're watching as we're seeing these exit polls come in.
And we see that. I mean, the Latino vote is not just concentrated in the Southwest.
That's exactly right.
It's not just the Southeast. It's also in Pennsylvania. There's a huge Latino population in Pennsylvania.
We have been talking about the ground game quite a bit. It's been heavily focused in Pennsylvania on trying to energize Latinos on both sides. Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump really focusing on that in places like Allentown, in places like Reading, Pennsylvania, trying to make sure that they are getting them out to vote and flipping them if necessary.
And let's not forget, Kamala Harris wrapped up her campaign last night in Philadelphia, showing once again demonstrating the importance of that state, as we are going to find out here in the hours to come and perhaps days.
And Hallie, you've got some more from your exit polls.
You know, it's interesting. Chuck's talking about the graceful removal from the chair. Thank you all for bearing with me. Chuck's talking about the realignment here and where people are sort of politically. One of the things we're watching on that front is this idea of independent voters. We know that they are going to be potentially a crucial voting bloc here. Vice President Harris Harris had made overtures to this group in the closing weeks of her campaign, really trying to win them over, to get them over to her side. Look at how they're breaking nationally here. She is winning independent voters nationally, 51%, Donald Trump, 44%. Here's the thing. Nationally is not how you win or lose the White House. You win the White House.
There's no way she wins independent voters.
The state of states, Pennsylvania, right?
No,
the most key battleground
not.
this year. In Pennsylvania, it's the opposite. It's former President Trump who is actually leading with independents over Vice President Harris in this really important state where the margins could be really close here. You can see it here. He's at 50%. She's at 44%. Again, that's in Pennsylvania. So you might ask, okay, well, how does that compare to how he did 4 years ago? He is overperforming generally with independents now in Pennsylvania. You see in 2020, 44%. He's doing a bit better now in 2024, 50%. And Savannah, Lester, Chuck, Chris, and I'll toss it back to you at the table. This could be really interesting as we watch this develop throughout the course of the night, not just in Pennsylvania, but in some of these other key battlegrounds as well, like Michigan and Wisconsin, which we'll get to later.
Actually, I think Chuck wanted to weigh in.
No, I just think we are seeing something else happen, which is you have a country that's really sour about our politics, sour about the direction of the country, and we now have fewer people identifying with the two major parties, according to our exit poll. It's a huge development.
Oh, surprise, surprise. Kamala Harris just won D.C.
It's very rational.
Believe it or not.
Like the direction of the country. You don't like what's happening, and you think there's a threat to democracy. Do you have a lot of faith in the two major parties? But the lowest share of major party people identifying with the two major parties in at least 4 elections, it means these independent votes are going to be the whole ball game. They're going to decide who's president.
We are keeping a sharp eye on the state of Georgia. We can show you where things stand. But we've just had a change of characterization here. Our characterization from the decision desk now is that this is too close to call. You can see about a 267,000 vote difference between the two, with 37% of the vote in. But again, the NBC News characterization at this point, too close to call in Georgia.
We've got a lot of contributors lined up to talk to you tonight. We've got Senator Claire McCaskill, I believe, over at our Insider's desk. And Senator, I wonder what you thought about that. What some are seeing is something of an alarm bell. This Loudoun County, suburban Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia, where it seems that Kamala Harris is underperforming. And as you well know, the suburbs in the battleground states are key to her victory.
Yeah, listen, this is the witching hour. You know, this is when it is very early. We have exit polls. And by the way, if exit polls were correct, I would be governor and John Kerry would have been president and Hillary Clinton would have been president. So I think
God,
we've got to take all of that with a big giant grain of salt. And
so let's pause that for a second. So we got Donald Trump leading in Texas. Go ahead.
You there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I love the saying, if ands and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
That's facts. We got, okay. So everything is we got everything is as it should be right now, except for Ohio up here in Pennsylvania. Those got to flip back to Trump, okay? Michigan, my state, unfortunately, and North Carolina. Actually, we got 3. We got Ohio, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina. These need to flip back to Trump. Michigan, I don't have much hope for my state of Michigan, unfortunately. But Texas flipped back to Trump. We got Trump with a slight lead in Texas now. Georgia, Trump has a pretty, I would say that's a pretty substantial lead right there. That's, what is that, like 8 points? 8 points.
Zoom in on Cobb County and
Where,
Zoom
Georgia?
in on Cobb County and see what the reporting. In Georgia, Cobb County and Gwinnett.
So we got, it's not
if
showing.
If those are reporting, because they said that's what they say, 30% of the vote.
So
right there around the Atlanta area.
So it doesn't allow me to click. So I don't know.
Gotcha. Okay. My bad.
Yeah, that's weird. I figured it
but
was.
That like they said, that represents 30% of the vote. And it's also the ones where, those are particularly the counties that decided to stay open over the weekend in violation of Georgia election law, but in the early voting period. So that'll be interesting to see what comes out of those counties there.
Yeah, so right now in Pennsylvania, we got Erie reporting blue, Pittsburgh. Then we have just one county here showing red, 5% reporting. So Donald Trump is way behind Pennsylvania right now, so that's not good. Well, let's go back. Let's go back to here. Let's see what's going on here.
Absolutely. And you have the Harris campaign touting the fact that, for example, they knocked on 3 million doors over the weekends. It winds up being numbers, though, until people actually go to the polls and vote. And I do think, just bouncing off something that Chuck said earlier, it's just to zoom out for a moment. Remember that one of the biggest issues of this campaign was change. What people really want is change. And so what you saw in both of their closing arguments was an attempt to argue they're the change candidate. And so what we are seeing, for example, with independents, I think is notable because I think the person who winds up winning this race will be the person who ultimately voters say that's the change candidate.
And like everything in this election year, it's complicated because you have a former president, so there's a certain incumbency there, and a sitting vice president, and there's certain incumbency there as well.
There's something baked into Donald Trump's call for change here because he was already in the White House for 4 years. Same thing for Vice President Harris as you're looking at the popularity or favorability rating for President Biden, which is low. And so the question, is that going to be a drag on how she does? To your point on the get out the vote effort, this is why early vote was critical for both of these campaigns with some 79 million people voting early. Better to bank those votes. What if somebody gets sick? What if somebody's, kid has to stay out of school or whatever? Get those votes in now to get them locked and loaded.
Let me just change the conversation just for a moment because we do have another call to make, and it's an NBC News projection in the state of South Carolina. South Carolina will go to Donald Trump when all the
all right, let's go.
Later. And here's where the breakdown right now that Donald Trump, again, the projected winner, 24% of the vote in there, a vote difference of about 104,000. But again, Donald Trump will pick up South Carolina. Here's where it leaves us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 99. Kamala Harris, 27.
We've got a few key battlegrounds where polls have closed. They're counting, but we don't have results yet. Still either too early to call or too close to call. Let's go to NBC's Garrett Haake. He's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, at Mar-a-Lago. Tell us what the campaign is saying to you.
I have some friends there right now. I didn't get an invite.
Well, Savannah, what seems to be calming nerves down the street at Mar-a-Lago is what they're seeing out of Georgia right now, a state you were just discussing, where their key to victory was essentially blowing the doors off in rural turnout and improving their margins among minority voters, Latino voters, black voters. The campaign is seeing, in the same exit polls we're looking at, improvement among black voters, particularly black men, who the Trump campaign has spent heavily for months and months and months to try to win over, even just a few percentage points, the kind of thing that could make a difference in a state decided by fewer than 12,000 votes 4 years ago. The other thing that I think has accrued to Trump's favor in Georgia is the resumption of unity among Georgia Republicans. Remember, there was a huge fallout with Brian Kemp, the popular Republican governor there, after 2020. Trump and Kemp made amends, although they rarely appeared together on the campaign trail, the two singing from the same hymnal in the race's closing weeks, along with a lot of these other Trump candidates, could be helpful to Trump in that state.
All right, Garrett, we have a call to make. This is North Carolina, the governor's race there. Josh Stein, the Democrat, takes the race there. He faced off against the lieutenant.
Oh, your boy.
Robinson, a very controversial candidate. And
dude, it was that whole thing, man. That's what got him. That's what bit him in the butt.
The presidency might be different than the vote down ballot. This perhaps will be an indication of that. Josh Stein, the winner of the governor's race in North Carolina. Just a brief word.
Curious to see where the litigation goes with that. He did file suit against CNN for their reporting on that whole issue. So I'm curious what happens out of that.
Which is this, because Kristen.
Okay. Here, let's look at these. Let's look at this. These results right here. This is actually way better, I think. Let's see if I can zoom out here. So we got individual, actual counties that we can look at here. Okay, so which county was it that you want to look? Cobb County here. Let's see if we can look at it. Cobb County.
Cobb County.
See if I can zoom in. There we go. Here we go. Okay. Now we're cooking here. Let's see. Does it say the name of the county? It doesn't say it, does it? Maybe I was too soon on that. Yeah, these are, I guess this is just, okay, never mind. I thought AP News was going to have this really in-depth analysis where I can hover over the county and I could see how much is reporting for the county, but I guess not. So never mind. Let's go to Rumble for a little bit. Let's see what's going on over here.
before they hatch? Chickens before they hatch. But the numbers are not looking good for Kamala. Of course, the caveat there is outright theft. We know that.
Yeah, but I think that's good you have Gerald there. We love Gerald. Gerald's like a big wine guy. Sir. He sent me a bottle, and usually when people say they're going to send you a bottle of wine, Steve, they send you some cheapo or something. Right. Not Gerald. No. Gerald sent me like the high. I almost felt bad. I felt like sending him a check. I was like, damn, bro, you know your wine. So we love Gerald. But it makes the Trump strategy, I mentioned this earlier in the show, I'd love to get your thoughts on it, sound like it's pretty genius. You can see at the end, if you notice all the visits they made, they were not abandoning the West Coast, Arizona. They went out there, but they focused heavily on Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia because of what you just said. They're terrified of another late night ballot drop, this thing dragging till 2 a.m, and they know if they run up the score on the East Coast that there's simply no freaking math. If he wins PA, North Carolina, and Georgia, there's simply no math for her to win. I thought the strategy was genius.
Yeah, the only problem is Pennsylvania, of course, you're saying, it might take them, 4 years to count the votes into the next election. But it may not matter if we're looking at the percentages. Again, we have a team here where we can look at the margins, even if Donald Trump doesn't win, let's say Virginia or New Hampshire. But if it's within, let's say New Hampshire, 2 points, if it's within 5 points in Virginia, that gives you some pretty good ideas, some indicators as far as momentum, and these states can be called early. So we have some people here who are looking at some numbers that may often be overlooked. I think that's why we have the biggest stream right now in the world, because they really are working hard back there to provide some of this data. Yeah. And, CNN is not having
These guys are at almost 500,000 live viewers right now.
People have good reason to feel pretty confident. It doesn't change that.
Dude, that's wild. That's on Rumble, too.
Have not closed. Not that I'm going to change anyone's mind right now. Make sure you vote. If you're somewhere where the polling stations weren't working and they extended voting hours, make sure you get everyone there who could have possibly missed voting. But yeah, there are a lot of good indicators that we see tonight. And we just talked about, too, I don't know, but Rumble Premium, we just launched tonight. Mug Club is Rumble Premium. Donald Trump Jr. is going to be on there, and they're adding content where Mug Club is now officially Rumble Premium. It's all one umbrella. And I know that you obviously have been on Rumble for a very long time. You're their top dog because you bet on them when no one was.
Yeah, I heard about it. I love Rumble. I met that guy, Chris, once. You know him? I think he runs a company or something. Yeah. We had coffee once or twice. No, I love Rumble. We are really ecstatic to have you on Rumble Premium. I mean, you are one of the biggest live streamers in the world, not just the United States. And as I said, Steve, it is the future. It is unquestionably the future. Let me get your opinion on some of these west. Let's move out west a little bit.
Yeah.
Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. What's your team telling you? Evita Duffy's next to me. She knows Wisconsin politics well. Dad was a congressman there for a long time. Evita's a little concerned about Wisconsin. I'm not knee deep in Wisconsin politics, but what are you thinking?
Well, the best part about Wisconsin is that it has 49 of the drunkest counties out of the top 50. So that's always fun. No matter what, they're going to have a good time.
Pretty awesome.
I have said since the beginning, of this election that I think Wisconsin is more likely than Michigan. Being someone who has relatives in both Wisconsin and Michigan, having spent a good portion of my life in Michigan, just because of the corruption, Michigan. One thing people don't like.
Jocelyn Benson,
McCarthy was right. When he talked about communists, when he talked about spies, he was right about them infiltrating institutions, namely academia, Hollywood, but also the unions in the United States. And that's why when you look at, for example, the Teamsters, when you look at the actual percentage of the members of the union who were overwhelmingly supporting Donald Trump, what happens is you have union leadership just sit it out because they are not looking to do the will of their actual members, right? It's really about those in charge. As far as Wisconsin, I think that Wisconsin is more inherently conservative than Michigan outside of Milwaukee and Madison. I'm interested to hear why Evita is less confident. I'm not super confident in either of those states, but I do think that Wisconsin is more likely than Michigan. But I'd be curious to hear Evita's thoughts and if she thinks that Michigan is more likely.
Why do you think that?
Oh, 1 second.
Michigan is more likely.
I'm sorry. We didn't get your microphone there. I'm sorry, Evita. Could you go one more time?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
No, so what I meant is that I think Milwaukee is a little more prone to cheating. That's what I'm saying. I think it's a little insecure. They're having to recount already in Milwaukee. There were a lot of discrepancies in 2020. I'm not worried about the people of Wisconsin. I love the people of Wisconsin. I'm worried about the process.
You know what? It's funny that you said that.
I think you kind of echo the same. So you just said the same thing.
About Michigan. About Michigan. Right? Yeah, about Michigan. And so I hear where you're coming. But in Michigan, they just made it too big for.
All right, let's swap back to NBC. I want to see what's going on over here. Oh, no, they're not even doing anything. They're on a break. What about C-SPAN?
Okay, yeah.
So my buddy just posted on X, I guess.
Democrat and
hold on a second. Let me let me go back over here. So my buddy just posted this on X. Let me bring this over real quick. So Philadelphia is about to post election results for 110,000 mail-in ballots, which is about half of all total mail-in ballots. So that means we could get a winner, Pennsylvania tonight.
We've just learned from a source close to the counting process inside that Philadelphia will be posting, when it posts its first votes at 8:01 p.m., they will be posting just over 110,000 ballots. These are mail ballots. This is the long-awaited first batch of mail ballots to be posted, and it represents, I'm told by this source, more than 50% of all mail ballots that they have received. This also, for context, puts Philadelphia well ahead of the pace, their counting pace from 2020, which we've all become so familiar with. But this is a big moment that we're learning first here on CNN. They'll be posting just over 110,000 ballots, and we'll see the results of that when it posts online. We've just learned from a source.
Then he posted this. Philadelphia just dropped almost half of their mail-in ballots. If this is all, then Kamala is toast. So I guess it's not great. I guess it's not looking great. Oh, look what we got. I guess, okay, Trump is 69.9% to Kamala 30.1% on Polymarket. And you see what they put as their headline? The prophecy has been fulfilled. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Sorry for the crude joke, but I gotta go. Let me go to it actually quick. Oh, it dropped back down to 67. So it must have spiked there for a second. Let's see. Where is it at 69? I don't see it. Well, I don't know. I don't see. Pennsylvania is still too close to call though on Polymarket, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on over there. Let's go back to NBC. Let's see. What are we doing?
Night, right? We say it, Savannah, Lester, you both said it, the battle of the sexes, men versus women. It gets a little bit more complicated at that, but let's start with the gender gap nationally here. And you can see it absolutely still exists. So these are our exit polls nationally based on gender. You can see, obviously, this is just the vote here. Women, 53%, 47% men. Typically what we might see. When you get into vote break, I'm going to ask our team to pull that up. You are seeing that more women are backing Vice President Harris. More men are backing former President Trump. More women, 55% for Harris, Trump 43%. We'll go to men, and you'll see it flips, right? That red slice of the pie gets a little bit bigger for Donald Trump when it comes to men nationally, and we'll pull that up so you can see it. The other piece of this, though, there's more to it, right? And when you get a little bit deeper in race and education, that is where this gets really key. And for that, you look at white college-educated women. We've been talking about this demographic a lot here.
They're the worst demographic.
She is doing better with white college-educated women. Donald Trump is doing better with non-college educated white women. And that is another piece of the gender gap dynamic that's at play here.
Well, actually, we have a historic gender gap potentially, and we have a historic education gap potentially. And I want to bring in our panel. We've got Sarah Fagan, who is here. She was a veteran of the Bush White House, George W. Bush, the political director there, and Senator Claire McCaskill of the great state of Missouri that was once a swing state as well. You were a Democratic senator. Way back when. So we've talked a lot about the gender gap, but I think the education gap is key here too. When you hear what Hallie says, Senator, what's your take?
I think, we have so many divides at this point. We have urban, rural. We have college educated, non-college educated. But the big one this election are women and men. And yes, there is a difference between college educated women and non-college educated women. But the support for Harris is so big among college educated women. And the key in this election, I think, is are they going to drag their husbands, their sons, their uncles with them over to the Trump side? Because these are my peeps,
right? Are those the shy Harris voters?
College-educated older women.
Yes.
I live in that place.
Is this the battle of the sexes?
Okay, I literally cannot listen to these people for very long. I'm going to switch it over. No. We got Tucker Carlson. Let's switch over here. Let's go to NBC, see what's going on.
Democrats who might have been motivated to go to the polls on the abortion issue feel like, oh, well, it's already taken care of. People are kind of in the middle thinking, I can vote for Trump even because I think I've already taken care of this abortion question with regard to the ballot measure in a battleground like Michigan.
I don't know. I think ProPublica has done such an amazing job of publicizing the deaths to women because of Trump really extreme abortion bans that are in many, many states. And Texas isn't a battleground state, But there's a Senate race out there that I've got a half an eye on tonight. And I think when you have women dying who want to have the children, who are suffering a miscarriage and can't get the health care they need, that takes it to a different level. And I don't think we had very many of those stories out there in 2022 like we have in 2024.
You know, it's insane how big of an issue abortion is, man. It literally is insane.
That this is an issue that Republicans have struggled to.
And I'm in Texas a lot, and they have the ads for calling all red, basically talking, about that. And they just have someone who wanted the abortion. They didn't, their personal experience doesn't necessarily translate.
Oh, here's your state. Here we go.
My home state.
I wonder who it's going to be.
The projection, NBC News can project that Donald Trump will win in the state.
Let's go.
6 electoral votes. Here's where we are at 270. That leaves Donald Trump with 99 electoral votes, 27 for Harris. Again, the goal, 270.
All right, let's go to the battleground.
He's over a third of the way there.
Literally just closed.
53% of the vote, and
our polls literally closed at 7:30.
Pennsylvania too early to call. They're just getting started in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and North Carolina also too early to call. We do have more vote there, but we're just not in a position yet to call those races. However, Tom, as I go to you, these are some of the races. Georgia,
0% of the votes counted.
Counters, and we may be able to make a call by the middle of the night or in the early hours this morning, and that would be quite telling.
How much do you think that the hurricane and the damage, Helene, is going to impact maybe even the turnout or the way they count the votes in North Carolina?
That we hope to project.
Do you think that that's going to be at play?
No, I don't. Maybe a a tiny bit, but I do believe a lot of those, like the early voting and like the polling areas were moved due to the hurricane. So I don't think it's going to be really that much. I was reading about that. This was about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and they were saying that it was going to affect it a lot. But apparently, they did something with like the registration, or they re-registered people. They moved polling areas to where it would not have that much of an effect. So I'm hoping not. But I guess I don't know. We got North Carolina currently leaning blue, so that could be an indication. Let's just hope that's not an indication of what's to come. But right now, it's literally a dead dude.
Some of those rural areas are slow coming in.
Again, it's still very
early. It's literally a dead heat. If you look at North Carolina, we've got 49.7 to 49.3. Donald Trump is just barely behind Kamala Harris here.
One of those swing counties. Biden won in 2020. Trump won it in 2016. So we're keeping an eye on it. And you see, this is where Biden was in 2020. This is where Kamala Harris is tonight, 49.4. But there's only 35% of the vote in. So still a lot of vote to be counted there. So we're going to stay and watch that. As we move further west, we have some counties out here, rural counties. This is Wise County. This is Trump country near West Virginia. You can see 94% in. He was at 80.4 in 2020. He's at 81.6. Again, how does he win states like Virginia? They're going to run up the votes in the suburban areas, the Democrats. He runs up the votes in the rural areas. So that's going to be good there for the Republicans if they want to hold those marks. Virginia Beach, this is another area we're going to be watching. Again, an area that sometimes tends to swing. Trump with 48% in 2016. Biden was able to flip it 30% in. Again, still early, but Trump is ahead there. So we're watching Virginia, guys, and we'll see what happens. We're still waiting for some of the vote to come in here, but some signs that, maybe trouble Democrats, maybe they trouble Republicans as well. We're going to have to wait. Back to you guys.
All right, we shall wait. We do have a key projection right now. The state of Delaware, the home state of the sitting president, Joe Biden, will go for Kamala Harris as expected. Here's how the vote shook out, just 48% in, but this is an easy projection with the margins as they are expected to be. So here's where we fill out our map at 8:30 on the East Coast. Delaware being added to the tally for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump leading as some of these big states.
Did you see what dress Jill Biden was wearing when she walked out of the vote?
We've got NBC News correspondent Allison Barber. She's in the key county of Gwinnett County, Georgia. First vote starting to come in there. What are you hearing?
Wait, hold on. Let me go back here.
Really laser focused.
I gotta mute that. This was what Jill Biden was wearing when she walked out of the polling place. Just a red pantsuit. Dude, there is something going on with that family, man. Like, because if you notice, like, every turn Joe Biden would undercut Kamala in some way. When she went to, I believe it was North Carolina or Georgia, to you're muted. You're muted. Can you hear me? I think you're muted. Oh, there you go. No, dude, he would go, or Kamala would go to North Carolina or Georgia, and then Biden, for the first time in his entire presidency, walked into the White House press room and totally stole the spotlight from her. And then there was that whole kerfluffle with Ron DeSantis when she said that Ron DeSantis wasn't taking her calls. And then Biden was completely undermined her there. And then there was one more. What was the last one that was really huge? I forgot. I did a video on it just like not too long ago. But and now we have Jill Biden walking out in a pure red pantsuit.
It was the MAGA hat, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. There was a MAGA
hat going on to the Air Force One.
I'm thinking of
he took it from the guy or whatever.
Oh no, the trash. So the one that recently happened was the trash comment.
Oh yeah.
He called all of Trump supporters trash, and that was like literally a few days before the election actually happened. And it was a huge deal, and they were like backpedaling. Even the mainstream media was calling out, like, why would Biden do this?
Because one of the most significant aspects of tonight that we've watched in here are the early votes, early in-person voting numbers in this county. Over 50% of active voters in Gwinnett County alone voted early. That's either by mail-in ballots or early in person. Back over here, you see all these things. I've been describing them today almost as like trash cans, but what's inside of them? All of the in-person early votes, about 300,000 of them. There was a team of election workers here who had been sequestered since 9 a.m., prepping all of these so they could process and get the early numbers out quickly. Every election official and the supervisor of Gwinnett County elections has told us they've been on track to hit all of their markers to have results in on the earlier side. And they're still working over here tonight. This is where the mail-in ballots will come through and are coming through, and they're sorting all of those. Ultimately, we're going to see more ballots coming from the individual precincts from election day to the other side here where they'll count and go through all of that. The big question here is going to be, what does turnout look like? For the Republicans and Trump, did they nudge up what they did in 2020 a little better this year, enough to possibly chip away at Harris's margins and then maybe take the state along with keeping Republican strongholds? And for Harris and Democrats, were they able to reach out to people they described as likely Harris voters who were hard to reach, people who would probably vote Democrat but maybe hadn't voted in past elections? The local county Democrats, they told us they spent a lot of time trying to reach those voters, canvassing, directly targeting ads to them, and sending a lot of mailers in more than a dozen languages to try to get them out. So far, we're told, and you can just see the scale of everything here, the supervisor for Gwinnett County elections, he told us that they are on target right now to surpass voter turnout compared to 2020. By 6:30 today, they had 70% voter turnout roughly in this county. That's exactly what they had back in 2020. So they think they are going to have more turnout in this county. And for both Republicans and Democrats, that's exactly what they were hoping to see. But the big question is, how do those votes fall? And remember, 2020, we saw in the midterms a lot of split ticket voters, Republicans who voted for Republican Governor Brian Kemp, despite Trump saying, hey, that's not somebody I support, and him coming out against him in the midterms, and then voting for the Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock. The question tonight in this county is, could that happen again? And the numbers, at least in terms of the totality, are inching up past what both campaigns were hoping to see tonight. Savannah?
All right, Ellison, thank you. Gwinnett County's late rallies by Donald Trump there in that county and neighboring Cobb County. And you got to hand it to the election workers. They're so focused.
That's what I was thinking. It's
like Cobb County right there.
They don't even look up. They're counting the votes. It makes you feel good about democracy
at
at work.
These are the heroes of the night.
Yes, absolutely.
Democracy at work, yeah.
About election workers, of course, right? And the threats that election workers have faced in so many of these battleground states. And you look at Georgia, that is the home, of course, of Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, who are two elections workers who came under fire, faced death threats, faced severe hardship in their lives.
Dude, these people. What did you just do?
They told them to go. They told everyone to go home. And then after, regardless, Shay Moss and Ruby Freeman, regardless, they did what they did was not right. They sent everybody home, and in the dead of night, they're pulling ballots out and stuffing them through the ballot machines. That's not right.
All of these states to make sure that they
what really gets me is how these reporters, these journalists, or journalists, these anchors. I don't even know what to call them anymore. These
18 points. So this is a county
Luke.
that Democrats have.
But what really gets me is how they just the way they talk. They sound so, I guess, so sure of themselves, and it's like they train their voice to sound this way. Yeah, this is what's going on here. This is what's going on there, and it's all BS.
Daddy's coming home and going to give a little girl a spanking. Like, the sheriff's come into town, which is a message that, if you're trying to reach female voters, I don't know how the females on this panel feel about that, but that's where that happened.
Not good. Don't feel good about that.
Yeah.
I think most women don't feel good about that. But, I come from a state that is very Trump heavy. So I certainly know that.
Okay, we don't care. I'm going to go back to Tucker Carlson for a little bit. We're going to wait for the next round of votes to come in here. Well, let's see. All right, there we go.
And then it was 4.
Back to MSNBC or NBC.
And then
where are we at here?
As well. I should say all of Saunders as well. That's essentially the way it looks, right? I'm going to give you the congressional map so we can cut it out a little more. So this right here, that's Congressional District 2. It's a swing district, as I said. 2016, Trump wins by 6,000 votes. In 2020, Biden wins by 20,000 votes. So why is it important? Because if we come down to that scenario where it's 269, Savannah, I gamed that out. It's going to come down to Nebraska too. So every vote does matter. It matters so much that we spoke to people in Omaha asking them about what this campaign was like. They say they've never seen anything like it. They've been inundated with ads saying on the television, on the radio, people calling them, unlike anything they've ever seen before. Again, it likely won't come down to Nebraska too, but it might, and that's why every vote matters. Again, Omaha, the biggest area of Nebraska, fastest growing area, and tonight we'll be watching it.
Tom, you promised me you would not raise the specter of the 269 to 269.
It could happen. We're ready for it.
It could happen. The Constitution has provisions for it, but can we just all agree? Let's hope we don't get there.
Sound? Is that Chuck Todd's music?
No, that's it. Is that Chuck Todd's head exploding? Yes, perhaps it is. But it's interesting to see these are such contested races, and it's actually nice to see. I think we've divided our country so much into red and blue. It's nice to see that once you get on a county by county level, all of these states they're not monolithic. There's more to it. And we still do live right next to each other. And Nebraska, too, is a very good example of that.
Yeah, but I would say you're right. We live right next to each other. But the folks that live in Omaha, I guarantee you, some of the folks that live out in a very sparsely populated rural county don't relate to some of the same issues that the people in Omaha think are important. It's much more of an urban area.
There's also a hot Senate race there right now where the Republican was expected, you would think, would just cruise to re-election there, but there's an independent candidate, Dan Osborne, who's really giving a run for her money for Deb Fischer.
Yeah, and I will say that one of the things about the urban-rural issue is when you think about the ground game, I don't think we talk about this enough. The ground game for the Republican Party is much harder. Going door to door in rural communities is a much different operation than going door to door in a densely populated area. It's not as efficient. It's more difficult. Frankly, a lot of folks out in the rural area don't want strangers knocking on their door. They're not used to having people they don't recognize coming up the driveway 2 miles down from their nearest neighbor. So it is harder for the Republican Party to do the ground game, the GOTV, as you talked about earlier, than it is for the Republican Party. But it'll be interesting to see how this independent does in Nebraska. He says he's going to be independent. He won't caucus with either party. He won't vote for either leader. He says his job would be to try to bring the two parties together. It's probably a winning message right now. I just don't know if Nebraska's pretty red.
All right, well, the drama is continuing to build. 3 big battlegrounds closing at the top of the next hour. Don't go away. We'll be right back as we count down the road to 270.
All right. Currently, we are at Trump 101, Kamala 71, with Trump leading with the popular vote by, wow, that's by quite a bit. 4 million. He's leading by 4 million with the popular vote. He's got Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Kentucky, West Virginia, Pennsylvania. The margin is slowly starting to close, with Kamala Harris at just under 600,000 votes, Donald Trump at just under 300,000. And then Michigan, we've got Kamala Harris beating Donald Trump right now in Michigan. Let's pop over to Steven Crowder
right now about some ballot issues that they're having. We'll go to that here in just a second, but they're trying to get our buddy. Oh, we've got him?
Yeah, got him.
All right, so our next guest, and Steven will be right back in. It's not a saltine break, Steven. Russell Brand.
If you get really into the weeds and look at Puerto Ricans.
How you doing, guys? You all right?
Excellent. Doing well. How are you? Steven's coming right back in. He took a quick break. This is Gerald. It's good to see you and hear you, my friend.
Gerald, I know you. I've met you before. We've talked about the Lord. We've talked about life. I told you the show.
That's what I was telling people. So what are you doing right now? What are you watching in the election? Is there anything sticking out?
I'm gonna go. Hold on. Let me go. Fox picture in picture. Hold on. Let me go back to me. Here I am. All right, everyone. I'm just talking to Gerald from Louder with Crowder. Many people think that Gerald is the true mastermind behind
I don't think
Louder.
that's true.
Nobody thinks that. Well, people like you.
I do.
Don't be harsh on yourself. Especially not on election night.
Absolutely. Well, what are you watching for right now? Is there anything in your mind that if you saw, you would say, hey, this is going in the right direction for Trump?
Mate, listen, I'm watching this like a person who's been dragged out of the United Kingdom, pummeled through several institutions of entertainment, has found a Lord and Saviour, and is now trying to observe ulterior movements politically while recognising that we are lost in eternity. I know from listening to people who provide this kind of analysis very brilliantly, like on your channel and over on Daily Wire, and even in spaces that are of a different political purview, that the significant places appear to be Georgia and Wisconsin. But I'm watching the granular stuff now, Gerald, of people saying like, Hispanics in Philadelphia have rolled up their trouser legs. Oh no, is that good?
I'm sorry, I just came in. I had to eat saltines because I was sick, and I heard Russell Brand talking about Hispanic trouser legs.
That happened.
The Hispanics, they're rolling up their trouser legs. That's a good sign in Philadelphia, Stephen. We can relax.
I don't know if you said I was thinking trouser snake, which, by the way, Russell, I know that I've watched your jiu-jitsu videos. You do quite well for yourself, my friend. So I don't know what those geese.
It's not a result of any serpents in my trousers.
Oh, I'm not saying it's the one who fooled Eve. I'm saying it's a friendly serpent. So what did I miss here? Because, sorry, I don't know if Gerald filled you in. I lost a bunch of weight. Stomach flu from hell, which
and we're back.
Could be the result of some spiritual attack, we could say, where I had to be hooked up to an IV to make it here tonight.
What you missed is Russell said I was a very nice guy, and you guys gave me a hard time.
Oh, well, he's full of shit. That's why we left his country. So, what did I miss, John? I'm sorry.
I asked him what he was looking for, and he was the granular data. So yeah, you didn't miss anything.
And you're stateside right now, right, Russell?
Yeah, I'm in Miami right now, and I'm watching Hispanic voters. Hold on, there's two. There's two Hispanic voters over here.
Oh no! Come on, I don't buy it.
Voter.
I see not a weed whacker amongst them.
Catholic voters.
Those are Cubans. They don't weed whack.
Are they Cuban American?
One's a Cuban American.
Thank you. By the way, we've talked about Cubans quite a bit. My agent, Gay William, is Cuban American, gay, and to the right of Attila the Hun. Cuban Americans are a different breed. Let me ask her, your mom or your dad, when you were growing up, if you were sad or depressed about something, did they just tell you to get another job?
Yeah, they'd be like, listen, at least it's not communism.
Come in.
Exactly. They tell you about how they couldn't get soap, that kind of thing.
Exactly. They're like, anything is better than communism, so you can't complain about anything.
Yes, that's exactly right. And what is it with Cuban women being beautiful and being friendly and not being offended like us Westerners? I say it all as a compliment.
You mean like gay women in this country?
Oh, geez. Sorry. Russell, that's Nick DiPaolo, if you're not familiar.
Hi, Russell. How are you? You're a brilliant man.
Mate, I'm familiar with you. I see you on Louder and Crowder all the time. It's good to meet you.
Wait, this guy literally has 460,000 people watching live on Rumble. It's insane. Let's pop back over.
I don't want to miss
Let's pop back over to NBC.
A major round of poll closings with the most battleground states of the entire night.
15 states and 163 electoral college votes up for grabs, including 3 critical swing states.
Will Vice President Kamala Harris hold on to the blue wall that cuts through Wisconsin?
Good evening, Wisconsin!
And Michigan.
Michigan, we are not going back!
All right, let's go back to the live election results. So currently we are at a standstill. We got still Donald Trump.
She just
Dude, Donald Trump is
man.
killing it. What's that? What'd you say?
Come on, Kamala, because just irks me. She just irks me. Just the sound of her voice. You have people like that that just like get on your nerves. You don't even know they just get on your nerves.
Well, I think she irks a lot of people, man. Like, I mean, there's a reason why she is kind of in the situation where she is now, where she had to be installed because she can't win a primary. And I think it had a lot to do with the fact that there was a giant war chest behind Joe Biden. She had to be the one, she had to be. I mean, they literally had, I think they raised almost $1 billion for her campaign, but half of that was like was already there from Joe Biden because there was so much money that was behind Joe Biden already. So she got half of that. And then the rest they raised because they're already halfway there. And then that's why you see, dude, every time I turn on, I have a Roku TV, and if you go to the homepage, there's ads on the homepage, just like it'll be like a little banner ad, right? Just some random product or whatever. The other day I turned it on. I was on the homepage. There was a Kamala Harris ad on the homepage of Roku. Like where you see all like the apps or whatever, and then there's like this little segment of the screen that has an ad, and it's just always for something random, sometimes a TV show. It was a Kamala ad. I was like, you got to be absolutely kidding me. So, I mean, they have so much money where they can infiltrate like every aspect of your life. Everywhere you turn, there's a Kamala ad. YouTube, you go to the bar, you go to the restaurants, Kamala ads everywhere. Google ads, Kamala ads. What do we got going on?
Fortnite. Yeah. Did you see where on the freaking Fortnite where the virtual deal, there were no virtual guns allowed in the Fortnite deal? Like, what even is Fortnite with no guns?
Oh, here we go. Wait, we got an alert.
About 6 minutes here. This is the end of the line, and this is about a 60 to 70 minute wait here. So you got the people that are at the end of the line right now, probably about 300 to 400 people in front of them. You're noticing a lot of MAGA hats here talking about the gender divide. Gender divide is very much in play here at Arizona State University, and there's been so much talk about low propensity voters. One of the things that we've been noticing here in talking to students about is the involvement of fraternities. Normally, fraternities, they may not be organizing and may not be turning out to vote as much as you'd expect, but here at the ASU campus, it does seem like the fraternities have been involved in turning out the vote, and those that we've been talking to say that they are turning out for former President Donald Trump. We've also talked to a lot of other students that have been coming out for policy issues. There are several props. The issue of abortion is extremely important in turning out the vote. Immigration is also important. But I got to say, just eavesdropping what people have been talking about in line, it's been surprising how often the topic of the Joe Rogan podcast keeps coming up. We've talked to several students now who say that they listened to that Joe Rogan podcast with the former president, and that was the deciding factor for them. And they've also said that if Kamala Harris, the vice president of the United States, would have appeared on that podcast, they may have had their vote skewed. It's really interesting because,
Wait, hold on a second. I gotta go back to Tucker Vivek. You like him?
I love Vivek. There's just not enough history with him, especially with all the stuff surrounding, his investment into the COVID, all that stuff going on surrounding him. I think there was a lot of, I don't want to say distrust, but not really to gamble on him whenever, during the primaries. And everyone knew it was Trump's to win. And I think he's really, proven his his mettle, number one, and number two, I think that he's proven that he is a trustworthy advocate for the America First agenda. And
I think he's one of the best spokespersons out there.
Yeah,
the guy is so incredibly sharp, it blows me away. And I think that's what kind of puts people off a little bit. Not the fact that it's not really the fact that he's sharp. It's the fact that he seems to touch on all the points almost too well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's what a lot of people are like. It seems like, but it doesn't sound rehearsed. It almost sounds too perfect.
No.
Yeah, and it reminds me of this Scott Jennings guy on CNN. He's have you seen him? Scott Jennings on CNN? No. Dude, you got to look at this guy. Well, I'm going to see what they're talking about here, and we'll talk about that after.
Race, but you wanted to use it as a stage to highlight that.
Wisconsin polls close in 45 seconds.
With Amber Thurman, and in Florida, she talks about it as a place that
I voted 2 weeks ago. So
we're coming up on a poll closing, but in Iowa, whose polls are going to close, there was a late election poll. Iowa just had a very restrictive abortion ban pass, and this shock poll on the eve of the election had Kamala Harris carrying a red state. So it's just a very potent issue.
Not to overread into it, but it is an indicator perhaps, and the pollster there, Gold Standard pollster, thought perhaps the abortion issue was motivating these older white women, right? A demographic we've been watching tonight.
And Chuck, well, let's go to the election and we'll move right here. As we get some more poll closings here, we can give a few more characterizations. In just 3 seconds, all of these states will see their polls closed, and we'll begin counting the votes. Here is state of Texas, which we were just talking about. Donald Trump will win in the state of Texas when all the votes are counted.
Boom.
NBC News projects that Donald Trump will also win in North Dakota tonight. South Dakota, same story. That will also go into the Donald Trump column this evening. We move to the state of Wyoming. In 3 electoral votes at stake, Donald Trump, the projected winner in Wyoming. Here's the map. The road to 270 now getting interesting. 154 for Donald Trump, 30 for Kamala Harris.
All right, let's go to the uncalled races just from those 9 o'clock poll closings, including New York, Colorado, Minnesota. So we still await results there. But let's go to Michigan. That's the biggie at this hour. Polls closing in Michigan, and it is, wait for it, too early to call. We will be waiting for it perhaps into the wee hours tonight. Arizona also too early to call. 7 o'clock in the Mountain West, 9 o'clock on the East Coast. Polls just closed there. Let's go to Wisconsin, the other of the blue wall states, along with Michigan and Pennsylvania, too early to call. And speaking of Pennsylvania, too early to call. Starting to see more vote come in, but we could be waiting a bit for that. And same with North Carolina. They're counting more quickly, but it's still too early for us to make a projection. And in Georgia, it's not too early. It's just
That's
too
absurd.
close. We are starting to see the vote come in. We've got 66% counted right now. And yet, despite the margin that you see there, we project not only what the margin is right now, but where we expect the vote to come in, whether it's coming from a Republican stronghold or a Democratic stronghold. So when you see that disparity and then you see us say it's too close to call, there's a method to that madness, Tom, and you've got Georgia up there.
And I'm going to explain the method to the madness, right? The difference right now, 220,000 votes, Trump on top with 66% of the vote in. But Republicans, it can't even get close to celebrating just yet. These sort of UFO objects we have circling Georgia right now, this is the remaining vote. And the bigger that bubble, that means the more vote that is out. And the more vote that is out right now is in the Atlanta metro region. Remember, I told you guys earlier that
I wonder if one of those counties has to be Fulton County, right?
Area right here. The election is essentially
County is
in the Atlanta metro region because the margins are so close. Every vote matters, but because the margins are so close, Trump runs up that rural vote. The Democrats run up the urban vote. They run up the suburban counties around Atlanta as well. Let's take a look. Let's see how Atlanta and the surrounding counties are looking, the ring counties. Cobb County. Cobb County, 77% of the vote is in. Harris slightly overperforming where Biden was in 2020. Let's go over to Fulton County. This is where Atlanta is. A huge county for Democrats here. She's about where Biden was, 72% of the vote in. She can catch up and bring that up. Gwinnett County, again, these are the counties that Clinton flipped in 2016, and they just got bluer and bluer. And you can see what's happening here. 16% of the vote is in, but she's at 60. Biden was at 58. Let's keep going around here. Douglas County, 84% in. Here we go. Harris overperforming in that county. We'll come a little further out. Rockdale County will kind of move a little out the suburbs, the exurbs, if you will. 69%. Look at where Harris is tonight. 74%. She's running up that vote in the Atlanta metro region. If she can keep that momentum going, she could possibly take the state of Georgia. But again, we got to wait and see. I want to see how Trump is doing in some of his rural counties. 78%, 95% of the vote is in. So 78% in 2020. He's at 78 right now. Let me go to a neighboring Towns County right here, 81-80, and then in Union, 81-80. He seems to be hitting his marks, too. I want to hit some sort of swing counties, if you will. Dooley is one of these. Trump won it in 2016, but if we go back, Obama had it in 2012. Tonight, Trump is up. He's building on his margins from 2020. That's a good sign for him. Let me see if Peach County is in. Peach County is another one that no vote is in. This is one of those swing counties, not a whole lot of voters, but it usually sort of picks the winner. We like to watch it as we go around. Muskogee, this is 72%. This is one of the ones we're watching to see if Trump could make inroads with black voters here. Harris seems to be comfortable. She seems to be at the same watermark where Biden was in 2020. So guys, still very close in Georgia. As we said, too close to call. It was about 12,000 votes that separated this in 2020. Trump won this state by about 5 percentage points in 2016. The state is definitely changing, and the reason why it's changing, it's in this Atlanta metro region.
Yeah. Go for North Carolina. I'd love to see some North Carolina numbers. I mean, these numbers are coming in as we speak.
Yeah,
let's hit North Carolina. Again, we're going to look at all the state. I'm going to be looking at Mecklenburg County. This is where Democrats have to drive up the vote. Only 6% is in, but we can see how she's performing here. 6% is in. I'm not going to really draw too much from there, but she's overperforming Biden. We go to the research triangle here. Wake County, 76% of the vote is in. We compare her to Biden, 62 to 63. She's doing better. I know a lot of the vote is in. Over here in Orange County. This is UNC Chapel Hill, the research triangle. You have medical research jobs, high-tech research jobs, affluent suburbs, highly educated Democratic voters. 86% of the vote is in. Let's see how she compares to Biden. Slightly overperforming Biden, not by much, but look, any little increment makes a difference when you're talking about a 10,000 vote difference at the end of the day. Right now, the difference is about 41,000 in that county. Trump is on top right now. He's going to run up the rural vote. We can check out some of his counties over here in western North Carolina, Graham County. These are some of the counties that were affected by Hurricane Helene and all that devastating flooding. 95% in, 81%. In 2020, he was at 79, so kind of overperforming. The big unknown was how many people were going to actually vote in here. And one of the great researchers, Dr. Chris Cooper of North Carolina, political scientist, pointed out to us. He said, listen, this is Trump's area that was affected by those floods. You can have 9 MAGA hats in your house. But if you no longer have a house, trying to get your vote, trying to get your voting location is going to be difficult. They were so concerned about this area that election officials actually changed the rules so you could actually vote in other counties if you couldn't vote in your own county. It looks like turnout's okay. We heard that from Sam Brock. Asheville is that blue dot in the sea of red in North Carolina. Again, affected by Hurricane Helene, 55% of the vote there in Buncombe County. Biden was at 59. Harris is overperforming. Again, any advantage she has in the counties where Biden was doing well or won, and she's hitting higher marks, Democrats are going to love that news. But there's still a lot of the vote is out, 76% in Wake, like we said. Let me see where else in the state that we're still waiting on vote, because there are a lot of rural counties. Listen, if right now, let me go to the entire state. So 41% of the vote is in. Look at this giant circle around Charlotte. I mean, Charlotte, a lot of that vote, Mecklenburg County, it's a county that is majority minority, right? Mostly black and Hispanic. And they're still waiting a lot of the vote there. That could be a very good sign for Democrats tonight. But some of the vote is out, like in these rural counties right here. If we check out Johnson County, just outside of Raleigh, connected to that, I'm actually kind of curious, even though only 8% is in here. This was a county that they were looking at to see if Democrats could make inroads there. It looks to be about the same, only 8% in, guys. But we're going to keep a close eye on North Carolina as more of this map gets filled out.
All right, so here's where we are, 7 minutes after 9 o'clock in the East Coast. 6 polls have closed now of 6 of 7 battleground states, still waiting, obviously, for the 7th. Allie, you heard the numbers. Break it down how we're viewing it through the lens of
through the exit polls, which are coming in. And I got to give the grain of salt caveat, which is these numbers don't get finalized until closer to Thanksgiving, right? So we don't want to overread into them, but they are an indication of where things stand. And what I'm looking at, given that polls have just closed now in the rest of the blue wall states, Michigan and Wisconsin, here's something interesting. Look at the youth vote here. This is a little tricky to look at, but I'm going to walk you through it. Look at Vice President Kamala Harris, she is winning younger voters under the age of 30 in Wisconsin, but Donald Trump is right on her heels there with 47%. He is actually winning younger voters in Michigan, 51% to 46%. And if you take a look even further into this, you can see that he is overperforming where he was among young voters in the state of Wisconsin, 47% now. That's a double-digit increase from where he was 4 years ago. It's a similar story in Michigan. And I will also tell you it is a similar story in Pennsylvania as well. You see the Michigan numbers here. Similar story in Pennsylvania as well when it comes to young voters. Now, we've been doing a lot of counterpoint tonight, so let me fill you in as I walk back to the desk. One of the counterpoints here is in Michigan and Wisconsin, Vice President Harris is doing better with older voters than she was relative to 2020. So there's some interesting dynamics at play here.
Well, it's interesting because we saw Gotti Schwartz in Arizona on the campus of Arizona State University, which gives me personal pain as a graduate of the University of Arizona. But I mean, he may be in ground zero of this very thing that exit poll is showing, which is young voters, young male voters, which.
All right, I want to go back to this this map here, man. I'm looking at Pennsylvania. It is not. Well, I don't know, man. It's starting to slowly close up, but man, it's looking pretty crazy. Take a look at this.
Reported.
So we've got 18% reporting. So we got Kamala Harris leading 61% to 38%. So that, I mean, I guess I haven't really paid attention to where the candidates were in the past, like around this time. So I really don't know what to compare it to. What do you think about that?
I mean, I really think that it's ridiculous that it's taken that long, 16%. And you've got how much percentage in Georgia? As you know.
So let's see. Let's go over to Georgia. Now we have in Georgia. I think we only have we have 68% reporting.
Yeah.
And we have Donald Trump up 52% to 46, 52.5 to 46.9% here. So Donald Trump, he's already halfway
at the same time.
Yeah, he's already halfway there. Wow.
Yeah.
So we got Michigan 10% reporting. Michigan's pretty close. So we got 45 to 52. So that's a toss up. So we got Wisconsin. Their polls just closed. So we should get some results pretty soon. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm getting a little bit nervous. At this point, I'm getting a little bit nervous. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, let's see what DJ Don Jr. See what he has to say here.
40 Trump rallies, and it's like, why? And the answer is because they're so fun.
Yeah. No, I mean, there are people that have been to over 100 that I've met. And I'm like, I'm not sure, but his overall energy.
Okay, hold on a second. I got to go to this real quick. So apparently something just happened in Pennsylvania. This was just put out by Kyle Becker. Disruptors broke into a Pennsylvania polling place and forced a police evacuation. What the heck? Let's look at this real quick.
Hi, everyone. It's Haley with the Center County Report. We are currently at the Willow Bank building where we are setting up to go live when police told us we need to exit the building because they said people are trying to disrupt the election. Now you can see back behind me that there are police flashing lights, residents, people. We are all gathered here at the lower parking lot of the building. We'll keep you updated with what's going on at 8. Hi, everyone.
Okay, interesting. All right, let's go back to this. What do we got going on here?
Of strategists, organizers, even some donors, and they all went down and knocked doors.
I can't listen to these people. Hold up. Wait, so it hasn't updated
Donald
over
Trump
here.
just went up in North Carolina.
Yeah, so Donald Trump's at 177 now. Trump needs less than 100 more delegates to win. Let's go. So what just happened here? So we got Georgia. Okay. So all these other states came into play. We got North Dakota, Wyoming, South Dakota. He's currently winning in Minnesota. How many vote? Okay, we don't even know what percentage he's.
Was it Minnesota, the state that where they came out the Somali community wasn't going to endorse President Trump? What a wild endorsement. Definitely didn't have that on my 2024 election bingo card.
Yeah. That Somali leader came out and endorsed Donald Trump. Yeah, I remember that. I posted on my Instagram. So let's see here. So we can get closer to this. Here we go. So wow, I mean, it looks really good now. What's this, Nebraska? What is this? Nebraska? Okay, it's got blue and red counties here showing.
So Nebraska has that odd, like they don't have to commit all of their electoral college.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're right. I remember that.
So I don't know. I think Maine got rid of that, but I'm not sure.
No, they've got the same thing because they got the blue and the red. If you look up here,
okay,
they got the blue and the red. So
no, it was Nebraska that the governor they were going to do, and he decided not to do it this election cycle. They had passed a resolution or something in the House, in their House of Representatives and their Senate to do that, and I guess their governor postponed it or whatever to basically commit all of their electoral votes to the winner of the popular vote, I guess, in the state.
Gotcha. All right, let's see what's going on over here now.
Changes at the margins among African American men, I think, will be a huge part of this story.
All right, Garrett, thank you.
Dude, African American dudes do not like Kamala Harris at all.
And how's the feeling there?
Dude, they're not feeling that.
Well, there's still a celebratory feel here right now. They're waiting for any particular data.
I loved whenever they would let them come into the barber shops and things like that. And it was just like, yeah, you could tell they were just tolerating her. Like, hey, yeah, we'll take some free publicity, but we're not buying what you sell us, sweetheart.
Dude.
Here in Washington, D.C., watching as well before they arrive here a little bit later this
No, but they are right. It's this election. It all depends on if women come out and vote for Kamala because she has a massive lead among women.
Those 3 wards with the largest densities of Puerto Rican voters right now that they say in those particular wards that they saw as of 5 o'clock, 3 hours before the polls closed, they had already reached the same number in terms of turnout as they had 4 years ago, which is to say that they believe that they are exceeding the numbers in the past. They think that's a good indication there. I'll punctuate a thought that Simone Sanders was just sharing a short time ago. I am hearing again about those college campuses right now, everywhere from Nevada, UNLV, all the way to a series of separate campuses in Philadelphia itself, Temple, one of them that they named.
This is okay. So this is Kamala's, I guess, Kamala's headquarters that they're in front of.
The campaign right now in these sort of late
you can tell.
Hours, even
you can tell. let's just say that you can tell. It's a cultural rift, okay, between the two parties right now.
All right, Peter.
Simone was making that point a moment ago about if they can keep them in line.
You can keep them in line if Jennifer Garner's on the other line talking to your mom or Paul Rudd, and that's the strategy there. We've got a race to call here in Louisiana. No big
8 more for Donald Trump. Let's go.
At home, you can add Louisiana there. Just 22% of the vote counted, but again, the margin expected to be rather large. So here's the map for those watching at home. The South, of course, reliably red for Donald Trump, and at this early hour, he is far out in front, but we await those key battleground states. And I think we've got Tom over there talking the great state of Ohio, a former battleground.
Semi-battleground, right? We got exit poll data out of Ohio as well. 17 electoral votes, about 55% of the vote is in. Trump is on top by about 266,000 votes. I want you to remember that number. Write it down if you can. I know it's kind of a big number, 266,000. The reason why I want to highlight that difference, because when we punch up Ohio here, so that's the spread, 287. It just changed. That's how fast voting data is coming in. Again, I love going to this. The remaining vote that's there. Again, here's the issue. The remaining votes in the Democratic counties like Franklin, which is Columbus, Cuyahoga, Cleveland. Look at the numbers here. In Cuyahoga, look how many votes are still out. 377,000. She's on top by 71%. Let's see how she did compared to Biden 4 years ago. 66%. So she's overperforming in Cuyahoga, and there's still a lot of that vote that's out. Let's go down to Franklin County. It holds the capital of Ohio, Columbus, 68%. Overperforming there with about 60% of the vote that's in. And then again, 266,000 remaining. So just those 2 counties, we're talking about more than 500,000 votes. And that's way bigger than the spread for the entire state.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, when you talk about some of her overperforming in those areas, the reason we expect Ohio likely goes red, but let's talk about the Senate race there. Yeah, because we have the control of Senate hanging in the balance right now, and it hangs on this Senate race.
Yeah.
Bernie Moreno, the car dealer, versus Sherrod Brown, the incumbent. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so look at this. Neck and neck, the difference here, only 74,000. So what does that mean? That means the Republican in this race is underperforming Trump. There could could be a split ticket issue here. Again, way too early, 56% of the vote in. But look, the difference here is 74,000. Remember that number I was telling you to remember? It was over 200,000. So that means that Trump is overperforming right now. Bernie Moreno is underperforming the Republican candidate. The incumbent is still down. But again, remember what I told you. There's a lot of that vote that's out in Cleveland, in Columbus. I'm going to look in one more spot here. Let's get back to the president's race. In Hamilton County, which is Cincinnati, she's at 62%. Biden was at 57. Again, look, this could be some of the early vote that's come in. It could be some of that blue mirage. Again, we're prefacing this is all early, but I'm going to get back over to you guys because there's a projection.
Yeah, Tom, we got a projection in the state of Rhode Island. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win in Rhode Island when all the votes are counted. 4 electoral votes.
I did see that they've got a Republican governor candidate big in New Hampshire. So I think that'd be one to watch.
4 electoral votes. Donald Trump still well out in front with 168. Remember, 270 is the prize that we're working our way toward. We'll take a break here. It's 9:30 in the East. The vote counting coming in. Our decision desk standing by to make more projections just ahead.
All right. Still kind of, Donald Trump with a massive lead right now, at least when it comes to the delegates. But once we have all of these states over here, we got Arizona still. California results are supposed to come out around 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. I just keep going back to Pennsylvania. And the thing is, Donald Trump, he is slowly growing. He's slowly closing the gap, but she just had such a big lead at first. I was wondering what was going on here. Michigan, the gap really hasn't closed at all. Wisconsin, though, he's leading, but we only got 3% reporting so far. But let's go back. Let's go to X. Let's see what's going on. See what X is saying right now. Hold on. Got new post.
What are your thoughts on the split tickets voters? That's such a foreign concept to me. I feel like. I'm not dismissing that there are certain candidates that are unlikable and things like that. But at the same time, in an election this monumental where you actually are pulling people out to vote for Trump, it doesn't equate to me. What are your thoughts on that?
On the split tickets, when they can vote for Trump and also for a different down ballot candidate? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I get it. I think it should be allowed, but I just don't think I don't think people really pay attention to what is going on in the country the way they should be right now. I think we're at kind of a critical point in our history where it's like all or nothing. And I remember I was talking to a guy the other day, and he made a joke because I brought up the election. I was talking about it. And he made a joke. He was like, well, you know what? He was like, every election they say this is the most important election. And I almost said something back to him like, no, actually this time it is. But I was like, you know what? I can't tell him and make him feel like it is. But this is what I said. I was like, I've heard that all my life too. But then I saw Kamala Harris's town hall on CNN, and I was like, well, maybe it actually is. And he just cracked up. He was like, you know what? He was like, yeah, I saw a few of those clips too. That was crazy. And he said he was voting for Trump. And I think it's that attitude. Most people have heard this so many times where they feel like, oh, this is just another election. I don't think this is just another election. I think censorship has gotten so bad it's affected me. It's affected a lot of other people. A lot of people are just kind of going about their lives, and they don't realize really where the country has gotten to. At least, I that's how I feel. I don't know. When I talk to the average person, they just have this vague sense of who they should vote for, right? And it's not any deeper than that. But I don't. That's my thoughts, and I think when you're in that situation, it should just be straight red down ballot completely. But that's what I think. So it looks like George, let's see, what is he tweeting out here? Live presidential forecasts. Our election model estimates the outcome of the race in real time based on polling data, the votes reported so far, and what we expect. Chance of winning, 67% chance of victory for Donald Trump. So they have the Electoral College estimate, Trump 285, Harris 253. So that's the New York Times poll. Let's actually go to that poll. So New York Times election poll. Let's see what does it look like here. National polling average we have, let's see. New York Times presidential poll. See if we have it here. Is that it? Is that the one? It looks so much different. All right, I'm going to bring this over here. I'm going to try to figure it out. Let's go back to NBC.
But for him, he has to win one of them. If he wins Michigan and he flips North Carolina, holds Georgia, he can win any of these two out west, either Nevada or Arizona, put him over the top. But if he can only win Wisconsin, I'm going to take Nevada away. He has to win Arizona to get to 272. So you can see it's going to be a long night for us, but every state sort of leads to a domino effect, if you will. And that's one of the reasons why we were watching Ohio, because if he were not to win a state like Ohio, which he won the last two presidential elections, his whole map changes. Guys, back to you.
Well, right now, so far tonight, we haven't had any big shockers. Yeah. But let's talk about Pennsylvania. There's a reason that the campaigns spent more money there, spent more time there. It may well, at the end of this night, or perhaps it will be Saturday morning, like in 2020, it will all come down to Pennsylvania.
Oh, dang. So we have a lot remaining in Pennsylvania. We got like 4 million ballots.
Battleground prize out there. And part of why we're watching states like Ohio so closely, like North Carolina as well, particularly in the suburbs, is to test how those counties, in those collar counties in Pennsylvania might go. Remember, President Biden won Pennsylvania not because he won the Philadelphia County area, but because he was able to really drive up the vote among white working class voters.
Oh, they just called it for Donald Trump in North Carolina.
Just to mention, as we watch all of these returns come in, when President Biden was at the top of the ticket,
for Trump and
North
not
Carolina was out of reach for
Mark Robinson.
The fact that we're
I know, that's crazy.
There's been so much play in North Carolina that former President Trump spent so much time there in recent days underscores the fact that they have tried to open up more paths, and we'll have to see if that was effective.
I want to ask a little bit about Michigan. We haven't really talked much about the Gaza war in Gaza and how that might affect the vote, in Detroit and in parts of Michigan. Are we getting any read there at all?
Well, it's going to be something that matters, right? Because we saw that uncommitted vote. We know there's an Arab American population in largely Wayne County. It's only about 2% of the population, but it could be potentially significant here. You saw Vice President Harris, as she was on the campaign trail just in the last few days here, begin her rally speech, one of them in Michigan, by referencing, of course, Israel, Gaza, what was happening. She doesn't typically
What was your thought on Michigan, you said?
Her stump speech that way.
Leading into this, you weren't very confident?
What's that?
You weren't very confident in Michigan?
Well, Michigan, where I'm from, Michigan, I'm very confident that it's going to swing to Trump big time. But what you got to realize, Michigan's split up into two land masses. So the land mass I'm at it should be a part of Wisconsin pretty much. Yeah. But it's not. And then you have lower Michigan, which that's where all the, crazy blue-haired people are. But I don't know. It depends. There is a kind of a wild card
Lions
with
fans?
those people too. There is a little bit of a wild card when it comes to these, I guess, Muslims that are voting for Donald Trump in Dearborn, Michigan, that are like hardcore against Kamala Harris. Wait, what do we got going on here?
Kamala Harris is the projected winner. I'll get this out.
Come on.
And there you see the vote difference, 800.
I was really hoping Donald Trump would squeak it through in New York.
To show us where we are on that.
They haven't called New Jersey yet, though, have they?
Donald Trump out front with
let me see here. I don't believe so. Let's look
now.
Let's continue this conversation about Michigan, about young voters, because this issue that you raised, Gaza,
they have.
Israel, this this is a very
They called it for Kamala.
with young voters. With
She
the
barely won. Well, by 8 points.
Kamala Harris struggling with that. We've seen ads by third-party groups in Michigan trying to bring up that kind of dissent that is going on. It's very interesting. In the primary, there was an uncommitted vote, sort of a protest vote against President Biden. 100,000 people voted uncommitted in the primary. The margin in 2020 was 154,000. So this is a constituency that very much matters.
Absolutely. And with young voters right now, we just had Hallie, you brought this up on the data wall a little bit ago. Trump is leading young voters. And again, that gender gap is playing out right here. It's large with voters under 30. Of men, 59% going for Trump, 39% going for Harris. Women, 54% Harris, 44% Trump.
It cracks me up how they talk about Trump and all these, like, doing all this analysis. You know, where we're
University of Michigan.
Now they're just talking about him normally.
Only won by about 11,000
a week ago they were
votes.
saying that he was Hitler.
Campus, I actually anecdotally heard.
You know, shouldn't they be freaking out that half the country supports Hitler? And they're seeing it in real time.
It could have made a difference. So what does that look like right now? Who does that mean did better on those campuses if we start to see those margins be eat away at?
Oh, dude, Trump is winning in Virginia right now with 55% reporting.
Hillary Clinton.
That's crazy.
Postmortem of her campaign, the criticism was she didn't spend enough time.
I cannot stand this lady, bro. Okay, let me go to. Let me switch over to Steven Crowder. Let's see what he's up to here. Let me refresh this page. Wait, 1 second. 1 second. What we got? Oh, there we go.
Flag, a symbol of hate. My wife has that tattooed on her ass. That's why I married her.
This guy cracks me up.
And let me tell you,
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Not the transmission. The Klan's mission was not to overthrow the American government. It was Black Lives Matter. It's right in the mission statement to this day. So it's a sign of hate. There's no doubt about it. And you don't have to watch an NBA game to feel that way.
I think they just called Ohio for President Trump.
Damn it, there it is, Josephine. You just made me miss the damn punchline. I can't even have any time to myself. All I want is 45 minutes every damn day to be informed on the issues of the day while watching it in the package that keeps me entertained, but you have to ruin it because you want to watch your wife swap.
Calm down. Why you gotta be so mean?
Mean? Don't I work all day for you woman I provide, don't I? I bought you that damn couch.
You didn't buy that, you found it.
Whatever happened, there's the fucking thought that counts. You know what? Thanks to the app, I can watch Auto Car wherever I want. I'm gonna go be educating my truck.
I'm sorry, are you objecting to your client? The objection is sustained. He doesn't have to answer it. Right. I believe it was a real shooting, but he wasn't part of a government mind drop.
Josephine, what the fuck? Get in the router!
All right, we're back. That clip is just reminding me of growing up in Missouri, which I don't think yet has been called. We've still got an incredible break going on here. Guys are working around the clock trying to get things done. We've been under the
Ohio
DDoS
Trump
attack
while
with
you're
the
out.
election integrity map, but so glad to be here. Bill Richmond, the half-Asian lawyer.
Oh, yeah, we got Ohio.
Trying to get some food down because he's the only one who's willing to stay in here and keep working besides the three guys.
No, I was scarfing my sandwich while trying to explain. Yeah, sit in the chair, Bill.
Man, dude, you definitely dunked that like Kamala and Willie Brown. I mean, that was
okay. Half Asian lawyer. The guy's a beast. He's great. All right.
Did you hear the Doug Emhoff deal the other day where he was talking about how Kamala put her head down and went to work?
Yeah, dude. Did you hear the one? Oh man, let me see if I can go to my real quick. Let me go to my Instagram, dude. I have so much stuff posted there. These clips. There was one where Doug Emhoff is talking about giving Tim Walz a hug. Dude, it was so bad. Hold on, let me see if I can find it really fast. Problem is I post so much, so sometimes it just gets lost. Oh, well, let me go back.
And let me walk back to the desk with you to talk through some of these democracy issues here. This is a funny question, state of democracy, because there are Republicans who believe that the state of democracy is an existential threat, largely because of the election fraud lies that Donald Trump talks about. There are Democrats who believe that the state of democracy is under threat because of former President Trump himself, if he were to be back in office. So this is a tricky one. It's not like it cuts obviously one way or the other. So there's some unpacking to do.
It's a Rorschach test
right here.
The state of democracy.
That's exactly right.
So this is Doug Imhoff's attempt to appeal to young men because that's what they were trying to do.
Just got up on that stage. Okay, so Tim. When Kamala and Tim took the stage together for the first time in Philadelphia just 14 and a half weeks ago, I met him that one time in Minnesota, but that was really the second time I met him. And I just got up on that stage and gave him the biggest bro hug in the world, because that's the kind of guy he is. And I have to tell you, I got a lot of texts from some longtime friends and some family members and said, well, what's going on? You never hugged me like that. But I said, well,
yo, dude. Dude, Doug Imhoff and Tim Wall is like, what a pair, dude. What a pair, man.
They deserve one another.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about what I think about them, honestly. It's quite the, white dudes for Harris. It's a thing for a reason. All right, so right now we got Virginia. Trump is leading by a slight margin. North Carolina. Wait, didn't they call North Carolina for Trump?
I believe so, because we talked about not choosing Robinson.
Yeah. So why is it not showing up? I don't know why it's not showing up on the results here. Wyoming for Trump. So they're calling all these for Donald Trump. All right, let's go back. Let's go back over here.
Joe Biden, we're still on the ticket. Vice President Harris has done this thing where she's tried to both distance herself from President Biden. She told me in our interview just a couple of weeks ago, Joe Biden is not on the ticket. Like, I am the one who is running on the Democratic ticket, which she's right. She is on the top of the ticket. But at the same time, she has not distanced herself in a super clear way from a lot of his various policies. She has said that she feels some loyalty to him, of course.
Well, the ads that have been run to great effect in a lot of these battleground states tie Kamala Harris directly to Joe Biden. The Trump campaign thinks that Biden is a clear drag on the Harris ticket.
It's been one of the biggest challenges of her entire campaign, including in her interview with Howard.
Oh, I found it. Here we go. All right, let's look at this for a second. So this is the New York Times Needle. So right now, live presidential forecast, we got the New York Times Needle leaning Trump, 66 chance of victory for Donald Trump. Electoral College, Trump 285, Harris 253. But they have, I guess they have the needle just slightly to Harris for the popular vote. Oh, it went down. So the needle is slowly going towards Trump, and then that popular vote for Harris is slowly going down. Well, let's see what you guys think in the chat. What's going on with you guys? Christy, we got Christy in the chat. What's up, Christy? How you doing? Pete says the Democrat ticket is the undemocratic ticket. What do you guys think? What is going to be the final result? What do you guys think is happening in Pennsylvania? So I was kind of nervous for a little bit there because Kamala is like way ahead of Donald Trump in Pennsylvania right now. But they have like what, a quarter of the votes counted right now? I don't know. Michelle says, please go to Tucker. Okay, I'll go back to Tucker. Let's see if I can find him real quick. We got Dan.
That's really weird. I don't like this at all. I think.
Okay, we got Trump. He got
other days they could
a few more votes here.
Why election day? Why the night after?
A few more electoral votes. Let's see. Where are we at here?
That's really bizarre.
I want to see Pennsylvania.
It is bizarre. Maybe you can get him to change.
He keeps closing that gap.
Listen to you.
He's now less than
of Utah. Thank you.
What is he?
You've been
Less
such
than
an
100,000 votes away from her now.
Trump's behalf. I thought you gave one of the best. Was that it? That's Gordon?
Come
that was
on.
in Arizona.
Arizona. Sorry.
Dude, yeah, that's huge. He closed that gap, and he closed it quick. Wow.
It's been a blur of big arenas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great
Good
to
to be
see
with you. Likewise.
Thank you. Thank you.
So he's within less than 2 percentage points of Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania now.
Very easy. It's
You
going to
look
have
right
to be
there.
taken out anyway because of this court case, but the EPA will drag its feet and take it.
38% of the vote in.
Let's go back here.
Shocking to me because being against fluoride in the water was the single most reliable marker of
39% reporting.
U.S. media for like
Pennsylvania.
Well, it was.
Oh, dude, he is so close. Look at this.
Subject of
1,370. 1,327. That gap just literally just closed so fast. I give it another 20 minutes and he's past her.
The health injuries that were.
I'm going to switch over back to NBC really fast, see what they're saying about all this.
Democrats can turn out their voters here. There is no way that Republicans can catch up. Between Las Vegas and Reno, which is Washoe County, this is the battleground county here, about 15% of the vote here. The vote in Washoe actually is more reflective of the entire state, much more than Las Vegas is. It's reflective because it's a mix of both Republicans and Democrats. Democrats have been able to hold Washoe County for a couple of elections now. If they can hold it tonight and do well in Las Vegas, it's game over there. But look at all of this Trump country in the middle. It's not a lot of people, but it is rural desert, with the exception of Elko. You have some population centers there, and this is where Trump hopes to run up the score. Something else we have to understand, I'm going to zoom out a little bit, about Nevada is that you have people from Northern California who have been moving since the pandemic into Reno, right? And then Southern California moving into Las Vegas. People from California find it more affordable. They find it that they can get more for their money. Because of that, housing prices have gone up. So the economy and housing prices are a huge issue in Nevada. And finally, the last point I want to bring up here is that the unemployment rate right now in Nevada is over 5%. It's the highest of any state in the entire country. So the economy is going to be huge here. And you got to remember, Trump came out with his plan about no tax on tips. You have all those service workers and those service unions in Las Vegas. Democrats quickly adopted that plan because they knew it was a good idea. Unclear if it's ever going to become law or if they can even do that. But it was a plan that caught a lot of attention in Nevada, guys.
And a populist appeal, definitely.
And I think I'm glad Tom was talking through those points here because I think of Nevada and I think economy, right? You talked about the Republican governor, that largely driven by anger over pandemic shutdowns on the Strip, et cetera. No tax on tips. I'll also tell you another number. I think it's $3.80, just about $3.79. That's the price of a gallon of gas in Nevada, the highest of any battleground state.
We've got Donald Trump with a slight lead over Kamala in Wisconsin right now.
And that's another factor that
Democrats
we're watching.
49. He's leading by 0.2%.
That's all but disappeared. And as you mentioned, a Republican won statewide office, the governor's race in 2022.
It's also one of these
He
states
is
with an
less than a
abortion
percentage
ballot initiative as well,
point
in a
away
state
from
that the Trump
Kamala Harris in
campaign believes you could see
Pennsylvania
some
now.
ticket splitters on that.
And it's a
0.9%.
Let's go,
dude. It's so crazy, man. If he takes North Carolina, Virginia,
look,
he's leading Kamala Harris in Virginia with 61% reporting.
This really is an indictment of the Democratic Party.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to
because you want to talk about
I'm
Nevada.
going to flip over to Timcast and see what they're saying about all this.
Basically,
real
for the
quick.
first 3 years of this presidential cycle, just destroyed the Democrats on voter registration. All across the country in the battleground states, Republican registration.
Montana, Utah, and Nevada are getting ready to close. That would have been great.
No, absolutely. No. That's right.
No, it's all.
My man knew right away.
Subconscious. I proved it to my friend. It's your subconscious moving it around.
Me and Shane are like, we gotta. Absolutely not.
You're just moving it subconsciously. It's not real spirits. I mean, there might be spirits involved too.
They try to get through you.
Maybe you're right. Actually,
guys,
Wow.
82.7 on poly market for Trump. Oh, man. Let's hope the wisdom of the crowd is right. 75.5 that Trump actually becomes president.
Insane. People buying and trading. Maybe people making a lot of money tonight on this stuff.
Come on, let's call Ohio for Bernie Moreno. With 58% reporting, he's up 3 points in the Senate race. Okay. Let's just say 52 for the Republicans. All right, Utah just got called, it looks like. John Curtis, nobody's surprised by that. Did you see that Riley Moore won? Twitter? Not that that's a big surprise. Oh, that's yeah, awesome. yeah. That's awesome.
We knew he was going to win. It was a shoe-in. It was the I didn't even think he had big primaries. Well, the Moores own West Virginia, so
Oh, Riley's great. I'm so excited.
Yeah, shout out to Riley.
I told him he's going to be the only member of Congress who can land a kickflip.
That he
Probably
can.
true.
I'm also looking. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with Joe Kent. I'm looking forward to Kerry Lake.
What state's Joe Kent?
Washington.
CNN says Nevada experiencing issues counting mail-in ballots because young people don't know how to sign their names.
That is hilarious. Throw it out. If you can't sign your name, then you shouldn't get to vote. Don't do forensics on
They
that,
have
bro.
several days to work that out, says Costa.
Trump has won Montana. Not surprising. Donald Trump has won Utah. Not surprising. Let's see. Republican John Curtis wins Utah. We got that one. All right. Let's go, everybody. I'm just checking the other data, and looks like that's all the big updates for now. How you guys doing? What is this rock, paper, scissors going on over here?
We're figuring out who's going to bounce on the next cycle in.
You got to do rock, paper, scissors.
The next guest.
I just said shoot.
Live.
All right, come on.
Why? Who's coming in now?
I don't know. I can't see yet.
It's a mystery guest. It's going to be a surprise.
And behind
All right, let's go back to Tucker Carlson over here.
Medical product.
Trump at 198.
When you say if I'm given this job, can you be for people who aren't following?
Yeah, I'm trying to refresh New York Times website, dude, but
Trump has asked me.
there must be so many people on this website that it's so slow.
He's asked me in terms of the public health.
Trump is leading in Pennsylvania.
Number one, to get rid of the corruption.
We got it, dude.
Man.
Look it. He's leading.
Capture phenomena.
We got Trump leading in Pennsylvania. Let me pause this really quick. Let's go back to the live election results. Oh, no, it flipped back to Kamala. We're in an absolute head-to-head battle right now in Pennsylvania. So he is with literally 3.3 percentage points away from Kamala Harris right now. He flipped it, and it flipped back to Kamala Harris. So this is like a head-to-head battle right now in Pennsylvania. This is insane. If they call it for Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, I'm ending this live stream. I'm doing it. I don't think they will, but let's see. Let me go to the chat here. Let's see. It says Neil Johnson, a friend of mine. Let me pop over to his stream really quick. Neil Johnson. So I don't know if you've never met my my old co-host, did you?
Over near Philadelphia. So that's one of the collar counties. That was the one that we saw that actually Trump was gaining. Some
I thought George
was way over
going to be on here.
Chester County. So
okay, it's interesting.
That's,
After the bomb threat prompted the evacuation nearby, it's just one of a string of reported bomb threats in multiple swing states on election day. Georgia and Arizona have also reported non-credible bomb threats, with officials saying they suspect. See what you can.
I gotta get rid of some of these
pull
tabs.
up on Arizona.
hey Neil, can we look at how many votes that Trump had in 2016 total?
Absolutely. You're looking at Pennsylvania. You want to look?
No, I'm just total with the country. I'm curious how many votes he got total in 2016.
Okay.
Because I see where he's at right now. I'm curious how if he's over the total he was in 2016.
No, okay, not even close. Go for that. We go to. We're going to go to 2024 polls, and then we go into president polls, and here we're going to go up here. Go to Trump versus Harris.
Dude, I've never seen a website as slow as New York Times right now.
History. So 2016.
I literally can't get to the presidential
3.2. The results
map.
We're in the 2016 general election. Okay. Oh, come on. Hit the wrong tab here. Look at that.
All right, I'm gonna have to come back to this whenever George comes on. He wanted to come on here, but I can only have one person on at a time.
Let me do it.
Get him on, brother.
It's all right, dude.
I want to bring in someone from our insider's desk right now. Jim Messina was campaign manager for President Obama's reelection in 2012.
The genes on this guy, though.
Right now, what are the and what are each of the sides?
It's a window. It's a window.
This is a white dude for Kamala right here. White dude for Harris.
I swear, he must be related to Mitch McConnell.
County,
Oh, yeah, he's got that turtleneck. It's wild.
When I was Obama's campaign manager, I was obsessed with Bucks County. And so far, it's looking like very early numbers, but she's doing really, really well. We talked about the Latino vote. That is a very scary number for the Harris campaign, and they're going to want to do better. But the thing around the exits that we haven't talked enough about is really the senior vote. Kamala Harris is doing better with white seniors in the exit polls and in some of the early results than expected, than a little bit better than even Joe Biden. You'd rather have those much more high propensity voters and a lot of a bigger overall number with those seniors. So those are three things that
Trump is now projected to win the popular vote.
I'm pretty happy. But in general, Trump is running up numbers in rural better than he did in 2020, which has to concern the Harris campaign.
And we talked a lot about young men who were breaking for Trump. We saw the MAGA hats and some of the long lines at the universities.
Yep.
Is that unexpected to the level of the lines you're seeing?
I think both sides have a little bit of excitement here. I've talked to Harris.
Trump has now pulled ahead. Pennsylvania, he's up by over a percentage point now. Huge. This is massive. Check this out. Trump just pulled ahead. So he's at 50.2. Kamala Harris at 48.9. Dude, that is huge. That is absolutely massive. Let's see if they're talking about it over here. Let's go, man. Let's freaking go.
Seeing all of us, election deniers who fought.
So Neil Johnson is like one of the OGs that got banned during the 2020 whole situation. So was George. George did too. There was like a whole group of them. Somehow I found myself in the group because of George. But yeah, we're cooking in Pennsylvania now. I mean, hopefully, I don't want to speak too soon, but it's looking really good because we had Kamala Harris had a pretty massive lead just a little bit ago, and he closed that gap like in a snap. So now he's within, it's still close, but it's looking really good. So he only needs 72 more electoral votes. He wins. Illinois called for Kamala Harris. We got Michigan. Sad. My state, sad. We got Wisconsin. Hey, Wisconsin pulling ahead for Donald Trump. That's huge. That's where, yeah.
Could worry about that Milwaukee vote. Milwaukee recounting 30,000 votes due to a tabulator or a machine not being sealed properly.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
So
crazy.
Yeah. I am curious. What are some of the House and Senate races that you're watching? Some of them, obviously one of the governor's races I was really curious on was obviously my buddy, my man in North Carolina, Mark Robinson.
Let's go.
Let's go
back over there. One sec. Let me.
But are you familiar with Royce White?
Royce White? No. Where is he from?
He's running in Wisconsin against Minnesota against Amy Klobuchar.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man. He's sharp. He's a former NBA player, MMA fighter. Now he's I guess he's a podcaster or something now. But man, he's a great,
I have seen this guy. Yeah, I have. Yeah. He's currently winning.
That would be a huge win if he can pull, and he's a great candidate for that area too. He's just a great representative for them, for that area altogether, and you can kind of tell that he's really in tune with the community there and with national issues. So I'm really hoping that we can pull a win out on with him, especially with them holding Minnesota looking a little purple right now. So
yeah, well, it looks like. So what we got going on right now is it's only 2% reporting. I don't know, man. Someone like Amy Klobuchar, she's so entrenched in the politics there. It'd be hard to unseat her.
One of the great
things in their debate. I was able to watch it, and they have video of Kamala Harris, and they showed the montage of Kamala Harris, however you pronounce it, and Amy Klobuchar and several other people talking about how they're worried about the integrity of the voting machines. And so he's just like, she's trying to like zing him on, it being an election denier and things like that. He's just, no, I'm just agreeing with you. It was just like such a great, like debate moment. And it was awesome. So if you get a chance, you can check that out.
So I'm looking right here. I found this on X. I don't know. So this is Fox 9. They projected Klobuchar the winner already. This was 59 minutes ago. So I don't know. I guess that's how it goes. I don't know what's happening there. What do we got going on here?
NBC News projects that Ted Cruz
Let's go.
retain his seat.
Let's go. That's huge.
Taking some big swings.
Yes.
Colin Allred.
They were trying to scare everybody, saying that he was going to unseat Ted Cruz
tonight in his bid to unseat Ted Cruz.
Let's go to Chuck on this because Texas is the one.
I used to intern for Ted Cruz back in college.
Democratic campaign committee threw money in Texas at late in the game, thinking maybe there was something going on there. Texas has a very restrictive abortion ban, as we know.
The Democratic Party went way late into both of them.
Dude, is this all they got? Literally all they talk about is abortion. They don't talk about they talk about abortion and Donald Trump is Hitler. That's literally all they have. And I guess, it's working for a lot of, women, single cat ladies or whatever. But dude, it's such a weak platform to run on. Fear, abortion. Some of these ads that they got going out there about, did you see that one where that lady was like laying on the floor, like in a pool of her own blood? And was it a doctor or something says that she needs an abortion? And then all of a sudden the politician pops up or the elected official pops up. You can't get an abortion. And so I just made it illegal. It's just like, look, who in their right minds actually believes this stuff goes on? It's absolutely insane. Let me go back over here. Let's see. Is my buddy on here? Oh, yeah, there he is.
Points.
My man, George.
Kerry Lake that is not good, but we'll see. With 35% of the vote in and most of the votes so far from Maricopa County, when those wider rural cities come through, the numbers should look different. But I really want her to win because I don't want the rhinos to spend 4 years telling us, look, Trump candidates can't win. We need more rhinos. I don't want that. I think it's a disaster. So I'm hoping she pulls it out.
Let's pull this in here. Let's go to Arizona. Okay, you go 52-9. It's only 35% of the vote in. Let's just take a drill down on this just a little bit. Let's just take a look at Apache. We got nothing reporting there yet. Navajo is 0.
Well, considering most of the votes counted so far were early votes, I think if her score in the election day vote is good enough, it should be really good for us. Pinal County, I'm no surprise that that margin is as close there because of the animosity those establishment Republicans have towards Kerry Lake. But we really need her to win. So, because Trump needs a good Senate, he can't be dealing with Mitch McConnell in the Senate.
God help us all.
No, God help us. But the good news is Pennsylvania, Trump is now leading in Pennsylvania by 2 points or close to 2 points. And the New York Times says the margin might be 2.
I just saw that.
You really can't cheat if the majority of people now believe, Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. The New York Times is setting that narrative. And I think it's because they're not going to pull the late night dumps. The fact that Philadelphia already counted most of their mail-in ballots. Now he just has to run up the score in the, rural counties,
right,
and just keep those really strong. But you still have a lot of votes around the Philadelphia area. Bucks County still has a lot of votes, and that's a red county now. Lehigh County, more votes there. So I think he's going to end up winning Pennsylvania by a lot. But Arizona,
oh man,
really
Donald Trump is barely scraping by Kamala Harris in Wisconsin right now.
State by 8 points. So one, he can get Kerry
how much percentage?
But two, to just set the precedent for
we
the
got
national mandate.
45% reporting.
Now
He's
they're
winning
saying
by
the popular
a
vote,
10th of a percent right now.
Yes.
What are they saying about that? Are they saying he could win it?
Yeah, he is going to win the popular vote, George. That's just not even in doubt. I mean, in my mind, but you know, I'm just so Maine's third, 10% reporting is it on there. Virginia, see, nobody's called it except. Did you hear when we had Brian on? I don't know if you caught any of that. I mean, here we've got Kamala underperforming in all these counties, and Decision Desk HQ, which I guess is Michigan, called it. And look at this. There's no way. Nobody else is willing to call that state. And when you look at this, and we
I
ran
think their theory is that Trump is running out of votes or counties to run up the margins. And so when these, votes come in from the bluer areas, she's going to just overtake. I think they might be right about Virginia, but the fact that it's this close means he's going to win the popular vote. If it's not, overly cheated in California, because that's the only fear I have, is that California is going to come through and dump a bunch of garbage on our screens and give her the popular vote. So Michigan's is an interesting one, because you have Detroit, that whole area that has rejected Kamala. I mean, I think a few cities in Michigan had more people vote uncommitted to the Democrat primary than like anywhere else in the country. So the Muslim vote there is going to be crucial. Trump is currently winning
voters of color
state,
that have clear. I mean, that
is he's currently winning.
Yes,
well, let's stop the count, man. Let's go back to stopping the count. Montana is just, I think the Senate race, I mean, they should just call it right now. I mean, the fact that no votes came in from Montana and they just said it was Trump's should mean the Senate race goes to Tim Sheehy as well, since Trump literally went to Bozeman, did a rally that was huge. I mean, half the state was there basically. So I think it's time to just call Montana. But I think they're keeping these things alive, like Georgia, the guy's leading in Georgia by 5 points. You should probably call it now, because most of the vote from that Fulton County, really the Atlanta metro, is in. They're all over 70%, and there's 85% of the votes have been counted. So she would need to win almost every outstanding ballot to win Georgia. I think they're keeping it, keeping it as a card just in case. But I think they should just
no. You know what they're doing, George? The news media needs views, and so if they can just keep it, then they just keep watching to see a Georgia call. But I'm so confident in Georgia right now. I'm there on Georgia. Furthermore,
I heard on CNN that the Kamala camp took their eyes off of Georgia and were laser focused on Pennsylvania. They took their eyes off of North Carolina too. So I think they believe that Trump will win Nevada and Arizona by a lot, and then he'll only need to win either one of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and that would make him the next president. So they're looking at Pennsylvania like, this is our path. This is our path. But when he wins Georgia and Arizona and Nevada, it's going to be really hard. Yeah, it's basically over at that point. So, and then maybe we get, Virginia should have flipped, man. Glenn Youngkin should have just signed an executive order stopping all those DC Democrats from voting. He should have just done it.
Trump is he's leading in Virginia right now.
Maryland was such a blowout. It was
I don't know
ridiculous.
Let me look at the
like
counties.
My brother voted in Maryland. Oh, geez, that's a blow. Yeah, but the thing with those margins, I don't know what the comparison is with 2020, but it's important to see the margins close so we can win the popular vote. Because look, if Trump doesn't win the popular vote, they're going to spend 4 years, saying he's not really the winner. He's illegitimate.
Yep.
So he needs a national mandate to govern. and that's only going to happen if he wins the popular vote. And the only way to do that is to close the margin in states like Maryland. Not sure
Dave
how
McCormick, the Senate candidate in Pennsylvania, is up.
It's not that far, right? Trump's close in New Jersey. It's like 6 points. So I don't know why they called it like that fast when Georgia is around the same and they didn't call it with less votes in.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make sense.
I'm watching Carrie Lake as well, man. Let's see, where's she at?
6. Trump's winning Georgia by 5.
Dude, I can't believe that Ruben Gallego is actually leading Carrie Lake like he is right now. That blows my mind.
Counted are higher in Georgia, and they're not calling it.
I'm gonna see if we can get Patrick Kolbeck from Michigan on here quick. Michigan's really actually turning into something very tight, and I had no faith in it.
Well, I think this is always going to happen.
Neither did you.
They were always going to give us a tight race because they want people to kind of believe the results, but I think they believe they could cheat. I think they thought they could pull off their cheating habits, but with Wisconsin, I'm happy with that. Michigan, I'm not. I'm still skeptical, like you, Neil. I think Wisconsin is really interesting. I don't know what the Senate race is. Tammy Baldwin's winning by 8,000 votes with 50% of the vote in. That's going to be so tight. We'll see.
Dude,
but now
Eric Huffey has to flip this seat. He has to. There's just no other. There's no other way.
Speaking of New York, what does New York look like?
New York, 62-38. So she has a 1 point. Basically, it looks like Florida, but a little bluer.
Wow, New York Times up to 81.
No, it's 59-41. So it's only a million she's up by.
I almost just want to open up Facebook. I'm never on Facebook, but I almost just want to open it up because I got some of these liberal friends. And I remember when in 2016 when he won, and it was just starting to tell. And I'm watching all the screens, CNN, Fox, MSNBC, and I'm watching it all go down, and I'm just getting jacked out of my mind. And then this guy it's got Mike Lindell on here, guys. Look at this, Mike.
Hey guys,
we're winning this.
Hey,
I got Mike on there. My man.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to get back in there, bro. I'm right outside Mar-a-Lago, the door here. I just left the president inside there, and a bunch of this. He's in a great mood. It's looking really good. By the way, you guys, you might have missed this. It's a little side note for you. I'm kind of lost. I'm trying to hold my camera up. I'm just very excited. See, I'm shaking, George. You see that, George? Anyway, in Arkansas, I think it's Independence County, some county in Arkansas, they voted in to get rid of the machines. It's the first county in that voted in. Yeah. So that's kind of historical. It was a 62 to 38% vote against the machine.
Wow.
So I know that's any breakthrough, but that's one of that's breaking news. I broke that on your show there, Neil. Wait, this is wild.
That's incredible.
Right outside here, I'll turn here and see if you guys can see Mar-a-Lago here.
Mike's bringing us in there, man. We're there in spirit.
There's not supposed to be any media here, Neil, so I hope you don't get in trouble.
Mike, I'm just so happy we're winning. I mean, and thank you, honestly. Thank you for fighting the good fight for so long. So
everybody, it's been for me tonight. I think everyone in the whole place has come up to me and say thanks for starting this way back when and never giving up. So that means a lot to me. But I give God the glory. But still, it's good to hear that the people are there appreciate it because as we know when they say how's my pillow, I said we're just decimated. They've attacked it every single day, and ABC News asked me outside the gates. They said, "Are you gonna quit talking about elections now after tonight?" I said, "I might quit talking about elections, but those machines are getting melted down, and I will never stop talking about the electronic voting machine." I said I was saying one of the good things that came out about this. There's so many things coming out right now on Vocal. If you look at our website, vocal.com. We have so many things, so many deviations in so many of the states right now. that we have enough, I believe, right now to be able to use after this election to really get rid of the machines with everybody wanting it gone, including everybody except for the Uniparty, mostly the Uniparty Republicans. I bet old crooked Brad Rassenberger is scrambling down in Georgia. Going, hey, they're onto us. What are they going to do? Because I'm telling you, Neil, as soon as this election is over, when our great president wins, those judges that are sitting on all those cases down in Georgia, especially the big one against old Brad, where the Alex Haldeman flipped the election with a ballpoint pen in 5 minutes. Remember, all those cases are still pending. So they just wanted, those judges are afraid, but after this election, they're going to hammer those machine companies. I really believe that. So
yeah,
maybe I won't get sued for $6 billion this next year.
That's awesome.
Amen. Mike, thanks for giving us that update. Hey, can you just tell me when you're in there, what's kind of the sentiment that the Trump camp is having on Michigan and Wisconsin?
Yeah, what I haven't been, like I say, you hear so much cheering in there. We don't have a host, so to speak. Like somebody up speaking. It's just like TV, big screen TVs all over, and he's kind of sitting out to the middle left, and then you have, there's all these tables. So, you hear things when they put stuff up, people are cheering. I can tell you, my thing is I believe that he's up by a lot more than what they're showing. So it kind of scares me that it's so close right now. They're making it so close when in reality, I think everyone on this show knows that he's probably should be 55 to 45 in Wisconsin, but I think they got him at a dead heat right now, don't they?
Yeah, pretty much. Right now it's at 49.6 to 48.9, so they got him up by 0.7, 810 to 78.
And then if you're watching, we've been watching Fox, which I think CNN, to be honest with you, I think they cover better what's left to be counted. I think they've always done a better job at that. They do a better job at attacking. At least they're not silent like Fox on everything else during the year, right? But they do a better job. I've watched them because they'll show what's left to be counted, and you really got to look at that. You could have a big league go. They can just, as long as they can get the public to believe something that, hey, it's possible, they're going to go for it. They're going to try and steal it. We all know that, right, George?
Here's some good news. Almost all the votes from the Atlanta metro.
Apparently, we have Georgia being called for Trump,
and Trump's leading. So,
okay, guys,
that's a big.
Yeah.
And that tells
Are you serious?
You guys, when you see,
1 second. Let me go to.
You can't tell me that it's different in it.
Yeah, one of my commenters just said it. Georgia called for Trump.
People are people. We're all fed up, right? We're all fed up.
Virginia just flipped back to Kamala.
Interview all those Democrats that are flipping. There's, everyone feels the same. So
Wisconsin.
This is what I'm saying.
Still Trump.
If they do steal it for something, if that happens,
barely, still a 1/10%.
Like, how did this city, the Republicans win, and this one they lose 92-2? You know what I mean? So we're very well prepared at this time with and the media and everybody getting the word out. Remember, we didn't have anything in 2020 except for CNN, Fox News, and MSNBC and Salem Media, and they took all that away.
All right, Mike. Let me go back to NBC. What are they saying over here?
It's about 190,000 vote difference with 50% in.
It's early, but it seems like what we're gleaning from exit polls and other data is that the Trump campaign is overperforming, doing very well with Hispanic voters and young men. That Joe Rogan army appears to be real in a lot of these places. Is that what you're seeing, Mark?
No, absolutely. I think they're very excited.
I want to find an MSNBC live feed.
They're overperforming in rural
I really want to.
They're trying to cut their losses in the urban areas and in some of the suburbs. It's not always working, but I think in some of these key battleground states, it's panning out right now.
Claire, what are you hearing from the Democratic side?
Well, first of all, I think there's a lot of people on the Democratic side that are paying a lot of attention to what's happening with Sherrod Brown and John Tester right now.
How about that? Yeah.
Because the fact that it's been called for Trump in Montana, and it hasn't been called for the Senate race. Gives you an indication. Same thing in Ohio. And I think everybody needs to remember what Lester just said is true. It's a 50-50.
Okay, we don't have anything going on over here.
There's a guy, Trump. Hey, Trump's calling. Hey, it's snowing. It's such a. It's snowing outside. The snow's coming in. I got a storm.
There you go. You guys want to see prison bars made out of voting machines? Go to mypillow.com. Use promo code Lumberjack.
No, do not do that. Use promo code Unwoke. I swear to God.
Right now, you can get the free Steve pillow. That's the travel pillow, absolutely free. Okay, you can get that right now. All you do is pay shipping and handling. So go support Mike Lindell. Go support MyPillow. What happened to George here? Did he just dump?
I don't know what happened.
All right, I'm dumping. That's what George does. He'll just like freaking leave the show. He'll just be like, peace. Nah, he's cool. He's my
drama.
Yeah, so I'm on.
I mean, looking
I'll
back,
leave that on in the background.
It's been a blessing.
Really?
Yes,
Scrolling through Twitter right now. We
I
got
feel this was God's plan.
Yep.
I feel grateful.
Trump projected to lead or to
I think the more they hit me,
win Georgia. So that's huge.
President Trump's
That's huge, man.
nobody should know who
So
President
he's sweeping like every single swing state, so FTs are saying.
There's no real threat. The threat that happens here is the calling in the bomb threat where there isn't a bomb in place, specifically to try to achieve chaos, to try to get these sites evacuated, and in some cases to disrupt voting patterns.
And for kids watching for the first time election results, they should know that we never had bomb threats before Donald Trump became a presidential candidate.
Every road leads to Donald Trump. It's like, dude, it's so predictable at this point. These people have some sort of sickness that's insane. Like every single thing, if there's something bad, negative that happens, they'll find a way in a roundabout way to go it back to Trump. It's somehow Trump's fault. It's insane. Literally happens every single time.
a month later,
I mean, and this is the same people who literally have, that we've now found out that they had agent provocateurs during January 6th. I would not put this past them doing this stuff. It's like the freaking fake Patriot Front Fed boys.
Oh, dude,
and everybody knows the Feds. Like, you're not fooling anybody.
They're psychos. They will literally stare into the camera and just lie to you straight to your face. And they'll have this like tone of voice and these voice inflections that make them sound so authoritative. Like, look at the camera, you know what I mean? And they'll just lie to you. It blows my mind real quick. Sure seems like a Trump victory, but then, dude, you can see all the voting right now is stalled. I mean, they called Georgia for Trump, so that one's in the clinched up. Virginia has been flipped back to Kamala. Let me go ahead. Back here, Virginia flipped back to Kamala, barely. She's barely winning that. Pennsylvania, Trump is holding his lead there, but it's stalled. Michigan, stalled. Wisconsin. Let's see. No, actually, Wisconsin moved. So Trump is leading Kamala by a pretty decent margin in Wisconsin. But yeah, let me see what NBC is saying over here.
All the trends in the first few hours showed Hillary winning, and then she didn't. But obviously, this is not the return we were looking for. It gives you a little sense of the way that some of those people supporting Kamala Harris are feeling this evening right now. Again, a lot of numbers, a lot of data still to be counted right now. But as Claire McCaskill said a short time ago, some of the early results we're seeing in some of those places, North Carolina, Georgia, are not looking as positive as the Harris campaign had been hoping. It doesn't mean that they still don't have a path, but it does certainly increasingly mean that they'd have to succeed in holding on to that blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And frankly, speaking to some people in some of those states that are involved with the Harris campaign, they said that's where they are seeing some concern that's going to be a tightrope that they have to still try to walk tonight. Buster?
And Peter, we were just talking here, there's a sense that the polls were in fact right. Are they getting that sense that the polls are really reflecting what we're watching?
Well, I mean, nationally, this is basically an evenly divided country, right? So the idea that our last poll showed at 49-49 is sort of a overall popular vote, that may be pretty close to where this thing ends up. But remember, for the Democrats to win the Electoral College, they generally have to have a better advantage as it relates to the popular vote. So if the country's evenly divided in terms of a popular vote, that may not be enough for the Democrats. Still a long way to go. Obviously, nobody here is leaving. They're still waiting to hear from the vice president. They recognize this may be not just a matter of hours, but days right now, and they're still hopeful that people are waiting in line, including on those college campuses. They point to campuses in Pennsylvania in particular, some of the campuses out west in Nevada. They're still circling on the map as a place they think that they have the ability to perform well in right now. But, you know, frankly, that's the candidate assessment for the people I'm talking to. So
we got California about to drop their results. 10 o'clock. So we got 7 minutes for California.
Let's go to
Nevada's coming up soon. Idaho, Washington, Oregon.
Hi there, Savannah. And, you know, one thing that we're hearing is that just heard from the Milwaukee elections clerk, and they're saying that they are processing these absentee ballots. All of the early vote, all of the mail-in vote is counted here in this warehouse. Despite the fact that there was a little hiccup that we saw earlier.
Do the JD Vance look.
Have they delivered the pizza yet?
Yeah, the JD Vance Jim look.
There. They say that flap was not locked. The tabulator was sealed, but the actual flap there that opens up, it was not completely locked. So what?
Okay. All right, buddy. Okay.
They went through to all of the 13 tabulators, high-speed tabulators in this
happens every day.
Facility, and they went through and emptied them out and restarted the count of some 30,000 ballots. Now, despite that, they say that they're moving along fairly well. When you look around here, you see at each of these stations, the election workers, the election clerks are counting those ballots. And, you know, when you talk to operatives in the state, one thing that they're focused on is what will come from the vote here in Milwaukee. And I talked to a Republican operative who said he's, quote, feeling very good about what they're seeing on the Republican side. They say when you look at Dane County, that Vice President Harris is not meeting her marks there. And pointing to Milwaukee, he's saying that the turnout is not meeting what the Democrats should be getting in this area of the state. But when you look at the amount of vote that's here, we know there's about 107,000 ballots that have yet to be counted, and we are still hours away from that being sent over to the county for the public to see. So it's expected to be a long night of counting here in Milwaukee.
All right, Shaq, thanks very much.
Let's go over to Tom Yamas, who's over at the big board. Couple of things. Let's look at North Carolina.
You got it.
Still too early to call. And how about Virginia?
Yeah.
It's a blue state. Haven't called it yet.
We'll talk about both those because both states have interesting things happening. So first off, 85% of the voting, if you're asking yourself, why is it too early to call? Why hasn't NBC News projected this race just yet? Because listen, there are still 875,000 votes that are out. So we're going to wait till we can make a clear projection there. I do want to highlight some things. I've been talking about Charlotte, Mecklenburg County all night long. This is where Democrats had to turn out the vote. This is where races are won and lost in the state of North Carolina, is in Charlotte. Clinton at 62, Biden at 66.7. Harris is at 65. Remember, she has to win this state because they lost it 4 years ago. She has to be doing better than Biden. And now I want to take you to the Black Belt. Again, these are the counties that there's not a ton of people, but they're largely African-American counties. And I'm going to go to compare this to 2020.
Oh, that's a little bit racist.
And
wow.
I want you guys to watch these numbers. Remember, the number on the left, it has to be higher. The number on the left has to be higher. So we're going to lock this in. Let's go through here and just watch every county. She's underperforming.
Everyone hates Kamala Harris. Everyone hates her. Cackling Kamala.
Almost every county she's underperforming. Again, this is the Black Belt, high proportion of African-American voters here, and she's underperforming. Not a population center, but if she wants to win North Carolina, she has to be doing better there.
She's not black.
About Virginia.
That's why they're not voting for her.
Virginia. We haven't called Virginia yet, you know. And if we, just to give you context, the last two elections.
Problem figuring out if you for me or for Trump, then you
ain't black.
5 percentage points. In 2020, Biden grew that lead much more. It was about 10 points there. Tonight, here's where it's at.
All right, so I guess we have some protests going on in Seattle. Let's take a look at this real quick.
They've had it boarded up for weeks.
Dude, yeah. Antifa is already out, dude. Trump has not even been inaugurated, and they're already out. You got the Soros back group, dude.
Yeah, that sounds like they've got cops there, or National Guard, one or two. Move back, move back.
You know who funds Antifa? Crazy. All right, let's see what's going on. What's going on in the Twitterverse here? What's happening?
We are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the...
All right, so that's good. Oh, we got some Trump pics. He's talking to Dana White and Elon Musk. They look like they're having a little huddle up there.
Actually win the popular vote. Again, if he wins the popular vote and the electoral college, if he wins the popular vote and the electoral college, that's the first time a Republican has won both the popular vote and the electoral college since 2004. It has been 20 years. And at that point, panic has got to be setting in for the Democratic Party, especially because they can't even claim this is a low turnout election. This is an extraordinarily high turnout election.
Highest turnout election ever.
Highest turnout election ever is what this is going to end up being.
And is it really?
The New York Times.
Crazy. Dang, I never thought I would see Ed Krasington say this. It's becoming more evident that Trump will win. Is this actually real? That cannot be real. He's the most like crackpot leftist ever. Oh, he did. What does that sound?
George in the chat. We got George.
Do what?
George.
We got George. Oh, hold on a second. I was like, what is it? Yo. Oh, what the heck? Did you, one second. Here, pop out really quick, Luke. Pop out.
All right.
Oh, dude. One second. Luke, drop out really quick. All right. Go do the one I sent you, George. Yeah, go back and do the one I sent you. Yo, what's going on, my man?
What's going on? Wait, so could the screen hear me complaining about your ghetto system?
Dude, why? Okay, what is up with when you talk, it echoes? But
I don't know. Is it still echoing?
Hold on a second. Let me go to YouTube. Let me see if it's echoing on YouTube. Maybe it's just echoing for me. I don't know. Yeah, dude. Okay. So it wasn't my fault, dude. So this whole time I've had my buddy on and it has not been echoing. You come on and all of a sudden it's a crazy echo.
I don't. So what about?
Oh,
now?
no, you're fine now. You're fine now. What happened? What'd you do?
I have no idea, but those audio stores. And I think it had my mic selected twice somehow. But I have no. Okay.
We're good.
It's good to be here. It's good to be here. I mean,
dude, you're looking sharp. What's going on?
Well, I voted in this suit, so I'm going to see Trump win in this suit. We just had Mike Lindell on Neil Johnson's stream, and
we were watching.
Yeah, he said Trump is feeling confident, so that's good news. The New York Times is ripping Kamala apart. They actually, CNN, not the New York Times, but in fact, the whole mainstream media is ripping her apart. CNN did a piece saying it's silence, complete silence at her headquarters right now, because they're looking for bright spots because everywhere looks bad for them. This is the beauty of this. They counted a lot of the early votes first. So she, got advantages in a lot of states, but now those other votes, election day votes, are coming in and she's getting destroyed.
Yeah, I was looking at real quick.
I was hoping Virginia would flip, but it got pretty close to flipping. And that's going to give Trump the popular vote. That's what the New York Times is saying. Then again, California has to come in here and dump in a bunch of garbage. But we'll see if Trump can win this popular vote. He needs it more than anything because he needs a national mandate of governance. They're going to spend 4 years attacking him. But to stop that, we need to win the popular vote. So they understand that the majority of the country supports this man. So
yeah,
I'm feeling confident. I was watching Pennsylvania early on, and it was pretty incredible how, dude, she was winning by so much. It was like a massive margin. And then within about 20 minutes, he closed the gap within, it was like a couple percentage points. And I was watching that because, this is the first time I've actually sat down and watched an election, like a presidential election. So I don't know how it goes. But I was like nervous for a while, man. I was nervous watching. And I was like, man, she has really got a giant chasm there. He's got a chasm there to make up. It's so funny how we had a completely opposite reaction. Because when I was watching that, all those early returns in her favor, I was thinking, wow, Trump closed down the margins on the early vote and the mail-in vote. But you were looking at it like, oh my gosh, Trump's getting cooked. I thought that way until I saw what percentage of the vote actually had been, like how many votes were counted versus how many votes were left to count. It was like a quarter. So I was like, okay, we've got to be good. And dude, it was crazy how fast it closed. And now we're winning in, it's very slight. These are too close to call, obviously. Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota even, but that's only 11% reporting. But he's up 60% to 37% in Minnesota. So you never know. You almost don't even want to talk about that. I don't think Minnesota's going to flip. And the reason I say that is because I think a lot of the vote that's getting counted so far is from those wild rural areas. So they're always going to vote for Trump. But when you start seeing votes from the Twin cities, we're going to know that Minnesota is indeed still somewhat of a blue state. And you know what I'm happy about? New Jersey. That was supposedly a Democrat 20+ state, whatever it was. She barely won it. She barely won that state. So Trump has closed down the margin in a lot of states. New Mexico, he's also at 45%. That's huge. That's a very big deal that Trump is at 45% in New Mexico. But now we just need Arizona, Nevada, and one of the Middle Eastern states, or, as it's formerly known, the Midwest. Yes. Hey, can you tell me, is that 41% for Kari Lake? Because that's 45.8, man. I was about to say, this is what hurts my heart right here, man. How is she losing to Gallego? That's just, that hurts my heart. My hope, Andrew. I got to go look at Hubdy too. Arizona is going to be one of the state Trump wins the most. I don't know when that trend's going to start, but right now it just looks like
Eric Hufdy's up.
Huh?
Eric Hufdy. Dude, Eric Hufdy is unseating Tammy Baldwin, dude.
And what percentage is that?
We are at 62%. Well, I guess it's too close to call,
that's
but
that's good news because now he's like tracking closely with Trump. So I think Eric Hubdy is one of the best candidates alongside Kari Lake for the Senate. Those guys are completely independent of the Rhino establishment. So Arizona is something I really want, man. I really need Arizona to flip. Did they already call Montana in the Senate race? Or are they still doing that thing back really quick? Act like Montana is going to flip.
No, 6% reporting. Yeah, they haven't called it yet. No.
Yeah, they should just call it. Tim Sheehy's going to win. Look at Ohio. They went for weeks. They were saying, Sherrod Brown was going to win. He was ahead, and Bernie Moreno just completely destroyed him. By the way, Trump officially crossed 50 million votes a few minutes ago. So. 50 million
they were saying, I believe it was Ben Shapiro. I just played a clip a second ago. He was saying that this is going to be the highest turnout in history.
I don't really understand how that's going to be the case, because I feel like Georgia, actually, you're right. I think the turnout swung very far right. That's
2020 was
so he might be
70 million, right? 70 million 2020 for Trump.
So Trump got 74 million and
Right.
700,000, something like that, and then the fake 81 million. So do the math there, and then I don't know about now.
Some people will, if
It'll
she loses
be-
Pennsylvania.
Hold up, sorry. I just had a tab just pop
If he
up.
loses Pennsylvania, well, he's leading in Pennsylvania, right? Is he still leading?
Yeah, no, dude, his lead has actually grown. So we have Trump at 51.4%, and then
Oh, wait, I
Kamala
think
at
Trump closed down the
47.7.
margin in Fulton County. In 2020, I believe it was like 26% of the vote he got. Now it's almost 28%.
Dude, okay.
So
I might could go
he
to this.
closed
The
down
New
that
York Times
margin.
Let me see if I can go on the New York Times. So usually I can drill down on this. Georgia. No, I can't. Dude, I don't know what is
does
up
it
with
say
this
about
website.
the House? Do you see anything about the House of Representatives? Because if Trump doesn't get the House, like what are we doing here?
Let's go to the
we
House.
need to win the House.
So we're 160 to 107 Dem. But then we still have Utah, Nevada, California, Washington, Idaho needs to be
but there's
reporting.
like 2 seats in every one of those states.
So
Yeah,
let me go to
we'll see.
Wisconsin.
I think California obviously has like 5 swing House races. So
Tony Weed, the Trump, so Wisconsin 8, that's kind of my area. He's winning.
Yeah.
So Tony Weed's good. All right.
Yeah, I think that's a safe Republican seat. That's what they call it. I don't know. You live there.
Yeah,
so.
no, it is. It is like this is like Michigan. This part of Michigan and that part of Wisconsin is like safe Republicans. I live in like the deepest of red part of the states of Michigan and Wisconsin, because Michigan is 2 land masses. So you have upper and lower. Upper Michigan is attached to Wisconsin. I don't know why we're even considered part of Michigan. There's some history there, but no, that's crazy. Let's see. What else we got? Minnesota. We got any races?
I just, it's funny. If Royce White wins, man, that might be the greatest day in history, because that guy is so based, man. He is so unthinkably based in every single way. So if he won that Senate seat, I would freak out. He's currently leading, but I think it's, again, the rural vote coming out. Maybe my sister's vote is in there too, because she voted today in Minnesota. Tim Walz losing ground in his own state has to be the worst performance I have ever seen. With 72% of the vote in Pennsylvania so far, Trump's leading by almost 200,000 votes, and he's still increasing his lead. There's still more vote out there. There's
30.
there's
Dude, he's killing it in Michigan right now. Kamala's only at 46%. Well, almost 47 in Michigan. He's at 51.
Wait, he's leading in Michigan? Oh,
yeah.
I didn't. Wait, can you click on it? Does it tell you which cities, have put in the most amount of votes? What about Oakland County? And
so we got Grand Rapids, Lansing, Detroit, and Flint.
Can you tell me the percentage of vote that's in like Detroit, for example?
Let me see if I can go to New York Times. So some of these websites just are not working very well, because I think they're just overloaded. So I was able to.
If he wins Michigan, then life's good, man. Life's good. I think if he wins Nevada, oh, by the way, if CNN is saying Trump would only need 19 electoral votes after they call North Carolina and Georgia. So after those calls are made, it's over for her. She's expanding her lead a little bit in Virginia, but that was always supposed to be a Democrat state, and they're losing by a lot. So that means the next election cycle. Oh, by the way, he's leading in Washington State. Washington State, vote Trump.
Yeah, is he really?
But they already called it.
Oh, they called it for Kamala already. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things where he gets a big boost first 5%, and then they just, Seattle comes in and just destroys everything for everyone.
Yeah.
But Andrew, I mean, I'm kind of ready to win this fight. I'm ready to just go on and live life happily ever after. I'm a little depressed about Kari Lake, man.
Me too, man. I was really hoping that she would pull it through. I mean, I guess we don't know. There could be, a secret ballot box somewhere that they find. I don't know. Maybe Kari Lake has one herself. I hope she does. But I mean, it's a close one. Do you think that Donald Trump is going to win the popular vote? What do you think? What's going to happen here? Because I saw on New York Times just like about an hour ago. Yeah,
really depends on California. If California if Trump gains like 2% of the vote in California, and it's not like some blowout, he's going to win the popular vote. But if it's a thing where he just stays around the same, he's not going to win the popular vote. By the way, so which Michigan results were you looking at? Because now it says she's at 50.7% and Trump's at 47%. What percentage of the vote is in there?
30%.
Okay, so it's going to update for you later on Google.
Wait, which
on CNN
website? Oh, you're on CNN right now?
Yeah, I'm watching. CNN has the best coverage.
Oh,
man.
yeah, I was watching NBC earlier. Let me see.
Don't, bro. CNN's just elite. They just go everywhere.
How do you get CNN live? Are you on YouTube?
No, I have a subscription to. No, I didn't subscribe to CNN. No.
I refuse.
I subscribe to HBO Max, and then they happen to own CNN Plus or Max, and so CNN's basically just there. So I was like, you know what, I don't. And then it's better to clip because some of the clips I'm putting out are really high quality.
You know what?
Like, how you doing this?
If you want some good clips, man, clip some MSNBC clips, bro. Those things, seeing those liberals rage gives me so much joy.
Once they start losing, right now they still kind of have hope. But here, Andrew, I'm just praying Trump wins this thing, and we just, we just go back to a normal world, man, for 2 seconds, just a normal world.
Hey,
brother, I'm gonna catch up with you later. I need to get to some tweeting and X Spaces and all.
Get back to work. Keep the world informed. It was nice talking to you, man. I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah. I'll pop back in after he wins.
Heck yeah,
because I'm gonna be up all night, man. I slept really well last night to make sure I was up for this. All right,
dude. Take it easy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was George, my old co-host on Firebrand Media before YouTube took us down. Why? I don't know. I have no clue. I can see if I can get Luke back on here. He might have gone to bed already. We'll see. Let me get NBC up.
Republicans are favored.
See what they're talking about over there.
Two vulnerable seats. Nebraska's sitting out there, and it's really is a coin flip race right now. That's a unique situation. But they could get to 53 or 54, which could put the Senate out of reach for Democrats for 4 years. So at this point tonight, it's about whether Democrats can hold enough of their seats this cycle so they actually have a shot at winning back the Senate, can be competitive in 2026.
Sherrod Brown way outspent Bernie Moreno in Ohio, too. Just dumped a ton of money, pro-Democratic allies in the state of Ohio. But remember why the Senate matters, not to give a civics lesson here, right? But the Senate can act in some ways as the brakes or the accelerator for whoever ends up in the White House. They can either get a president's policies moving to a degree if the House is the same party or not, right? And that's what this comes down to here, is how much, if it is Donald Trump in the White House and a Republican Senate, what could they do for his policies? If it is Kamala Harris in the White House and a Republican Senate, how does that interplay work when it comes to some of the issues?
I have to say the House is much more important, though, at this point. If the Democrats are not going to win the White House, they have to have that. I mean, if you win the White House, you want your party to have that. If you're going to not have a chamber, don't have the Senate. It's the House you really worry about because the House has subpoena power.
Yeah.
And so if the House is of the same party, you can navigate Washington a lot easier. The Senate's not easy, but you can find bipartisan coalitions in the Senate.
And this is what the House looks like right now.
The House, at this point, whoever wins the presidency, you want your party to have, because if you don't, Then it's subpoena, and then you can be tied up. Your entire agenda can get tied up.
But unlike the Senate,
correct.
We're not talking about the House tonight. And almost.
I gotta watch some meltdowns. I gotta watch some meltdowns. I gotta spice this up a little bit because I'm getting a little bit bored. Everything's paused. All of the numbers, all the votes are paused. I don't know what's happening. They're probably, everyone's thinking. All the Democrats are thinking, well, what can we do? Last minute situation. What can we do to try to squeak this one through? So we got CBC. Apparently, they're freaking out about this.
Let's talk about exactly the question that you're asking is one that I've been catching a lot of heat for answering on air, and we've been talking about this in the last week or two. You're talking about the propaganda campaign and the playbook of Trump. This is not new. This is not surprising. That's
hilarious.
Hitler's playbook. This is out of an autocrat playbook. This is a way to, the things that Trump has done masterfully, frankly, is to get the entire, to get a big part of the population to believe that the game is rigged and to sow distrust in public institutions and the free press. That is a tried and true playbook that we have seen time and time before that has resulted in really disastrous things for society. And that is what's working. And so it's actually quite simple. When you tell a big enough lie over and over and over, people are going to believe it. Even when folks around him, like Rudy Giuliani and others, have literally been found liable for telling those lies that weren't true.
You know what's sad is these people actually believe that too. They actually believe what they are saying is actually the truth. Oh, we got an update. Trump just popped up to 230. See, what state did he just win? Let me go back to NBC.
Thanking supporters, participating in the celebration that has begun among his closest supporters, his family and friends, despite a race that remains uncalled. I'm also told, NBC News can also report, that he's in discussions with his aides and advisors about when he might make the trip across the bridge here to West Palm Beach to give some form of speech tonight. Now, we have been asking him about this day after day. Would he declare victory early? Would he rule out the possibility of declaring victory early? We all remember him doing that exactly that in 2020 when so much of the vote remained to be counted. He has refused to take an early declaration of victory off the table, and it's our understanding now that conversations are underway for him to make some kind of address here tonight, regardless of where we are on the path to 270 votes.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much. And we're joined now by podcast host John Lovett and Dan Pfeiffer, both White House veterans. I believe we have them right now. Oh, not yet. We're going to go to... that they're coming up.
We're going to go to Peter Alexander.
Peter Alexander, get the view from the Harris headquarters. It sounds like Donald Trump is talking about coming out and saying something. What are you hearing from the Harris campaign?
That's 3,000 votes, a little less than that.
Yeah, well, I always defer to the Pod Save America guys. If they want to go, you'll let me know when they're ready. But we are waiting to hear, of course, from Kamala Harris at some point over the course of this evening. No indication when that would happen. Some early indications that might happen in the course of this hour. No confirmation on that at this time. We'll keep you posted as we know. I will tell you, though, in the course of the last 15 minutes, NBC News did obtain a memo that was sent out by the chair of the Harris campaign, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the woman who orchestrated Joe Biden's victory in 2020. This was sent to staff, and it gives you a sense of where they are heading into this evening. They expect nothing will be determined until late into the night, and certainly they say they're going to be at this again tomorrow. But as she notes in this memo again, she says that they have always said that the clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. And here's what she says specifically about Pennsylvania. She says that we overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia and overperformed in our early vote expectations in Bucks County, one of those key collar counties, those key suburbs of Philadelphia. She says we don't have Election Day results from Philadelphia, but we do know that we overperformed turnout expectations there and have seen especially high turnout in places with non-white and student populations. One thing they're keeping a close eye on right now. About Michigan particularly, they say the city of Detroit won't be reporting out until roughly midnight, but that they have seen strong turnout from early vote and Election Day voting in other parts of the state. And finally, in Wisconsin, where they're keeping a close eye on that blue wall, that they do not expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. But the biggest takeaway perhaps from this memo is the sense that as as the chips start falling, it appears that they are leaning heavily into the blue wall, which started and may be ending as their best path to victory here. In spite of some numbers that show they still have some ground to make up, there's still a lot of data out there. And that's where, at least according to her memo, which effectively said goodbye to the staff for the night, said we'll do it again late into the night and start again strong in the morning. That's where they are as this night heads toward midnight.
All right, Peter, thank you. Now, without further ado, let's go to the hosts of Pod Save America, Democrats John Levitt and Dan Pfeiffer, both White House veterans. And Dan, I know you to be a number cruncher, and I wonder what you're thinking about the numbers that you're seeing. You just heard what the Harris campaign is saying, but the vibe check is that this path is narrowing significantly and that it's blue wall or bust at this point for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, that seems right. And when you look at the numbers, it's very clear that Trump is overperforming in rural counties, and Harris is overperforming in suburban counties. And what is going to maybe the deciding factor here is primarily going to be what is the turnout and the vote margins coming out of Milwaukee, Philadelphia, and Detroit. And if they are what we think they are, then she has a very clear, albeit narrow, but clear path to be the next president of the United States.
John, let me ask you about what we've been observing. Young voters, particularly male voters, who seem to be breaking for Trump and, in fact, winning the youth vote, according to our exit polls. Does that surprise you? What's your take on that dynamic?
That would be surprising. I think that's another reason to drink. But I do think that I think
drinking
it's
alone,
pretty
John.
Early. I think that's fine. That's fine. I think it's pretty early to be drawing conclusions based on the exits and trying to figure out what happened with specific demographics. I think where we're at is this was always going to be close. It is close right now. I think there was some hope based on vibes that perhaps this wouldn't be as close based on some late polling and some late momentum and a terrible event at Madison Square Garden. Could we hope that maybe this night wouldn't be as long? And the answer is no. The polls largely were showing a very tight race, and that's what we're kind of living through.
Dan, do you think it will ultimately come down to Pennsylvania? I mean, that certainly has been what's been telegraphed for all of these months.
It is the essential state, because if Georgia and North Carolina, she does not win, and there's still a lot of outstanding vote in Georgia. It's once again a narrow path. But if those do not end up in her column, there is no math without Pennsylvania.
All right, I'm going to bring this over here. Let's see if we can.
Support was organic. It was organic. And so, the Trump campaign says, texts and phone calls work to turn out voters. Democrats think it's knocking on the doors. If this map holds up, that's going to be a big conversation about motivating and turning out voters in this technology age. What works best? What kind of contact works best? Or, the vice president's campaign, well, they say she only had 110 days. She didn't have enough time to introduce herself. Or, that part, we're not done yet. But that's what's going to happen. If that happens, is who the finger pointing in the Democratic Party. We're not there yet. But as you watch this map fill in, another thing that is distinctive at the moment, we're not done yet. In 2 presidential elections, Donald Trump has lost the popular vote both times. At the moment, he's 5.1 million votes ahead. We're just starting to count in our most populous state. So there's a long way to go, and that could change. But that would be a trophy if Donald Trump wins this election. That would be a trophy he would very much like to claim after losing the popular vote in 2 elections in a row.
And you also know there are people in the senior echelons of the Trump campaign who say that they still do direct mail because there's said seniors, you can't reach seniors through texting and emails, that the way to reach them is with direct mail, which a lot of people in politics today laugh off. But guess who votes more than young people? Seniors. Sarah Seidner. Let's go to Wisconsin if you can, because I want to bring in Sarah Seidner.
Hey, let's go. Michelle C. says the RNC just forced Centre County, Pennsylvania officials to keep counting ballots through the night after they plan to stop counting.
All right. Wisconsin in general, Kamala Harris with 47.8%. Donald Trump right now in the lead by almost 60,000 votes. Sarah, you have officials with you who can tell us about the outstanding vote in Wisconsin. Still about a third of the state's vote is outstanding. What can you tell us?
Yeah, we just heard a big cheer go up here in Milwaukee at the central count, as they call it, because all the wards have finally reported. So they are counting these ballots as fast as they can. They do believe that they're going to be able to give some kind of idea of this count after midnight. It will not take the extra 2 or 3 hours they thought it might because of that problem with what happened with the tabulators, which, by the way, are right behind me, one of them. All 13 of them, there was an issue, a door was not locked, and so they, out of an abundance of caution, decided that they were going to rerun through the absentee ballots, 30,000 of them, but they've been able to do that, and now they're about 80,000 of 325,000 that have already been processed. All right, with me now, we have Patricia Ruiz-Cantu and Douglas Haig, Republican, Democrat. Both of them are on the Milwaukee Election Commission. First of all, how are things going, and do you think we're going to find out something soon?
We will. I think things are going really well, even though we had a little hiccup. But, as we united, all the workers and the parties, I think that it's extremely important that we were in the same page and that we had an agreement and everything is going well.
What did you make of this? I know Ron Johnson came out, a Republican, and was very, upset with all of this and was sort of making hay about it. What were your thoughts on what?
All right, let me go back to NBC here.
Yeah,
CNN is just way too boring.
Is saying they believe they overperformed in Philadelphia. Does that give you pause?
I don't see where they're saying that. Now they're looking, I'm sure, at precinct analysis, and we're looking at a county total. So we should give that caveat. But, Joe Biden got 80% of the vote in Philadelphia County, and she's not running at 80%. I think the last I looked was at 77 or 78%. So that's a pretty significant difference when a race is as close as it is.
All right, Sarah and Mike, thanks to both of you. Tom Yamas has more from the big board on Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia, but I also want to give us just sort of a vibe check of where we are. It is still very early in the night, right? And even though people may be claiming they've won certain states yet, we still haven't called any of the battlegrounds here at NBC News. And a reminder, Harris's easiest path is to hold the blue wall. If she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, remember, she gets to the White House. Even if she loses Georgia, North Carolina, the entire Sun Belt, she still gets there. Let's talk about Georgia, though. Let's find out where we are there in the Peach State. Still too close to call for NBC News right now. 91% of the vote is in, but let's talk about where the vote remains. Look at, the giant circles, remember those giant bubbles? That's the vote that still is outstanding. We're still waiting on this vote to be counted. And we know the exact number, or we can estimate the exact number. We think it's going to be about 487,000 votes. There's still almost 500,000 votes out in Georgia. Still up for grabs here.
You're back. Sorry, I didn't even notice you're up there.
I told you Harris has to drive up the vote in the Atlanta metro area. 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here. First county, Cobb County, she's performing just like where Biden is, slightly better. Fulton County, performing a little bit lower, but slightly, and there's still 7% of the vote out in Fulton, where Atlanta is exactly. Gwinnett County, 80%'s in. Look, she's holding the same marks of where Biden was. She's overperforming in Douglas County as we move further south. Look, she's almost exactly where Biden was all around the ring counties of Atlanta. That's good news and overperforming in Rockdale County. But if Democrats wanted to expand the map, we're not seeing that tonight. A place like Cherokee, we're going to see if they could make inroads there just north of Atlanta. It touches those ring counties. Trump was at 68% in 2020. Tonight he's at 69, and they've almost got all the vote counted there. I want to move down, though, because there is something interesting happening in the Black Belt of Georgia. I was talking to you guys about the Black Belt of North Carolina earlier and how she was underperforming there. Remember, this was Biden's number. This is her number tonight. Watch as we go around here, okay? These are our counties where it's a majority African American. 52%, 50% for Kamala Harris. This is a rural county. Trump is overperforming here. We go to another rural red county, overperforming here. We come down here to Doherty County. She's slightly overperforming Biden there. But again, if she wants to win the state of Georgia, she's got to be doing better than Biden. It seems like she could be doing that in Atlanta. The numbers are good for her right now in the metro region, but it's still really too close for us to call here in Georgia. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay, Tom, thank you so much.
I thought they called Georgia for Donald Trump.
About Donald Trump getting new voters, people that didn't vote in 2020, and those voters breaking for him.
Misinformation. We finally found it.
First of all, look, Georgia is going to shrink. You got all of this vote is going to be Democratic vote. She's got to win the remaining probably 2-1. That's like a reasonable thing. I mean, Georgia's probably going to be decided by 4 or 5 digits.
And where the vote is outstanding,
exactly.
you think there's a shot?
I think we might be sticking around Georgia for a little while. Just it does. If you're them, you can't totally write it off. There's a path there. But our pollsters did some noted some comparisons to 2020. Just
Project Veritas just busted some people, dude.
But it gives you a hint of the possibility Donald Trump could actually win the popular vote.
Let me take this out. So apparently, this was just posted by Project Veritas. Allegedly, for YouTube. We've got. Let me go back. Let me go to this view right here. Project Veritas, it's 11 p.m. Wire boxes of ballots still arriving to Detroit's Bureau of Elections via cars with California plates. So, I don't know what's going on.
602,000 views.
That's a little bit crazy. What's happening? What's going on in Detroit? Are they a little bit uncomfortable with the margins right now? Yeah, so we got Donald Trump up by... Dude, Donald Trump is up by like 5 percentage points in Michigan right now, but only 36% reporting. So that's a little bit weird. That's crazy.
At a certain point, I mean, at a certain point, I feel like Trump and his team need to say, "Okay, we've got the numbers. We're declaring victory."
And call it
at least at that point.
Yeah, no. Well,
it's going to come down to that,
dude. No, so Carrie Ann Levette, which I think is going to be Trump's press secretary. She's got to be. I mean, she does a pretty good. The blonde girl. She does a pretty decent job. But she was asked by I forgot who it was. I think it was someone on CBS or something like that. If Trump was going to do that, because everyone is expecting Trump to declare victory. They say prematurely. And she kind of gave a evasive answer. So I'm hoping that would be, honestly, I hope that happens. That'd be hilarious. But no, Michelle actually, she just put this up because she's watching X too. She said the RNC just forced Centre County, Pennsylvania officials to keep counting ballots throughout the night after they planned to stop counting. So if you remember in 2020, when all of a sudden there was like this giant influx of votes at like early morning, because they stopped counting, then all of a sudden they got a bunch of votes. So that's good. Dude, the RNC is on their stuff this year, man. So, what do we got here? We got MSNBC.
Despite all the things that he said at that rally at Madison Square Garden, despite the reaction that we saw among Latino voters in places like Allentown and Hazleton, and so, people here are watching and they're wondering what's going to happen in Pennsylvania. They're ready for a long night. And one of the reasons I've heard also is that they wanted to inject so much joy into the beginning of this is because they knew. That's why they brought the DJ in and the dancing and the line dancing, because they knew that this was going to be a long night.
It's a cult, dude. It's such a cult.
And it appears that is exactly what we're looking at right now.
Dude, if something happens the middle of the night, man, this is not going to be good. What else do we have? Let's see here. Scrolling through Twitter. I wonder if Joe Biden voted for Trump. That'd be hilarious if he did. What do we got here? So we got MSNBC.
Check out MTG posted a video on her X. Basically, I think it was covering MSNBC, basically saying that Trump was just wiping the floor in Pennsylvania with.
On Tucker? Is she on Tucker?
No. She posted a. I think I tried to send it to you. Give me just a sec. I'll forward it right over to you. But it was on her list, and it's just like MSNBC literally is basically what they were saying and then what she was interpreting, and they're definitely just coming straight out and saying they're wiping the floor.
So Marjorie Taylor Greene has 2 accounts. She has her representative account and her personal account. Oh, is it this? It must be this one right here. Huh?
Here's Trump with just about, that's basically the vote here, winning it by 13. Look at that. 4 years ago, he won it by 8. This is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do in a place like Burke County. It was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County. And again, we've been talking about this one. As that same day vote comes in, this is Wilkes-Barre, this is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in, we expect to be election day vote. The pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into tonight. Again, 95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020 looked like this. It's basically the same. It's a fraction of a point different. But that's a win for the Trump campaign because in the context, look at this.
Dang, Minnesota just flipped blue.
Race. Trump won here by 18 points.
Expected, but
Democrats made a huge jump. This was one of their biggest in the state in 2020, bringing it down to 10. They wanted to keep us going tonight. They didn't. Trump was able to stop the losses in Cumberland County. So again, that's something that encourages that his campaign exactly wanted to see right there. We're starting to get Erie County. Again, this would be the vote by mail in Erie County. The story we've been talking about elsewhere now is going to play out in Erie. This is the bellwether. It's one of the two that switched sides to Biden in 2020. The name of the game in the final 2/3 of the vote is, can Trump catch Harris with the election day vote? Just checking in on Philadelphia, we're up to 2/3 of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With 2/3 of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020 and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote by mail to come in Philadelphia. That will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same day vote to come. And you can see Trump is running above his 2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia is basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility to it.
I guess it was Newsmax that called Georgia.
You're starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them in multiple states right now.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Enjoy watching MSNBC freak out.
Dude, I love MSNBC. I'm not going to lie. I love them. I hate them, but I love them. It's just so weird to me, man, because like I look at these people in MSNBC as if like animals in a zoo. I really do. I'm not even lying. They're like one of my main topics of conversation. MSNBC, CNN is actually not as bad as they used to be. Ever since they got that Scott Jennings guy, dude, CNN hired this guy who he's like a partner in a PR firm. I forgot what the PR firm was called, but this Scott Jennings guy, they have him on as a regular contributor. And I don't know what his actual beliefs are, but the points that he makes on CNN are actually like legit. So I think their ratings got so bad, they got so trash because for so long CNN was just synonymous with fake news. I mean, they still kind of are, but now it's MSNBC has that top spot now. CNN is actually trying to make a play to try to at least gain a tiny tad bit of their credibility back by hiring Scott Jennings, and he's a PR guy. So, I mean, I guarantee you that's why they hired Scott Jennings. But let me go back to let's see if we can go back to Tucker Carlson and see what he's up to. Got to operate all this. Okay, here we go. Is he done? I think he's done. Oh, he had Elon Musk. Oh, dude, Elon Musk. This is his Musk. That was Elon Musk. Let's go to Newsmax.
Miami-Dade County.
We're gonna swap from CBS to Newsmax now. So they're the ones apparently that called Georgia for Trump. So according to Associated Press, it's still a toss-up.
Not only here in Florida, but we're seeing that in some of the battleground states, notably the blue.
81% in Pennsylvania. Trump up 51.5 to 46.7.
Among the Hispanic, among Latino voters. So really, I think Trump.
Yeah, and he's still up in Michigan and Wisconsin and Arizona.
Immigration about.
Oh, hey, look at that. Donald Trump won Iowa. Surprise. What happened to that poll?
The wars in Ukraine, in the Middle East. Keep in mind that Israeli intelligence show that.
All right, I'm gonna get rid of some of these tabs really quick. I just have so many tabs open.
Another attack on Israel, and there have been some reports in the Israeli media that possibly that was going to happen today to coincide with the election. So people here in the room, people that I've talked to over the last few weeks, feel that not only are there so many things at stake domestically, but also internationally as well. Back to you.
John Huddy live for us at Trump campaign headquarters tonight in West Palm Beach. Thank you, John.
Let's bring in our panel now. Newsmax contributor Chrissy Clark and also Executive Director of Veterans for Trump, Newsmax contributor Jesse Jane Duff, former gunnery sergeant. Let's talk about that, the national security concerns that we have in our country due to wide open borders, but also just the brewing conflict, the chance for a wider escalation because of Iran. Jesse, I'll start with you. You know, it could be just bluster, but there also is real credible assassination plot with Donald Trump to Iran, and we know this administration has been funding them.
Yes, this administration had sent billions of dollars to Iran. So then we consequently saw that the Houthis, the Hamas, and Hezbollah were making aggressive attacks against Israel.
I'm a little bit skeptical of the Iran narrative.
Attacks that could potentially happen on election day. That is actually true. I've heard that's from an internal source of my own. And up to November 6th. So it's not
John Kerry, all those visits over there. There's some shady stuff going on there.
Or right before the election. But this is all a result of the Biden-Harris policies that enabled terrorism to basically rear its ugly head again. And we're all having this post 9/11 anxiety again. We can't get President Trump back into the White House soon enough.
I know today Netanyahu fired Yoav Gallant, so a lot of movements there happening in the Middle East.
Let's. I wanted to ask Chrissy Clark about something else, definitely a different topic. So we're going to change from foreign policy real quick. Chrissy and her husband did the Macarena recently as a celebration of Donald Trump. It was one of my favorite things I've seen on social media. It was absolutely adorable. But Chrissy, you were one of the voters that the Harris campaign thought maybe wouldn't show up for a guy like Donald Trump. We heard so many Democrats warning young women like you that your life would be in jeopardy if Donald Trump were to win. And again, we're not calling his victory yet, but he is in a lead. And tell us about your choice, why you went with Donald Trump, and your evolution, in politics.
Yeah, this really wasn't my first choice, in all honesty. I've really evolved from my decision to not vote for Donald Trump in 2020 to now voting for him and proudly voting for him in 2024. But I really do hope that young women out there see the lies that the abortion lobby is pushing. They've spent 6 times the amount of any pro-life group to lie to young women and tell them that they are not going to have the same rights when they wake up tomorrow, when in fact Donald Trump has promised no such thing. Now, thankfully, I do think that
so this was just
they were able to get the message out.
This was just dropped just a few minutes ago. Let me go to this view right here. So CNN is reporting that a huge batch of tens of thousands of mail-in ballots expected to drop in Philadelphia right around midnight. Well, no, 11:55 Central Eastern time. So that's here in 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
I've just learned from a source close to the counting process that the next batch, the second batch of mailed ballots that will be loaded and posted, scheduled to at 11:55 p.m., that will be tens of thousands of ballots. They're still working through it, so narrowing that number down any further, not possible at this time. We'll continue working with it, but it will be tens of thousands of mail ballots that will be posted at 11:55, just before midnight. I've just learned from a source.
That's a little sketchy here, hey?
A little sketchy, but the one thing I will say is a lot of the early voting that was going on in Pennsylvania was on-demand mail-in ballots or mail-in voting.
That is
so
true.
They basically request their mail-in ballots. So I'm not sure if these are those ballots or if these are ones that actually went through the Postal Service. So I would be very curious to see what the actual breakdown of those are.
Well, we're about to find out, I'm sure.
Now, without being blasted as being too toxic, but President Trump has proven that he is somebody that is willing to work with all Americans. So here he got the vote from Muslim Americans, often in Michigan. He got their endorsements, I should say.
Like Trump is up 7,000 votes in Arizona.
Abraham himself. He, in fact, is expecting a grandchild that will be of Arab descent with his daughter Tiffany, and he has Jewish grandchildren with his daughter Ivanka.
Still leading Wisconsin and Michigan.
For this. And as everybody has said, this is the greatest comeback because the mere fact is
Nevada hasn't even reported anything at all.
Blasted by the left to a point where they overplayed their hand. People weren't
the Harry Reid machine is in full swing.
Exaggeration that now they have taken words that should have had some value, like racism or Nazism or Marxism, and watered them down to a man that did nothing but make this country more solid, more prosperous, more secure, and more safe. And now we're going to go back to that.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, I've been watching this Michigan race back and forth while we've been talking here, and it's seesawed back and forth. Donald Trump now is back in the lead, still holding his lead in Pennsylvania, still holding his lead in Wisconsin, still holding his lead in Arizona as well, and we'll watch.
Well, it's still early. It's only 11:52, so we still have a ways to go. Grab your coffee, much more ahead. Chrissy Clark, Jesse Jane, thank you for your thoughtful comments. It is great to see both of you ladies, as always.
This is, right about now is when the shenanigans are either going to stop or going to start or they're going to just not materialize. So this is like the critical moment here.
Do you see them holding back, like keeping their powder dry, maybe for a midterm election or something like that? If it looks like the red wave is going to be too overwhelming,
who's going to join us? But no,
I don't know. It depends. It depends on how crazy they are, man, because they are just dead set. I mean, it's about as bad as it's ever been this election. I mean, they went after him with all these indictments and. They tried to frame him as a sexual assaulter. They went after his businesses. He's still facing sentencing
but it certainly looks like Trump is
from the Stormy Daniels situation. So, dude, I don't know what to expect, honestly. I really don't. I feel like something's about to happen, but
to people who were maybe doubting his age.
One of my guys, he said, I think Michigan is expecting loads of ballots too here in a second.
Amazing energy, and he.
So we're kind of in a lull, but
I think won a lot.
So have they called Virginia for Harris?
To perform.
Yeah, Virginia went Harris 51% to 47%.
Share his vision for the future, and that vision resonated with a lot.
I believe that's a better margin than in the past. I'd have to check though.
Against all odds and against all projections, wouldn't that be a remarkable thing?
Yes, it would. And I love that, he has so much energy. He landed at 5:35 this morning after doing 4 rallies in 3 battleground states. He landed in West Palm Beach. It was funny because during the campaign at one point when Kamala was getting really desperate, she started to say,
all right, let me flip back to CBS and see if they have anything new to say.
But I want to let you know what Raffensperger said not too long ago in a news conference. He said that he believes, looking at the numbers, Donald J. Trump has a, quote, insurmountable lead with the number of votes outstanding. He later goes on to say, it looks like this is pretty much done, and then says, quote, I think the results are pretty well baked in based on where the leads are right now. He's talking about the state of Georgia. Now, again, NBC News still characterizing this as too close to call, but we're talking with Brad Raffensperger. Of course, he is in the control center in his Secretary of State's office, watching those results come in, watching the numbers, and also where those votes are coming in as well. Now, I've spent the evening talking to some of my Republican sources throughout the state, and I asked them the question. I said, one, how are they feeling? They were all optimistic, but I said, if there is a lead from from Donald Trump winning here in Georgia. What would be different from 2020? Of course, we all know that Georgia kind of shocked so many people around the country 4 years ago by flipping blue and helping send Joe Biden to the White House. But they said, again, across the board this time, that it was the push toward early voting by Republicans that they believe has really made a difference in the Peach State this time around. You remember?
Oh, this is huge.
Donald Trump was really waving people off from voting early, telling
New York Times, they just put Donald Trump 89% chance of victory. The needle is way to Trump's side.
Let's go.
He's 1 point up for the popular vote estimate. That's massive. So unless something crazy happens, it looks like he might have this in the bag. I don't want to speak too soon, but for the New York Times to put that out, that's pretty wild.
That early voting did make a difference, guys.
I'm curious what that ballot drop in Pennsylvania.
Me too.
The results of that was.
That's going to be critical.
Was number 4.
That's right, and that was Donald Trump.
He's got a decent lead, but it's not like
since he's been in the race. Think about
crazy.
His biggest day one policy priority: mass deportations. He's talked again and again with very few specifics on how that would be implemented about deporting people who have come into this country illegally here. It's always been a big issue for him, dating back something like 8 years now. 4th on the exit poll list, but look what was up there at number 2: the economy. And remember, just because a candidate were to win on the top issue, which this year, based on the exit polls now, is state of democracy, doesn't mean they're going to win overall. And state of democracy is complicated as the top issue because Republicans and Democrats see it different ways.
Yeah, both sides think there's a threat to democracy for different reasons. Can we go over to Tom Yamas? He's been pacing over there by the Georgia map. Because it's interesting. I mean, we have the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, but who has certainly shown his independence, saying that Trump has an insurmountable lead. I believe you and Chuck have said there's still some vote out there. It's not over yet. What do you see?
I'm going to give you point counterpoint. First off, let's see where that remaining vote is so far. Again, the giant bubbles, that's where the vote still needs to be counted. It's all over the Atlanta metro region. This is where Democrats are going to run up the score. This is where their base is, where they've been able to expand. So I'm going to click on a county here like Cobb County. I'm going to bring it out to compare to Joe Biden in 2020. Remember, she wants to perform over or at where Biden is right now to kind of see where her watermarks are. I'm going to highlight this so you guys can see the numbers to follow. Remember, on the left-hand side, she wants to be at where he is or higher. So let's see where we're at here. Fulton County, 71-72, slightly under. We move over to Gwinnett. A little bit under, 73. She's overperforming in Rockdale County. We come to DeKalb here. A little bit under. We come over to Douglas County. She's overperforming. But here's the flip side of all this. Let's throw a dart to the east side of Georgia. Any county, I'm going to pick a random county. Look how Trump's overperforming, 68% to 71. Again, I'm going to just touch random counties here, 65, 69. These aren't big counties, but any county I touch, he's going, except for that one, any other county. Well, actually, no, he flipped it. Actually, this any county you come here in rural Georgia, he's flipping.
Let's go.
Counties. And like Saki just said, it's math.
He played himself.
Here.
Congratulations.
Secretary of State is talking about that the numbers are so high in the rural counties, Democrats won't catch them. In the Atlanta.
Republicans now control the Senate.
Vote out in this area. So that's one of the reasons why we can't call Georgia just yet. Let me go. Election alert.
Okay, where you have polls.
Oh, here we go.
At the top of the hour and the beginning of the morning. It'll be midnight in the East Coast, and we await the results from Hawaii. The polls close there in about 10 seconds from now, so we'll take a pause here so our other stations can join us or head to their local news.
Well, man, I think I'm going to dip out for a little bit. If you're going to be...
And as we hit the midnight hour here in the East,
going.
NBC News
Gotta get something to eat.
Projection in the state of Hawaii.
Hey, if you want to, you can grab a bite to eat, man. If you want to dip back in after you're done, just click that link.
Midnight hour here. The road to 270. Harris now with 189. Donald Trump still leading with 230 electoral votes.
All right, we've got quite a few battlegrounds still pending tonight. Pennsylvania, the biggest prize, 84% of the vote in. It is too close to call in Wisconsin. St. main story. Here we go. 75% of the vote in, a difference of 87,000 votes. Michigan, too close to call at this hour as well. Midnight on the East Coast. 15 votes up for grabs. They're too close. Arizona, too early to call. Just been counting for about 3 hours now. Out west in Nevada, also too early to call. And in Minnesota, we have too close to call. Democrats still feeling very good about their prospects there, but the margins are not at a place where we are ready to call that. Georgia, too close to call at this hour, too. We just discussed that. So that might be a ray of light for Kamala Harris, or perhaps a very a narrowing of her path to victory. We should mention, Tom, we have called North Carolina. That was the first battleground to call, and it stays in the red column for Donald Trump.
Yeah, and I want to go through Pennsylvania now because we're starting to get more voting in Pennsylvania, and I want to focus on the east side of Pennsylvania here. This is 2024 right now. Look, a lot of the vote is still out, but let me show you 2020. You can see how much of this section was blue in 2020. Again, Biden won these counties. Now this is 2024. He's flipping counties like Monroe. Again, it's about a 200 vote difference there, so we can't really put too much in that, but he's ahead. Northampton County, remember, this is the one that has picked the president, or at least picked the winner of Pennsylvania, going back to the Kennedy years. This is Easton. This is a fast-growing area, suburbs. It used to be the people that used to work at Bethlehem Steel. It's now changing. Again, fast-growing suburbs in south-central Pennsylvania. 52%, he's on top. Again, a reminder here, this is a county that Biden won in 2020. And this is new right now. This is Bucks County. 56% in. Still a lot of the vote is out. There's only about a 400 vote difference there. We're still waiting on 183,000 votes. So Republicans can't really draw too much out of this. But Democrats would rather these counties were all blue. Let's move a little further south around the collar counties of Philadelphia here. Montgomery County, this is where Governor Shapiro is from, 61%. Performing slightly under Joe Biden, but not too bad. Chester County, 58 to 54. That's a bigger gap there. Again, remember, Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania because he does better than Hillary Clinton in those suburbs around Philadelphia. And let's take a look at Philadelphia right now. Okay, 81 for Biden, 77 for Kamala Harris. There's still about 30% of the vote is out. But again, these aren't the trend lines that Democrats are going to want to see. Look, it could all change when that vote comes in. This is where we are right now. This is a snapshot in time. It could all change. Erie County is another swing county that we're watching. About 75%. All
right, guys, I'm going to flip over here to Newsmax. Kind of flipping back and forth from these.
Mentioned too, Bernie Moreno winning.
Yes, in
Ohio. We watched some of his.
Yeah, and Deb Fischer.
Nothing new right now on the electoral maps.
The winner in Nebraska too. So those two.
We're waiting for a big drop in Philadelphia. Apparently,
has secured a victory in Nebraska, and Bernie Moreno, as we reported earlier, has secured victory in Ohio. Rick Scott also winning in Florida too in a race, and then Ted Cruz in Texas as well. All right, so there's some other victories. You see the red on the map there. Those were the Senate races. Republicans, as expected, picking up some seats tonight.
We want to now go out to our chief White House correspondent, James Rosen, who is at the Kamala watch party at her alma mater, Howard University. We hear the crowds. We don't see them, but they're starting to filter in behind you because they're off to the side there. James, you were saying that there wasn't really there was some anxious, feelings there. Tell us what the sentiment is right now. I know you said after 9:45 she could have come to where this location is.
In battleground Michigan, Donald Trump up there, 51.2% of the
right. We've received no additional word from the White House press pool, the group of reporters and photographers who are attached to the vice president. They have been holding since around 4 p.m. at the vice president's residence, the U.S. Naval Observatory grounds in Northwest Washington, ever since the vice president returned from her unannounced visit over to DNC headquarters. And we have not received another update from the White House press pool since 10:18. And that was only to say that they were holding and they had no further information. It seems very clear that if Vice President Harris wanted or saw that there was an opportunity to declare victory tonight, she would already have been over here at Howard University. The crowd here has seen how former President Trump has maintained a lead in the Electoral College vote count the entire evening. They have seen on the giant jumbotron that has been broadcasting CNN here that he has maintained these leads in almost all of the battleground states, and that is where bearing on this crowd. They've also been standing, I should point out, since around 4 p.m. Eastern time. Some of these folks have been standing for 7 to 8 hours. Just looking out at the crowd right now, I can tell you it has not thinned out at all. They are assembled in front of Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall here on Howard University, waiting for their candidate. And there's no indication that they're going to be seeing that candidate anytime soon. We also know, by the way, that President Biden, the forgotten man in tonight's balloting, the spectral figure brooding over at the White House, has been making more phone calls. He placed a congratulatory phone call to Angela Brooks, the victorious Democratic Senate candidate in Maryland, and he's also called a number of mayors-elect and governors-elect throughout the evening. But there's no question about it. I've been through previous election nights where, for example, let's say 2012, where President Obama held a commanding electoral college lead over Governor Mitt Romney the entire evening, and you can see that wear on a crowd. That's sort of what the vibe is here. And frankly, it seems the organizers aren't necessarily liking what they're hearing from the Jumbotron that is broadcasting CNN here in the yard at Howard University. We know that because they keep turning off the sound and returning us to the steady diet of hip-hop and rap that you can probably hear behind me right now.
All right, James Rosen, thank you for the ground update there. We'll continue to watch that. And also just in New Mexico is being called for Kamala Harris. Not a huge surprise. Donald Trump had gone to Albuquerque last week to try to see if he could, pick up something there. But again, New Mexico tonight will go Kamala Harris's way.
Yeah, and James reporting there in not any kind of cheers from the crowd. They're not watching intently. One of those things that was expected to happen. Not a big surprise, like some of the results we're getting in other places for Donald Trump. All right, national correspondent Lana Austin is tracking the developments around the country, specifically as it relates to election integrity. She's joining us live now from Washington, D.C. with an update on all of that. Good evening, Alana.
Hi, good evening, John and Bianca. And so, thankfully, according to numerous national security officials, they are saying there is no evidence of tampering with the votes, any type of foreign election interference with the actual vote process, counting those ballots. However, we know there were a number of hoax bomb threats that came in to various polling locations, causing disruptions temporarily, and numerous officials at the state and federal levels tracing that back to Russian domains, but no credible threats at this point. Now turning to the balance of power, there are a couple of GOP flips making it more and more likely that the Republicans will take control of the U.S. Senate come next year. We want to look at Ohio and West Virginia. Those are two states that heading into election night, Republicans were feeling confident that it was potential to flip there. So Jim Justice and Bernie Moreno expected to come to Washington, D.C. now. We're also tracking that Montana Senate race with Tim Sheehy, as the Republicans had long been hoping to unseat Senator John Tester as well. Now, we also know, looking at the House, there's some interesting developments there. Republicans have had that razor-thin majority that had been in jeopardy for some time. And really, in the final days and weeks of the campaign season, we had been hearing that there were concerns about New York Republicans. It looks as though Congressman Brandon Williams, according to numerous projections, has been unseated by the Democrat candidate in that. There was also Democrat Shamari Figures winning in Alabama's newly drawn second congressional district in the Mobile area. And then, interestingly, looking at Guam, those were some of the first results that were coming in because of the time difference there. And the Republicans actually flipped a non-voting delegate from the Northern Mariana Islands. So that representation, the makeup anyway, would be changing there. But there are still dozens of House races at this point that are going to be quite close. And so even though projections from decision desks say it could potentially be looking as though the Democrats have a chance at taking control of the House, that still remains to be seen. John and Bianca, good to be with you tonight.
Hi, great to be with you as well, Alana, doing a great job for us. Make sure nothing falls through the cracks tonight. We got it all covered.
We do.
And I also have an update from my sources at Mar-a-Lago. Apparently, Donald Trump is on the move, headed towards the convention center. So we might hear from Donald Trump.
With his entourage of Elon and Dana White.
Yes, Elon, Dana White, everyone.
Sounds like a bunch of.
Are we going to get Donald Trump declaring victory?
Soon, and he obviously feels more confident about where he stands at this point than Kamala Harris, who James Rosen has reported is not going anywhere.
John's always got the good intel there with his Mar-a-Lago crew. And you know where they'd be going is to where our next guest is, former Speaker of the House in Oklahoma and Newsmax contributor T.W. Shannon joining us now from West Palm Beach. How's it going, T.W.?
Bianca, it's great. We're here in the convention center. I tell you what, the enthusiasm is still great as the numbers come in. People realize that people are saying no to Kamala Harris' open border. They're saying no to inflation, and they're saying no to endless wars. I just think this is going to be a good night for Donald Trump. I think there's a lot of concern, though, about the House. I don't think we're going to know for 2 weeks. I was looking at a map. We're probably not going to know the outcome of the House of Representatives because the seats that matter, I think it could be 2 weeks before we know about the House. But the Senate's looking good for Republicans. I think it's still going to be a good night for the Republicans.
Panning out that way, and we're just waiting to see if these leads hold. As you indicated, TW, it's going to be a while before we know definitively on these places. But again, Donald Trump has about a 2-point lead in Pennsylvania, Michigan, similar story, Wisconsin, similar story, Arizona, similar story. Senate race is a little bit different, though. But TW, I just found out that Donald Trump might be on the move from Mar-a-Lago to the convention center. I know a lot of folks are going to be very excited to see him show up. Have you heard anything? Is there any indication that the situation is changing, the security posture getting a little more strong there at the convention center?
Yeah, you see a lot of movement from Secret Service. People are starting to move to the front of the stage. So I think that anticipation is real. And I think when we get here, what we've seen Donald Trump do that's really amazing, John, he has transformed the Republican Party into the party of the working class man and woman. And what we've seen the Democrats do, they really doubled down on college-educated women. They went all in on abortion. They think that was the target to win. And American people are saying we care about inflation and we care about the border. And those are the issues. But unfortunately, the Democrats went a different direction. And I think they're going to pay the price for it, not just tonight, but I think long term this is going to be a problem because the Republican Party is now the party of the working class man and woman.
It is.
That's a winning combination.
Even with, the garbage costumes we saw on Halloween, and I saw a picture earlier of someone walking around in the convention center with a hat with the French fries on it, taking the McDonald's, moment. But it really encapsulates a feeling of people saying, like, we're Americans. We will have the country, not the elites, the referendum on establishment Washington. And I love that there was sort of, frankly, more joy in that room that we see than over at Howard University. And they were all about the joy, TW.
Bianca, I think you're exactly right. And the problem with the Democrats and the Kamala Harris campaign, they're so tone deaf. They've become the party of the elite, and they don't even know it. I mean, you think about every time they roll out these celebrity endorsements, these are billionaires and millionaires. And, you think about the Barack Obama endorsement where he chastised black men and told us we had
Looks like we have a meltdown.
Kamala Harris because she's a black.
Let me switch to this so we can stay engaged here. It's getting a little bit... We're in a lull right now, so it's getting a little bit boring. We got the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur. Not too happy. Let's see what he has to say here.
Having said that, what percentage is reporting in North Carolina? 76% reporting you're down by 7. You're in a world of trouble. You're like, yes, it matters which counties, but you're still in a world of trouble. And so much trouble that one of the organizations has already called it. Okay, now let's go to Georgia.
Yeah, by the way, Iowa has been called by CNN at least for Trump.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So because Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win a landslide are totally wrong. Having said that,
Let's go. I mean, not that much of a meltdown, but I'll take it for now.
We were at the
It's coming, guys. It's coming. I'm scouring Twitter for the meltdown clips. More to come soon, hopefully.
The ticket Kamala's in, and here we are. What a historic election cycle. And, you know, what we're watching now truly feels like something that is palpable with the realignment, you could say, but something's going on with Republicans, and it is the working man's party.
Yeah, memory. You started to bring me down memory lane. You know, I'm thinking about all we've been. That's right, the three of us, what we've been through together. But I know you're killing it tonight. Been bouncing back and forth between the channels. We've got a great team. You guys are killing it. And what I think I'm seeing, as I'm sure you are, Matt Schlapp said to us on Newsmax a couple moments ago, look, Republicans have not had a disappointment yet. And I think that sums it up. You look at these Senate races. Ted Cruz is reelected after all of the tens and tens of millions of dollars Chuck Schumer and the Democrats spent. And then one Democrat incumbent senator after another seems to be going down. Ohio, for example. We'll see about that open seat in Michigan. We'll see about the Democrat incumbents in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. But I got to tell you, as I'm looking at this, if Donald Trump is now trending, as you see, as a potential victor, and there's a lot more votes to be counted in Michigan, I think Mike Rogers, the Republican, obviously has a pretty darn good shot at winning the open Senate seat. Wisconsin, Donald Trump now taking...
Bob Creemans, thank you for your $5 donation. He says, I feel like we're in divorce court and waiting to see who gets custody of us all. Yes.
Is a lot more than people expected.
It's a very fair analogy, Bob. Thank you.
But it feels like Donald Trump is breaking ahead. We see the electoral vote count. Again, a lot more to be counted. We don't want to get ahead of it. But there hasn't been a dramatic loss for the Republicans yet in any of the states like Georgia or North Carolina on the presidential level. Or in any of the Senate battles like Ted Cruz. The Republicans so far are on a roll.
All right, Ed, they're telling me I got to thank you. I didn't get to ask you a question, unfortunately, but I'll call you in the next commercial break. We'll hash it out, I guess. We got to move on. I guess you got to get back over to N1.
Well, my boss, Aaron, said I got to go back to work. All right.
Yeah, all right. Okay. All right. You are needed. You are being summoned elsewhere to another studio.
I'm going to text Ed a meme right now. That's what we do. That's what we just text. We don't even talk. We just text memes back and forth. All right. We'll see you soon, Ed. All right. Let's welcome in now from the Post Millennial and host of the Ari Hoffman Show, Ari Hoffman, and also back with us, host of Common Sense Central, Dan O'Donnell, two of the original OGs. Been talking to Dan and Ari for a very long time. I think I've known them for close to 10 years, and we got to meet for the first time in Milwaukee at the RNC. So
that was great.
It was a lot of fun to see you guys. But I'm going to start with you, Dan. Give us your best assessment of the situation on the ground in your home state of Wisconsin right now.
Well, it seems like Donald Trump is on the cusp of putting this away. There are about 70,000 mail-in votes that are not going to be counted in the city of Milwaukee because of an issue with some vote tabulators. It seems to be an election integrity issue, but just the seal was broken off of them, and just out of an abundance of caution, about 30,000 ballots were recounted. So we're not going to have the city of Milwaukee's results, and obviously that's overwhelmingly Democratic, until about 3 or 4 in the morning. So it's going to be a long night for me. That said, Trump right now is up 200,000 votes. Even if 100% of the expected ballot dump from Milwaukee goes to Harris, Trump is still comfortably ahead. That's probably also good news for our Senate candidate here, Republican Eric Hovde, who is leading by about 57,000 votes over Democratic incumbent Tammy Baldwin. I am a little surprised by this. Wisconsin right now looks to be quite possibly the safest of the 3 upper Midwest states for Trump, and could very easily be the one that puts him over the top again, as it did in 2016.
Yeah, if you move that to the column for Donald Trump, things get a lot more interesting for Kamala Harris as well.
They sure do. It's always been so tight in Wisconsin, too. So you're used to having late nights on election night. You know, Ari, let's talk about Michigan as well, because, you know, right now, Mike Rogers is also looking like he's neck and neck, so the Senate also there as well. But her stance when it comes to Gaza, sharing different messages depending on where you live. And the Michigan voters, the Arab American, the Muslims in Dearborn, have this sort of, you know, going towards Donald Trump, saying we don't trust her at all.
I think they can see how inauthentic she is. I think they can see that when she's telling different things to different people, she's not the real deal. But as important as that is, and I don't want to take away from it at all, let's not forget all the auto workers who lost jobs because they were sent to other countries. Joe Biden and the Democrats were talking about a Green New Deal, and a whole bunch of those EVs are not being built in the United States of America. They're being sent to other countries. They talked about the Ford Lightning, which Joe Biden was driving. I don't know why you let Joe Biden behind the wheel, but as he's driving that thing, they were shipping the jobs off to Mexico. The average worker in Michigan says enough is enough. When are these jobs going to come back home? Now you factor in what's going on overseas, how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's record overseas has been a colossal disaster on foreign policy. They refunded the Palestinian Authority. They lifted sanctions from Iran. They refunded UNRWA. They have the blood of the October 7th victims on their hands. And I think right now, the people who have relatives in Gaza that are the ones who are suffering under Hamas, under their rule, and don't get to vote in an election like we do, have had enough also.
You're right. The auto workers, Gaza, also the black vote in Detroit as well. I mean, there's a lot of factors playing into Michigan. But here we are, the blue wall. These are must-holds for Kamala Harris. This is probably a nail-biter for her. We haven't seen her, of course. She's been
out of sight, out of mind, kind of. Not really out of mind, but out of sight for sure. Definitely. All right. Thank you, guys. Great to see you as always.
So good to see them.
Dan, have a cup of coffee. It's going to be a late one for you, too.
5.
All right, we're going to have an after party, too.
What's the big thing that we all ate at the RNC? We lost our... What was the cuisine?
All right, I'm going to flip over to CBS, NBC. Oh, no, they're on a break.
That Mater's place, which is just, the cool thing about the RNC is they had food inside the compound, so it was great. Anyway, let's welcome in now Bruce Lavelle, Trump campaign surrogate and former small business advocate for the Trump White House. Bruce, he's in Florida, not in Atlanta where we normally see him, but some of the big news tonight, Bruce, specifically in your home state of Georgia, is how well Donald Trump did with black men in that state. Talk to us about that.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. I'm really excited. This is number 9 for now, right now. But listen, I was never worried about Georgia. I did talk to the president twice today. Obviously, I was with him earlier. But also, when I saw him in Atlanta, actually open for a rally at Georgia Tech Arena, he asked me again. I said, look, we're going to at least be 2 to 3 points. We're going to win. And the answer to your question on the black man vote, if you want to say the black male vote, that's trending and very strong for President Trump, not just Georgia, but all across the country.
Why hasn't the Associated Press called Georgia for Trump yet?
These guys are pretty much fed up.
We've got 93% reporting.
Challenged black culture, especially. Look, I ran his diversity coalition. I know this game. He challenged it back.
He's up by almost 200,000 votes.
So a lot of these guys are not with Kamala, and they're with Trump. And so it's really going with someone that they knew who he was all along, but the media, the left media, they went after him and created him to be some kind of racist and all this other stuff. The truth got out that he wasn't, of course. I knew that. And so they're starting to see this. And they're like, he says, are you better off now than you were when I was in office? And they were like, Trump's about that money, man. I'm voting for him. So, yeah, it's a lot of excitement. We're going to deliver Georgia. You see that. I'm very, very confident about that. Extremely.
Bruce, we've seen so much lawfare with Donald Trump. The weaponized government, and Americans see right through it. But what is happening in Fulton County? Fani Willis, the DA, wins re-election. Now, I know in December there's sort of a hearing to see whether or not she'll lose her, bar license. But tell us about why Fani Willis would win a re-election.
Well, listen, it's a very stronghold in her area in Fulton County. I'm very optimistic that obviously that's going to get overturned, obviously, because, listen, the First Amendment, you have the right to challenge, you have the right to ask a question about an election. We all know that. We know that that's going to get thrown out. But, I'm very perplexed, too. It's like, listen, Fani Willis has spent millions and millions of dollars on President Trump and has avoided to take care of other cases that murders, rapes, all kinds of things that created a backlog in Fulton County that's putting a dire distress on the jail system as it is. We all know about that. So, I feel very confident that will obviously be overturned also, but I'm shocked myself on how this person could do this and come right back around and win an election. So I'm puzzled just as much as you are, Bianca.
Well, you know, that mugshot that they wanted so bad turned out not to be the defining image, but perhaps the McDonald's fry cook or the garbage truck. So I think Donald Trump gets the last laugh there, Bruce Lavelle, and always.
Yo, welcome back, man. We're picking up a couple stragglers. We had we're creeping up in the numbers again.
David,
a lot of these big shows must have dropped off their coverage. Now they're come crawling back to me. Thanks a lot, guys.
So I need you to read you this one. It's Ryan James Gerdsky. He just tweeted that Trump won Starr County, Texas, most Hispanic county in America, at 97% by 16 points. The last time it voted Republican was in 1892.
Let's go. That's huge.
Let's effing go.
That is freaking huge. All right, let me see if CBS is back on. They had a little lull there. They're on a break. Let's go back and see if
towns because
it's shocking.
Well, because there was a lot of turnout.
Donald Trump he's holding his lead in Michigan. I'm very surprised.
Function of what we've been seeing, which is
he's supposed to give a speech, a victory speech in about an hour, I think.
Yeah. They were just talking about that on Newsmax.
So much of the vote is out in Wayne County. You have Detroit and you have Dearborn. That makes up Wayne County, that Arab American Muslim vote. We're talking about more than 200,000 voters there. Again, it's probably not going to be monolithic, but they're uncommitted votes as well. The question is what happens? Do they not show up? Do they vote third party? Do they vote for Trump? Or do they stick with Harris? We still don't know.
Okay.
It's weird. We still don't have the New York Times calling Georgia for Trump, even though it's 96% of votes are in. He's up by almost 200,000 votes.
Hey, Savannah, I know we're wondering when we're going to have those votes from Wayne County, specifically Detroit, where I am right now. As Tom was just mentioning, here's what we know from officials. Here in Detroit, city officials had expected around midnight that the full tabulation would be completed. So we haven't received word that has been finalized, but that was the estimate earlier in the evening. We know that absentee ballots, around 95% of that had been pre-processed before Election Day. So the overwhelming bulk of the absentee ballots were ready to be tabulated before Election Day. So that was what was the expectation heading into tonight.
I thought they weren't allowed to do that.
From the Secretary of State here in Michigan herself, and she says that they are further along in tabulation, including for here in Detroit, than was anticipated. Her initial estimate before Election Day was by midday Wednesday. So today we would have an answer on the unofficial results. She says it could be sooner now. There is a caveat. Remember, in 2016, former President Trump won this state by around 10,000 votes. We are told there are around 6,000 ballots outstanding from military and overseas. If they're postmarked by Tuesday, they can be counted if they're received by a week from yesterday, which would be Tuesday, the 12th. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Jesse. And in Battleground, Georgia, Ellison Barbers in Gwinnett County. Ellison, what's it looking like there?
Hey, Lester, it's starting to get a lot quieter in this tabulation center, and that's because for the most part, they're almost done here. We're told by election officials in this county, there is one precinct that is still out of the 156, 155 have been counted. They're still counting one final precinct and a few absentee ballots, but voter turnout here has surpassed what we saw in 2020. That's something both Democrats and Republicans were hoping for. But what Republicans were hoping for specifically was that Trump could maybe get a couple percentage points above the 40% that he had in this state back in 2020, and that it would be enough to chip into Harris's margins and the Democrats' margins here and then carry the state. And right now, he's a little over 41% of the vote in this county. So it looks like what they were hoping would happen here in terms of those couple extra percentage points might have happened. I will remind you, when we're talking about Georgia, think of what happened here back in 2022 in the midterms, where you had Trump endorsing candidates in the Senate race, in the gubernatorial race, and in the Secretary of State race. All of the candidates he'd backed lost that election cycle. The state essentially seemed to be rebuking Donald Trump. Tonight, Lester, it seems like we're seeing a very different Georgia than what we saw in 2022. Lester.
All right, Ellison, thank you.
All right, let's go out west. Reno, Nevada. Steve Patterson is there in Washoe County. Tell us what you're seeing there.
Democracy in action, Savannah. We're in the tabulation center. The machines are humming. The ballots are coming in.
Oh, we do have some movement. So we got some stuff being posted to X here. I'm going to, here in a bit, I'm going to go back to Newsmax, but it looks like we got Elon Musk walking in to hear Donald Trump's speech. So that should be starting very soon. I'm going to flip back to Newsmax. Here we go.
That God was the one that was keeping him alive so that he could fight for the United States of America. The Republican Party will never be the same. I saw that the numbers in Georgia for the black vote, black men, 25% of black men in Georgia voted for President Donald J. Trump. Are you kidding me? That is historic over the last 60 years, where Democrats have gotten 90 to 95% of the vote from the black community. This country is shifting. It is changing. It is becoming more patriotic. And when we win, I'm declaring it right now, when we win, we cannot forget the spiritual battle that we're in that's trying to go after our children, trying to go after our babies, trying to cut off perfectly good body parts with our kids, and trying to just shut up anybody that wants to talk about Jesus and talk about nationalism. We need to keep that spirit for these 4 years when President Trump gets in office with his team that he's already got in place. As you said, way different story from 2016 to 2020. Now he knows who the swamp is. He knows who he can trust. He's already surrounded himself with incredible people that are going to make our country healthy again, safe again, prosperous, and great again. It's going to be an incredible, incredible 4 years. Hopefully, if and when President Trump gets in the Oval Office.
Preach, David Harris Jr.
All right. I just want to mention this, too, while we have David still with us. I got an update from the Harris campaign at Howard University.
Lay it on us. Okay.
So we have some breaking news here. The Harris campaign apparently has just shut off the sound in the TVs at her watch party. They have replaced it with music after a guest on CNN said
Diddy music.
More like 2016 than 2020. The crowd has significantly thinned out there, and the mood is seriously downcast. That's one report on X that I saw. I asked James Rosen, can you confirm this? He wrote me back, yes. So,
well, it's never good when you turn down the music and you kind of switch it up.
Turn out the lights. The music's off. Maybe time to go home for the Harris campaign. But again, we're not officially calling anything yet. But a lot of signs pointing in that direction.
Well, I think, too, we sort of saw the shift in after her, DNC speech. And they really got, an infusion because people were just happy it wasn't Joe Biden, right? Like, we have to remember the way the dominoes fell. So sure, she was going to get that bounce, but then to insulate her from the press and then to have all these sort of surrogates that are coming out calling people garbage a sitting president, and women, and then the whole sort of the fact that we are looking at sort of people who are using this contempt language towards America. It doesn't say, well, it's okay to attack a candidate. I think Governor Huckabee was spot on tonight when he says, you start going after the American people, and people are going to say, do we really want to vote for you?
And that's one thing, too. I mean, it's one thing to criticize people and the supporters in the heat of the moment in the campaign, but what we're seeing now is that after the results, too, a lot of the left-wing media are criticizing the American public because they want closed borders. And they're electing Donald Trump. And it's going to be interesting to see if these leads hold up, how the left-wing media, who's been so negative, calling Trump supporters Hitler and Nazis, how they handle the day after, so to speak. All right, we got to get to a commercial break again. We'll be right back. Bianca De La Garza, to my side here, John Bachman. More special coverage of Election Night 2024 as a crowd gathers. Donald Trump is on his way to the convention center, and we do expect him to speak sometime in the near future. Stay with us for that.
All right, so the corporate press still has not called Georgia for Trump. I don't know why, but George just posted this. So the Georgia Secretary of State revealed that there's only 100K votes left to be counted, and Trump's lead is well over 100K. And I don't know why, but the Associated Press still has not called this for Donald Trump.
Interesting. Well, then if that math sends a shockwave through the Harris campaign. Yeah. If that is literal, just even if she won them all, if there's 100,000 left, and she won them all, and she won't, he's 118,000 votes.
She said marginally for Harris, which means probably like 53-47 or something along those lines. Interesting. Well, we'll have the decision desk talk to the people in Georgia. Can I go back to interesting?
Yeah. So the Associated Press, New York Times still has not called it for Donald Trump. I mean, it's Trump's. Newsmax called it. RSBN called it. I wonder why they're not calling it. It's just kind of weird.
How many electoral votes is Georgia?
16. So Trump right now, I mean, realistically, we're looking at let's go back to the map here. We haven't showed the map here in a second. So Trump realistically right now is at 246. So this is data from the Associated Press. So he would win 16 of those electoral votes. He's at 246. She's at 210. And then, I mean, it looks like it's almost like the data is paused because all this data is the exact same as when I looked at it like 45 minutes ago. Michigan, dude, I'm surprised that Donald Trump is killing it in Michigan like he is. That's crazy. I mean, that's over half of those reporting. Wisconsin, dude, what's really good in Wisconsin is Eric Hovde. Check this out, dude. It's looking like he could possibly, I mean, knock on wood, unseat Tammy Baldwin, who's just a terrible, dude. That chick is just the absolute worst. Plus, Eric Hovde has a stash that'll rival yours. But let's go back. Let's see here. Let's go back to CBS here.
It's coming down to Pennsylvania right now for Republicans. What the math changes now for Kamala Harris, right? Because now she no longer has a Sun Belt strategy. She's lost Georgia. She's lost North Carolina. If she wins Nevada and Arizona, she's still going to have to pick off 2 states in the blue wall. She no longer has that path. Listen, if she wins the entire blue wall, yes, she'll go back to the White House. That is still an option for her. Listen, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. She has to win all 3. But it looks like this is the entire game for her right now, guys. By losing North Carolina, losing Georgia, things have just gotten much easier for former President Trump. We're going to be watching Pennsylvania more than ever before right now because those 19 electoral votes will put him over the top if we project that state for him. Guys?
All right, Tom, thanks very much. So we'll turn to Secretary Castro here. Your thoughts on, at this point, where we are and where this is going to go?
It feels like 2016.
Let's go.
2016. And
this freaking guy,
smaller and smaller.
Castro.
There are still votes to be counted, and we saw a lot of enthusiasm today, and so it's possible that you have significant election day voting that could change this. But what I've noticed is just in county after county in Pennsylvania that he's been overperforming and that she's been underperforming what Biden and Trump did in 2020, and that's, for Democrats has to be worrisome.
What do you attribute that to? I mean, it's early. I mean, but when you look at that, you can't say they didn't park in Pennsylvania. They did, and they have this superior organization. Most analysts think. What do you think was the difference maker?
I think she was put in a very difficult position by President Biden.
I hate to interrupt you. I'm sorry, but we have
No, we're central. We're central up here. Same as you.
Power in the U.S. Senate. NBC News now calling GOP control of the Senate.
That's with the victory of Deb Fischer, the incumbent in Nebraska.
Yeah, we got 1-seat majority, I believe.
Money from an independent there, Dan Osborne, who said he wouldn't caucus with.
We got to win the House too.
It went down to the wire, but in the end, the Nebraska Senate goes back to the Republicans, and that gives a leg up to Republicans and the gains they need to take control of the Senate.
They should have won it based on how the map looks, and it obviously we are now projecting that they have it here. You've got that Nebraska pickup. Montana is still hanging out there. I'm also looking at some of these other races that are very, very close where there are Democratic incumbents in the Senate. So this is significant, obviously, for the balance of power in Congress and for whoever ends up in the White House, especially if it is former President Trump. A lot of eyes are going to be on what the House does, where the House goes here, with that landscape looking very different, of course, those critical races.
Why don't we ask Ryan Nobles, our colleague who is here somewhere.
He covers it.
He covers Capitol Hill. Right. What we know now is the Republicans have control of the Senate. What we don't know is the margin, and you still have a very vulnerable Democratic seat out west in Montana. We wait for Michigan. We wait for Wisconsin.
They not called Sheehy.
Yeah, Savannah, I think.
What's that?
That happened here tonight. This
How have they not called Sheehy?
Republicans felt very confident
in Montana.
Chances of winning back the Senate, just given
that's
the map.
wild.
I don't know. It's like all the data is just paused right now. I don't know what's going on here.
ABC News just called it for Georgia.
These races were in.
Oh, did they?
Where, the elections were expected to be very competitive, and we see that playing out here in a big way tonight. I do think.
I don't know why these interactive maps aren't updating that. It's crazy.
Where Senate Republicans were confident of.
Let me go to Montana really quick.
much talking to us about the idea of 50 plus 1. They just wanted 51 seats to make sure that they would have the Senate Majority Leader, that they could control the legislation that came on and off the Senate floor. They're now talking about perhaps significant.
Yeah, that's weird. They haven't called Sheehy for Montana yet. That's wild. All right, let's go to Newsmax, where we're looking for a Trump speech coming up very soon here.
We're concerned about what they're teaching our kids in schools. And Donald Trump has made these three things central to his platform. And so the evangelical voters, I won't be surprised if it comes out that this has been the largest evangelical turnout in American political history.
As we look at the stage here, and I don't know who is on stage. It looks like a Trump impersonator kind of. But are we going to see, we got to wonder if we're going to see Elon Musk speak tonight. Are we going to see Tulsi Gabbard, Robert Kennedy? Are we, what is this scene going to look like? And is Donald Trump going to declare victory? Because it's a little too early to do that right now. But the Trump campaign has to be very confident about where they stand.
Do it. Look, he's got to now. He's got to rub it in.
I think the Trump team has to feel good. These numbers are very promising.
Please God is trending in politics on X.
We know that he's at Mar-a-Lago with the president watching the results.
Good and bad. Please God, no. Please God, yes.
Please God, please.
Congratulations, Bobby, Max, and Peter, and Tucker. You're getting the Cybertruck, guys.
Wow, that was a tough bet to make.
Christmas comes early.
Yeah, I met your beautiful daughter at the RNC, Terry. You're a great family man. It is about values, voting your values, but I think also leaders that have character. Donald Trump's family that we saw, they're at Mar-a-Lago as well. He had them on the trail, but the children he's raised, Barron, versus,
Go look at Elon Musk's tweets.
I think a lot of people are looking at that as well. And we've seen people pray for Donald Trump. We need to pray for our leaders, and we need to pray and make sure that they have good moral compass because actions and their choices.
Oh, that was weird.
On so many levels, a multitude.
Elon Musk, let that sink in. Let's go. What a goat, man. What a G.
Awesome.
Yo, that's wild.
And how his children turn out. And if you look at Donald Trump's kids, it's very clear that he's been a very good father. They love him with all their heart. And also, they all turn out pretty successful. But we do need to pray for our leaders. These battles that we're in, it's not just politics and winning the elections. It's spiritual, it's personal, it's everything. And we do need to pray for these guys because they're getting attacked left and right.
All right, Terry Schilling, always great to see you. Enjoy that Cybertruck.
Thank you, guys.
Like Kamala Harris has pulled her speech to supporters.
In different rooms, we're looking at the mood there in West Palm Beach versus James Rosen, who is at Howard University. Let's bring in our very next guest to talk about what we are seeing as the night goes forward. Now, morning, we're past midnight. GOP strategist, former New York Senate candidate Joe Pinion, also Newsmax contributor Chrissy Clark. Great to see you both with us. Thanks for spending the night here. Chrissy, I'll start with you. Female voters also may not have turned out for Kamala Harris. That's our deal. Breaking news. Sorry, we want to go out to Washington right now and listen in to Cedric.
I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Bro, you look like you're in prison, dude.
Yeah.
You got the white background, the orange shirt.
The cheers that they are expecting maybe to hear tonight.
SOS blinking message.
Seal on the podium. That's something that she's kind of been her signature when she shows up to speak. The vice presidential seal is on the podium. Cedric Richmond, former congressman there, speaking on behalf of Kamala Harris, promising an appearance tomorrow. But again, that's not the rhetoric you hear from a campaign that feels confident about their position, talking about that there are still votes that need to be counted, and they are down in all of those blue wall states right now.
Yeah, and it's still, I mean, it's not,
I'm watching
it's getting late,
the folks
12:44.
leaving, just pouring out of
They're
that
going to let people go
rally
home and let them know, and they are going home. And you see the crowd there,
Harris
filtering out of Howard University.
Yeah, dude, I'm usually bombarded with Kamala HQ tweets, but
right now, a county.
I'm strangely, I'm not seeing a whole lot of them anymore.
It used to be a very rural area. It's become more of a bedroom community for New York City, but it's moved progressively left over and over the years. But Donald Trump is now winning there, not by much, by half a point, but he is still winning, and that's a county that Joe Biden won handily.
I got some white dudes for Harris in the crowd, obviously.
Level all night. These counties that Joe Biden had won crucial places in 2020, Kamala Harris has not been able to put together the same kind of victory, at least not yet.
And drop the testosterone between any of them.
Percent of the votes have been counted. We're still going to, we're still planning a long process here before we learn more about that, but it's just one of those counties that we've been watching very closely all night. And as you watch the Harris supporters head home for the evening, much different scene in West Palm Beach where they are waiting, and I think we're going to hear from Donald Trump very soon. In the meantime, let's bring in Joe Pinion and Chrissy Clark. They are back with us. So first, Chrissy, let me get your reaction to what we're seeing there in Washington, D.C. and what we just heard from Cedric Richmond. No word from Kamala Harris tonight. Not a good sign for her, I have to guess.
It's incredibly disappointing for the people that came out there to support her, but also I do see that there.
Yeah, she's pissed right now, dude. She doesn't want to talk to him.
Was that when Biden stepped down, there was going to be just a surge of young people going out to the polls to go vote for Kamala Harris, and I think what we can see from the early polling indicates that that just wasn't the case. Young people are still disaffected by the two-party system. They're still disaffected by everything that's going on in Washington, D.C., whether it be a Republican or a Democrat. So they didn't turn out to vote for Kamala Harris, and that should be an indication to the Democratic Party of what they need to do next time.
And Joe, we see on some of the exit polls low black turnout. They're seeing in swing states like Pennsylvania and Michigan. And obviously the party in this room here at West Palm Beach shows the real excitement. But there has been sort of.
All right, finally.
With
New York Times called Georgia for Donald Trump.
Yes,
See,
I think they
and
Kamala Harris could just show up.
Associated Press still hasn't.
Cast in her name and inherit the Obama coalition. And it turns out that people didn't think it was a good idea to have a nominee that no one chose. Then after they basically canceled the primary to protect Joe Biden, a man that was called an old man with poor memory. And so they're sending everybody home. Shades of the Jacob Javits Center. That is not what you do when you believe you're on the pathway to victory.
True.
It's what you do when you realize your candidate can't find the words to realize that after Hillary
It looks like Pennsylvania moved a little bit too. We got, let me see if it's the same on here.
Michigan, as a Democrat, in a very long time.
So New York Times
might have actually hit the trifecta. She's on the path right now if these numbers hold up.
We go to New York Times here.
Of the states in that once famous blue wall.
But come on, she likes hard work.
90% reporting.
That and the middle class family. I mean, these
Trump up 51%.
Yeah, but you have to.
In PA? Yeah, Pennsylvania.
Exactly.
90% reporting.
And I think the reality is Americans didn't want joy. They wanted jobs. And President Trump had 7 million new jobs pre-COVID. President Trump had the lowest unemployment for black Americans while he was president. So these
Trump's up by
facts. And they thought that
about 160,000 votes.
They were in a post-2020
So still a slim margin there.
On terrorist watch list, the border was overrun, and they started basically chaos abroad between Gaza and Europe and the South China Sea.
That October jobs report too, 12,000 was just another nail in the coffin too.
Let's we're going to tell Chrissy and Joe to stand by. We'll get back to them in a little bit. We're going to be up late tonight. I guess I should say this morning. But let's get out to James Rosen, who is joining us from Howard University, and what once was the Harris Watch Party, but it is not a party anymore, James.
And there's not much left to watch here as the crowd is now dispersing, having been informed by Cedric Richmond, the influential former congressman and former director under President Biden of the White House Office of Public Engagement, who came out and spoke briefly to this crowd, some of which had already begun dispersing, and told them in remarks that lasted only 3 to 4 minutes to go home. That they would not be hearing from Vice President Harris tonight, that they will hear from her tomorrow. It was an extraordinary moment, and you could just sense the disappointment in this extraordinary
I want you to check something out. Look at this. Look at this.
There were several thousand people here as of, say, 4 p.m., and the crowd grew and grew. And a lot of these people were standing on their
He single-handedly kept America from having the first female president twice.
This reporter, having covered President Trump,
that's kind of funny. Okay, a little distasteful humor for all you guys.
President didn't come here.
It's kind of funny though.
Reward that loyalty.
You know who I think would be a great female president?
There would have been very little to lose for the vice president simply to appear and to say.
Tulsi, yeah, she's good. She's
I
really
feel
good.
like she's earned my I couldn't vote for her before this because I didn't trust her on guns.
Even if she had spoken in advance of former President Trump.
Yeah, she got red pilled really quick, dude. Like real fast. And then I think the biggest thing for me, because I was talking about it the other day, the biggest thing for me is when these candidates go on these podcasts like Joe Rogan and they really like go in depth on what they believe. It's so much different than these politicians going on Fox News or MSNBC for a couple minutes where they get their sound bites in. And dude, it's so much easier just to lie. But if you go on a Joe Rogan podcast or really any podcast and you have to like really flesh out your ideas, dude, that reveals everything. And that's why Kamala didn't want to go on Joe Rogan. She wanted him to come to her. She basically made it impossible. She basically put conditions to where they knew that Joe Rogan was not going to agree to them because it would have been disastrous for her. But at the end of the day, I mean, she was kind of in the gutter, as it were. So I feel like she made a big mistake there.
She could have done that as well. So it's baffling to see. But nonetheless, the crowd is just about gone at this point, and life will return to normal here in the yard of Howard University outside Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall. John?
It's not even phoning it in tonight for watch party. All right, James Rosen, maybe James can get out of there. At least one of us can have an earlier night.
Well, thank you, Jay. Excellent reporting.
What a disgusting person, though. All of her supporters come out to wait with her, and she doesn't even address them.
The crowd is waiting, but they were still cheering for her. And no one, they're still haven't called some states, but
Hillary
is going to show his face, not even just call it in. He's reportedly on his way, perhaps even with Elon Trump over to the West Palm Beach Convention Center. So we're watching that.
Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Elon Musk. They were talking. There was a picture of Elon Musk and Dana White and Donald Trump sitting down, huddled up at Mar-a-Lago tonight, and the caption was, "Which government agency are we cutting first?" Elon has, he has the Department of Government Efficiency, and that's really what he wants to do. He thinks
Ron Paul, Elon Musk
from the federal budget.
Yeah, well, he's done quite a few things in his life as far as outside of Washington and in business. So I'm sure he'd have some fun doing that, and probably to the benefit of many Americans. All right, let's bring in our very next panel as we wait for Donald Trump possibly to show up at the festivities there. Former New York Congresswoman and board member of the Independent Women's Forum, Nan Hayworth, with us. Also, the national affairs reporter at the National Review, John Fund. Welcome into you both. Thanks for staying with us. We know it's getting a little bit late, but we knew it would be.
Great to be with you.
All right. Kamala Harris, James Rosen, really hammering the point that these people were on their feet. They were outside. They were waiting. She could have done something, if not physically, called, video. Nan, why do you think she didn't come out to do it? Obviously, we think we know why, but Donald Trump's going to at least show some face this evening.
Yeah. Well, President Trump's had a really great night.
Congressman, Nan, can we just stop you real quick? Dave McCormick is stepping out on the stage right now, who's running for Senate in Pennsylvania. He has a lead there. Let's listen in and see if he's going to make a victory speech here.
What a great group of friends. We are so honored to have you all here today. And how about my wife, Dina Powell? So to say that Dina and I are partners in this whole thing, and I wouldn't have done it without her, is an understatement. She is. This is something we decided to do together. Something that we felt honored to try to do. It was a mountain to climb, and none of this would have ever happened without Dina. So thank you, Dina. And now I want to just ask the question: who's ready to save America? We got to do it. We've got to do it. And listen, this election night's not quite over, but about 85% of the vote is in. And we've looked at where all the rest of it coming, and it looks like we're headed in a very good direction. And listen, when we started this, Dina and I looked at the country. We feel like we've been blessed by everything America has to offer. Two of the luckiest people in the world. But that opportunity, that American dream is slipping away.
I wonder what Jamie Raskin's doing right now.
For every single Pennsylvanian and every single American.
He's calling in every favor he possibly can. He is married himself to that 14th Amendment.
Have
you seen that Shane Gillis GIF where he puts the gun? Oh, you haven't seen that? I'll have to show it to you later.
Create an economy that works for everybody. We need to secure our border. We need to have energy policy that protects the environment but also makes us secure and creates great jobs. The bottom line is we need leadership. We don't have it, and we're going to get it. And so, listen, in the coming days, the election results will be finalized. And when they are, we will look forward to a new agenda, a new America. And we'll look back on this day today and we'll say that was the day that we turned the corner. That was the day that we had new leadership in Pennsylvania. That was the day that we got our country back on track. Some of you know, I think most of you probably know, I had the opportunity to go to West Point, and my brother went to West Point, and my mom and dad went with us to West Point for 8 years in a row, and they hadn't gone back for 35 years, and we took them back last fall. And with Dina's parents as well, and we walked past the MacArthur statue. And it has a very famous speech.
Dang, Adam Schiff won his seat in the Senate.
Those three hallowed words reverently dictate what you ought to be, what you can be, what you will be. They are your rallying point to build courage when courage seems to fail, to regain faith when there seems little cause for faith, and to create hope when hope becomes forlorn. And that makes sense to me because this is a moment where we don't have enough leaders showing courage. This is a moment where Americans are losing faith. This is a moment where America is losing hope. But we can turn that page. We can look forward. We can have an America that works for everybody. It starts now. It starts with this election. It starts right here in Pennsylvania. And so, from the bottom of our hearts, we have been so honored to campaign across Pennsylvania. 450 visits in every little town, in every city. And the people we've met along the way have given us hope. They've given us faith. They've given us courage to want to represent and serve the great people of our Commonwealth. It'll be the honor of our lifetimes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, we got some music going on there. Crazy. See if anything's changed so far. Trump at 2:30. Oh, dude, I thought I was hovering over Pennsylvania. I was hovering over West Virginia. I was like, Trump has 500,000. What? Dude, I was like, what the heck is going on? Okay, we got
Minnesota slipping.
Dude, no, dude, Trump's lead keeps growing. Trump is over 200,000 above Kamala Harris now. So that's 90% reporting. But we've got, so this just came out from Crowder just a few minutes ago.
He just bumped up 246, right? He was at 230.
This is just Crowder just posted this. He says the fate of our nation is in a mysterious box truck convoy. New workers are coming in to count votes. We are following this closely. So let's see what's going on here.
Excuse me. Were you an election worker?
Yes.
Are you guys leaving now?
Yes.
Are you guys done counting ballots or?
No.
Oh, so people are still counting. Your shift is over now, then?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how much longer you think they might be? You know how much ballots?
They're going to put another shift coming in for the overnight.
For overnight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
So there's all these trucks apparently are carrying ballots. But 92% reporting Trump at 3.3, Kamala 3,083,000. So I don't know. Maybe it means nothing.
You know, and John, when you see Bob Casey running ads aligning himself with Donald Trump, that, you know, even they're not having the faith that Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket would help them in the down ballot. And that was significant there in Pennsylvania. Now, McCormick just came out and said 85% of the vote. I think his tone was perfect, spot on. And it's more than what the Democrats will hear from Kamala Harris this evening. Her supporters were told to go home, and Howard University is now empty.
Look,
John.
This is an absolutely historic election. Donald Trump, comeback of the century, 2 centuries. The Republican takeover of the Senate. But your readers and listeners should understand there is one more chapter to be written. The House of Representatives, I predict, will not be decided for a week or 10 days. It's going to be very, very close. Even as Donald Trump won Pennsylvania, and even as McCormick won the Senate race there, Republican incumbent in Pennsylvania, Scott Perry, went down to defeat. There are other networks that say the Democrats have a slightly better than even chance of taking the United States House back. That would cripple much of Donald Trump's agenda because the House
wouldn't be seated.
On base.
Jamie Raskin's made that very clear.
On party discipline.
Yeah, that's
and it's extremely difficult since
the
there are very
House.
few moderate Democrats
If the
left
Democrats take
to
the
run over
House,
any Democrats to
it's
anything that
going to be wild.
So there will be a lot of recounts.
Yeah.
There'll be a lot of last minute votes.
All right, I'm gonna refresh this page because it keeps skipping for some reason.
The efforts are going to have to be deployed to key House districts because it's going to be very, very tight in the House.
John Fonda.
Oh, great. Now it's.
We appreciate your comments this morning. We thank you so much for being with us. And folks, if you are just joining us, this is our special election night coverage here on N2.
We'll be right back. Are we going on here?
Thank you.
With 1 o'clock, It's 1 o'clock in the morning, Bianca, and here we are. We're still waiting. As you heard John Fund there, the very important point that he just made about how long it's going to take before we get the final results.
Trump just got 16,000 more votes in Pennsylvania.
We're going to bring in former Virginia
He's going in the right direction.
Who I'm sure can talk to us a little bit about that. One of the key races there was in the 7th District of Virginia, Governor Eugene Vindman, the Democrat, winning over Derek Anderson. Have you been surprised at all, Governor, about the way things have played out in Virginia?
No, I mean, the polls were showing that we were down 7, 8, 9 points in the Trump-Harris race. We've lost since 2008, unfortunately, John. And so it played about right. But the good news was Jen Kiggins, one of the top congressional races in the country. She wins a big race in Southeast Virginia by 8 points. And we have 2 others. In the 7th, as you pointed out, Derek Anderson came up 4 points short. Same thing up in with Mr. Clancy, Mike Clancy, up in Northern Virginia suburbs. So we ran competitively, but the House and the Senate races stay about the same.
Governor Bianca here, you know, you're someone who has dealt with Jack Smith a figure in this campaign who Donald Trump has said he will get rid of if he is in the White House, and who the Supreme Court and obviously Eileen Cannon says was not appointed. Talk to us about what we have seen. John Fund just talked about the comeback of 2 centuries of Donald Trump, where he was even a year ago with all these indictments to where he is tonight, potentially any minute now, walking in to that convention center filled with love and supporters and standing in really good position.
See what CBS or NBC is talking about right now.
Everything you think you may have known doesn't represent what we see today.
Well, what those numbers show me tonight is Democrats have a rural problem. We are absolutely bleeding votes.
You think?
Barack Obama did very well in rural America. It started with Hillary. Biden did a little bit better. But when you look at the numbers, what's happening tonight, the gender gap is there. Women are performing in the suburbs. That's not the problem. The problem is we're just doing 2 to 4 points worse in rural, and we're not getting the big turnout in the cities because we're bleeding some of the young voters you guys have been talking about.
But also, Donald Trump keeps finding more voters in these rural areas. I mean, I think there's, you often hear in these political shows that you all host, you hear about the ceiling that Donald Trump has. He can't get over 48. He can't get over 49%. He's found more voters, and we're seeing it tonight when he's overperforming in some of these ruby red rural districts.
Which, by the way, for the third time you run for president, that just never happens. And I really do think that his campaign has figured out a way to do this and really target some of these demographics. Obviously, the young white male was the right thing to do. Getting into minority communities was the right thing to do. Democrats need an entire autopsy if it goes the way it looks like to say, what do we need to do here?
But does Trump transcend politics as we know it? I mean, that he was able to be as successful
the autopsy
by sticking his finger.
What was that?
Did he just say autopsy?
Could or has gone before.
What is true with Donald Trump?
Autopsy.
I don't even know.
And has always figured out a way to juice turnout.
This is the guy, he called it early on. He said Democrats are in trouble in Pennsylvania. So he was right.
Works tonight. And this is that was a story of 2016, and it is a story of tonight.
What's interesting to me, I'm thinking back to the Republican National Convention when we were all sitting there and Hulk Hogan came and ripped off his shirt in sort of that moment of sort of super masculinity. And one of the conversations that we had at the time was about this. And
dude, if they call Pennsylvania,
bro vote,
Trump
right?
wins.
The young male voter.
We just need Pennsylvania. Wisconsin and Michigan will just be icing on the cake.
Get those
and Nevada and Arizona.
Listen, young guys typically don't show up to vote all the time, and they typically don't show up to vote consistently. I will tell you that the Trump campaign has, for a bit now, been feeling good about being able to get those low propensity, those people who don't typically vote, out to the polls.
His numbers keep going up. Harris's are dead.
Again, from
Harris's haven't gone up at all.
Frat houses, fraternity brothers.
His just went up another
really
5,000 votes
for Donald Trump. So I don't know.
All right, I'm going to flip back over to Newsmax here.
I don't know if it's going to work for me. Let's see. We'll go back to this map here. But, Donald Trump, if he brings home victory in the 3 blue wall states in Arizona and also Nevada, which doesn't have anything reported yet, he could have over 300 electoral college votes. And you think about that. Even what John Fund is saying, he's absolutely right.
Trump is up by over 200,000 votes in Michigan right now. That's crazy.
But if he has a mandate of over 300 electoral college votes,
almost 200,000 in Wisconsin
for him too. And we'll also have control of the Senate. We talked about the importance of his ability to get through his cabinet positions and the ambassadors and all the other federal appointees that'll have to get confirmed. How important that will be for his presidency.
And right now, again, if you are staying up late with us, there's most likely going to be a show. Even though things have not been called, Donald Trump is heading to greet.
Dude, Trump is only losing by like 30,000 votes in Minnesota.
So we're going to take a very quick break, and we're back with more. In any minute, we could be seeing Donald Trump in West Palm Beach with the throngs of crowds. We'll be right back.
All right, I'm going to flip over to X really quick. Let's see what's going on. See what's going on in the Twitterverse here for a little bit. Just waiting on Pennsylvania. We get Pennsylvania. It's over. It's over. Got some stuff posted by Elon Musk. Joy Reid. See what she's crying about here.
That it would be easy to. And I think it's important to say that, anyone who has experienced
or been in the United States for any period of time and experienced this country's history and knows it, cannot have believed that it would be easy to elect a woman president, let alone a woman of color. Let's just be clear. And nothing that was true yesterday about how flawlessly this campaign was run is not true now. I mean, this really
Did she just say that?
Flawlessly run campaign. Queen Latifah never endorses anyone. She came out and endorsed.
I want someone to look at me the way Joy Reid looks at Kamala Harris. She thinks she ran a flawless campaign.
She had the Beehive. Like, you could not have run a better campaign in that short period of time. And I think that's still true. And I think it's important to say.
Yeah, terrible candidate. Terrible campaign. I mean, I guess actually it kind of was. Now that I think about it, I mean, they had like $1 billion, so I guess that was a great campaign. $1 billion? Are you kidding me? That's actually pretty. It's pretty impressive that they raised that much money for who Kamala Harris is. It's insanity. We got more videos of these box trucks coming in. Honestly, like, I'm not seeing as much crazy videos as I thought I would be seeing. Van Jones, elite. He's raging.
There are African American women who know a little bit about being talked down to and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy. And once again, they were facing rejection. And that hurts. They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit, maybe able to breathe.
Dude, that's all. That's literally all they have is just making people feel bad. This victim mentality. Yeah. It's always that. Oh, you didn't want to vote for a black woman. It's just like, what are you talking about? I mean, just look at who Kamala Harris is. Absolutely insane. All right, we're going to go back to Newsmax. Don't want to miss the Trump speech where he declares victory.
Speaking on behalf of Donald Trump, showing up there. We're waiting to hear Donald Trump could take to the stage any moment, so we'll be watching for that. We also had eyes on Robert Kennedy Jr., who's there too. So the whole entourage has shown up at the Palm Beach Convention Center in West Palm Beach. Let's check in now, though, with GOP Chair from California, Jessica Millan Patterson. Jessica, great to have you with us.
Hey, great to be with you guys.
All right, so we were talking with John Fund earlier about one of the key aspects of this night that we're not going to know.
New York Times has Pennsylvania at very likely Republican.
In the state of California, we're talking about the 41st district.
Let's go.
The 47th.
93% reporting.
Give us your assessment on how things are going for Republicans in California, because this could impact the balance of power in the House of Representatives.
It does. The road to the House majority comes right through California. We've proved that over the last 2 cycles. We currently hold a 4-seat House majority, Republican House majority, and California has picked up 5 seats in the last 2 cycles. So our job is to protect those 5 seats. We also have a couple opportunities where we're going on the offense, but the ballots take a very long time to count here in California. We also have a curing process. So some races back in 2022 were not called until December. So we're buckled in. Everything is looking good. We've done a lot on the registration side. Every single one of these congressional seats that we won. In
some of the sound not matching the lips. I'm going to switch this out.
So we did our job on turning out the vote, and now we're just going to do our work.
Oh, I guess it's their end. It's not ours.
Team of lawyers ready to go on standby to jump in there and make sure nothing happens, that everything is counted properly, and everyone can feel confident about their vote being counted.
California has one of the most robust election integrity programs in the entire country. In fact, we train a lot of the other states when it comes to election integrity.
But they don't require ID.
Every single county.
It's illegal to ask for ID.
We have done tens of thousands of volunteer training.
Voting system is insane.
Watching and ballot counting. So we feel
top vote getters
in our elections here. You have to remember, we won seats in 2020, like Mike Garcia's, by 333 votes in LA County. I promise you, if bad things were happening, that's a place that they would happen. And
they got Trump by like 2 million in California, like 1.8 million apparently.
Again, we make sure that we are watching every single one of ballots and and everything is above board, and we have all the confidence in our elections.
Sure.
Just have a few seconds left, but just get your reaction. Of course, the Senate now GOP-controlled, Bernie Moreno in Ohio, but you do have Senator Adam Schiff now.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro was right. So right now, Trump is at 66 million votes. He's going to crack.
It's still a tough.
He cracked 70. That'd be insane.
To win, but he was incredibly smart and strategic with the way that he ran his campaign here. I think we're at a turning point with Republicans, and especially with the Latino vote coming our way. That a statewide win is not far off. It just didn't happen for us this time.
Jessica Millen Patterson, really appreciate your thoughts and comments this morning on this historic election as we continue to watch results come in. Thank you for staying up with us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, next let's get out to national correspondent Mike Carter, who's covering the campaign for us from Pittsburgh. He has an update for us. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys, good evening. 90% of the vote in. Donald Trump still with a 4-point lead or so over Kamala Harris. Dave McCormick just spoke moments ago. I think you guys carried that. Necessarily a victory speech so much as a we're looking good type speech. Still a few counties yet to come in, but the numbers across the board here in Pennsylvania have just played very well for Republicans. We're looking at a few counties right now. Lackawanna County, that's home to Scranton. Donald Trump has improved his turnout the vote there over 2020. Now, that's Joe Biden's hometown, right? Scranton, Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris has so far failed to reach the same numbers that Joe Biden hit back in 2020. We're also expecting for Republicans 40% of the vote out of Allegheny County. That's here in Pittsburgh. And we're also expecting 20 to 25% Republican vote coming out of Philadelphia County. Just incredible numbers from Republicans today in Pennsylvania. And it just really needs to be said, the Democrat turnout in big cities here in PA just hasn't been there. Well, here in Pennsylvania, there are today more Republican registered voters than any time since 1970. It's unbelievable what has been done here percentage-wise here in Pennsylvania. Back in 2008, there were Democrats had a 1.2 million registered vote lead over Republicans. Back in 2020, that shrunk to just 685,000. This year, it's down to 286,000. So a lot of that has been grassroots efforts on behalf of local Republicans here in Pennsylvania. Also the likes of Charlie Kirk, Elon Musk, these third-party Republican groups that Donald Trump has enlisted. Also Scott Pressler has been huge. He's a conservative social media influencer. A lot of people had a lot of concerns about what would that get out the vote effort be in states like Pennsylvania, where Republicans really needed to cut into Democrats who had a much more bigger advantage with registered voters. Well, it seems like that has worked. And so far tonight, we still have a little ways to go. It's looking good for both Donald Trump and for Dave McCormick. And wow, wouldn't that be something? Donald Trump and McCormick out of Pennsylvania, shattering that blue wall that Democrats thought they had. I mean, you just go back to earlier this summer, Dave McCormick was down 10 points in this race. This past weekend, latest polling showed he was down nearly 3 points. And right now, he's up 2 points with 90% of the vote in, guys. It's an unexpected result, though not one that many Republicans felt was a hill they couldn't climb. But right now, we're still waiting for final results here in Pennsylvania. 19 electoral calls.
Dude, he's got Pennsylvania. There's only 7% left to report.
Mike Carter.
He's up by 230,000 votes. He's got it.
He's in Pennsylvania.
They got shenanigans, brother.
Mike Carter. I don't know if he's a betting man or not. So.
I don't either. All right, so we're watching Pennsylvania. Obviously, so is the Harris campaign. Rick Leventhal is staying up late with us, 1:18 in the morning now. We are waiting Donald Trump to come in. When he came out, he lands at West Palm Beach, 5:35 this morning, Rick, after, 4 rallies yesterday. He comes out, he votes. He says, I don't have a speech. I'm just going to wing it, And obviously, we don't know the results of anything yet, but he is going to come out to speak. I'm excited to hear sort of the mood. I know he feeds off the crowd. We're showing live pictures of the crowd. We've got a lot of notable names in there, a lot of folks that we'll recognize. And then he comes on most likely with Elon Musk and Dana White. And what will you be be looking for in the night? I mean, it's worth staying up late. I mean, why would you go to bed when we're about to see the show here?
Yeah, and I think and I hope that he's going to speak to all Americans because all Americans matter, and Trump knows that. It's not over yet, of course, and I'm sure he'll speak to that as well. They do have to count every single vote, but right now it is looking very, very likely that Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. Harris has to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and it looks like Trump is going to win all three of those states, which would make this one of the most remarkable political comebacks in U.S. history. He is just the second president to win non-consecutive terms. I'm sure you know who the first was, Grover Cleveland, the 22nd and 24th president. And here's Donald Trump, repeating history like 100 years later. So congrats to him, and congrats to the Republican Party. Not over yet, but it looks very, very good for Donald Trump. And I, too, am very interested to hear what he has to say. And the guy never sleeps. We know that now. He never sleeps. So
No, he doesn't.
not
Thanks,
surprised
Rick.
he's showing up at 2 o'clock in the morning to talk.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Rick. Appreciate it. So we are waiting and watching, and we knew it would be a late night. I mean, we're kind of in it to sort of, ride this one out. We're here. I think that a lot of the folks who have gathered there are also waiting, and no one's going home there. Unlike Howard University and our James Rosen doing excellent reporting there, it was kind of a shock that people would stand outside for 8 hours and then they don't even get a video message. In this day and age, you can tape something, you can say thank you.
Yeah, that was messed up, dude. I can't believe Harris didn't actually say anything to her
Pictures here,
supporters.
I believe, inside the West Palm Beach Convention Center. And look at this. I mean, John, we know a lot of the folks who are there. You're getting some scoop from Mar-a-Lago as well. Something's happening here.
Something's happening here. I would imagine we're starting to see some of the Trump entourage showing up, and they're going to be walking on stage very quickly. I don't know if we can raise the music a little bit, but what we all know from covering these types of events, there's a soundtrack.
Great music.
And you hear the same songs. Gloria, I don't even know who sings that one, but it's one of my favorite songs from the 80s.
Laura Branigan?
Oh,
Come
thank you,
on.
Bianca. With Bianca with the knowledge there. You hear Phantom of the Opera. You hear Village People.
Jesse's Girl.
Jesse's Girl.
And it's some
we can
opera.
hear. Let's listen in real quick and see.
That puts him at 267, now officially over the 270. But the path that it takes to get to 270.
Results coming in from Nevada. The Arizona is still an open question, although Trump has a lead there. If you take those two states off the board and you give Donald Trump Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, where he has the lead right now, he still has.
Fox News just called Pennsylvania for Trump.
And that's without Nevada and Arizona.
Boom.
These leads hold up. So it just shows you how narrow the path to victory is for Kamala Harris. If
It happened.
Still left. Let's talk about
It happened.
states where we expect
Just as the prophecies predicted. Let's go. Let's go. They tried. They tried so hard. They failed. I want to wait, though. I want to wait until the corporate press, until they have to admit.
Arizona, but the Maricopa County's election office, I just checked, they are still counting ballots. They have a live feed where you can watch them process and cure some of these ballots. So they're still hard at work trying to get more of the.
We still have New York Times holding out, Associated Press.
County, which is.
John,
we're going to cut you off here because we have a major call we want to make here. We can now officially call Pennsylvania for Donald Trump, which essentially makes it almost impossible for Kamala Harris to win. This was a huge pickup for Donald Trump.
Let's go. And he still's got Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska
Pennsylvania for
that he's
Donald
winning
Trump.
in.
So we can put that in the win column, and it's going to be huge. We'll see Donald Trump probably address that when he comes to the stage. That may have been what everybody was cheering about. We saw just a moment ago. John, sorry to cut you off there, but we had to get that in.
But this is, 19 electoral votes. So out of all the battleground states, the most electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Biden had won this by 1.2%. Donald Trump flipped the state of Pennsylvania by 0.7 in 2016. That was the first time a Republican had done that since 1988. He has done it again tonight, folks. Pennsylvania, a prize going to Donald Trump. And also, they were saying if he holds everything he did in 2020, he gets Georgia, which he did get. He gets Pennsylvania. He gets 270.
Yeah.
He gets to the White House. So very exciting momentum right
We'll be
there.
watching to see if it is, in fact, a victory speech from Donald Trump tonight. This might change the tenor and the tone of that speech, but we do have other states to watch out for as well, including the one where John is.
Dude, I hope he rubs it in.
John, I always hate to cut you off, but we got to get that one in there. Tell us, pick back up where you left off.
Yeah, no, that's big news, and of course, it's crucial here for Trump's roadmap.
My brother just started one of our group chats saying that Bitcoin has just hit $75,000. The markets are loving this.
Bitcoin. Yeah, I saw that.
Votes very close right now in Maricopa County, but also we're looking at Pima County, which is where Tucson is, and that's going, at the moment, it's leaning more blue. However, there's still lots of time and still lots of ballots to be brought in. This was a historic year.
All right, John,
for
I'm going
the
to cut you off again one time. John, I'm going to cut you off again one more time because we are now able to call the race.
Let's go!
It is 2024. It is.
Boom.
1:24 in the morning, and we're calling Donald Trump the victor after securing Pennsylvania. We have a new president-elect potentially. We have to, of course, wait for all this to be official, but we are projecting Donald Trump as the victor of the 2024 presidential race.
We're glad you're staying with us right here on NBC.
Fingers crossed. What happens next?
We've had a team of reporters all
What's Jamie Raskin going to do?
Again, we just called the state of Pennsylvania, and this is why we're now able to call Donald Trump right now the presumptive winner of this election, a historic election. D. John Glasgow, thank you. We know you're watching Arizona.
Rep. Andy Kim from New Jersey has been talking the last 25 minutes in this.
They have been waiting for Donald Trump to come over from Mar-a-Lago. It may be a victory speech.
They're still not talking about it on
Donald Trump
NBC.
came out today to vote with Melania. He said, I haven't really planned or scripted it. I don't have to. I'm just going to speak from my heart. But today and tonight, as we are watching, this is a comeback, many say, one for the history books and one that our nation really has not seen the likes of in a long, long time. A candidate, complete outsider, 1 in 2016.
I still can't believe it. That's crazy.
Now everything that this Democratic Party had sort of put into play with Kamala Harris being replaced out of Joe Biden, you can see how jubilant they are.
And I think back to August, the Trump campaign called a few of us to Mar-a-Lago for that press conference, and before they gave us kind of a background briefing. It was supposed to be off the record, but they were so proud of the data that they had, they actually, allowed us to report it. But they were very confident about their ground game and their ability to get out some of these persuadables, as they called them, voters. They had identified and spent a lot of time when they hold these rallies all over the country. They try to identify people who had not voted for Donald Trump before, and that appears to be very effective. One of the other things, too, that I've noticed, having covered the 2016.
Thank God, dude, because I was literally going nuts having to talk about Kamala Harris all the time on YouTube, bro. I mean, like, literally, it was driving me nutty.
Credit has to be given to Susie Wild.
You say that now, but low-hanging fruit, my man.
Dude, no. Biden was low-hanging fruit. That was fun. Kamala's just like awkward.
Execute on this plan, and we saw how he expanded the map. Remember, we were all told we were not going to be able to get to this point tonight. It was going to be too close to call. We could be looking at weeks before we knew the presidential election winner. But here we are. It's 1:30 in the morning. Donald Trump has been projected to win the presidential race. He's expanded the map. We don't even have the results from Michigan and Wisconsin, Arizona, or Nevada yet, but we do have a new president-elect.
Yeah, if you are just joining us, yes, the race has been called. Newsmax is calling it for Donald.
95% chance.
We are looking live inside his watch.
Trump's estimate, Trump 306.
And what we're feeling, too, with all of this is, against all odds, Donald Trump, not just one indictment, 2, 3, 4 indictments, a lawfare. We've had 2 attempted assassination attempts on this man's life. And I know I was next to you during the RNC and the DNC, John, during this election cycle. You and I have sort of been right here side by side watching.
All right, guys, if you're just now joining us, we have Donald Trump coming up to give the victory speech very soon. Stick around, smash that like button, share this, leave a comment.
American history now. And
subscribe.
Mark another one for the history books, and we'll see what
Hit the bell.
Donald Trump has now for the future. And his legacy, again, just got another chapter to be written here in American political history.
And I remember very distinctly the Friday after Kamala's speech at the DNC. I was exploring Chicago. I went to the Billy Goat Tavern, an iconic spot, and I sat down to have a beer and a hamburger. And a guy came in and sat next to me. He attended the convention, and we talked a lot about how excited he was, about the new energy, about the vibes and the brat and the joy that they were experiencing. And what we've seen from the Harris campaign is what we've seen from her other campaigns. A burst of energy in the beginning, and then it faded to black towards the end. She didn't connect with voters. She didn't take opportunities to connect with demographics and voting blocks that Democrats were struggling with, and we saw that. And I think, again, this is more proof that you can't just present a candidate to the American public and expect them to go along with it. And I think something you were talking about earlier tonight, Bianca, is the lack of respect that Kamala Harris showed for her supporters tonight by not showing up at Howard University. And you compare and contrast that to the MAGA movement that we've seen, the Donald Trump we've seen as of late, getting in the garbage truck, going to McDonald's, humbling himself in a way that we haven't really seen Donald Trump do that before. So
what this means.
Yeah, I'm also so proud too that here at Newsmax we have seen surging ratings, and all our viewers, all of you that are watching tonight, to see this historic moment with us. We really know how important the role of journalists are to report the facts, to not have just a legacy liberal media that is smearing, using name calling, and really acting as sort of a propaganda arm for whoever is in charge and the machinations of this Democratic Party. And tonight, I think we're seeing sort of a referendum vote of people versus the establishment. And it is we the people, and it is Americans and the power of the people. And you sense it. And I'm so proud to see where our nation is and where our nation may be. And we're both parents, so obviously the future is very important for us and our children.
I think a lot of parents are breathing a sigh of relief tonight, especially those of us who have girls who play sports. That's one of the things, it's not a traditional topic. It's not the economy. It's not.
So Kamala might be outperforming Clinton by one electoral vote. It looks like if she wins Maine and Minnesota, Clinton won by 227.
And the other thing too that I'm struck,
she got 227 electoral votes.
2020 was likely an anomaly. You had the pandemic, of course. You had a lot of rules and laws being.
Kamala looks like it's going to get 228.
And you had a lot of that corrected after the fact. And
as long as Alaska and all these other states don't flip.
I know there are a lot of upset Democrats out there tonight, but the fact that we do have an election result on the night, or
they call that the glass ceiling,
is big for our country.
It is, and it may be some healing. This is live pictures outside of Trump Tower, Fifth Avenue there, and you can see people with their American flags, Israeli flags, their red MAGA hats. New York has packed Madison Square Garden. We saw the streets actually filled when he was convicted in Alvin Bragg's trial. They supported him. The next day he broke fundraising totals. So, his ties to New York, what he's done for that city, a lot of folks there, have always supported him. I think a lot of this, too, is about loyalty. And people who have stood by Donald Trump always had faith that, this was not necessarily going to be in the cards, but he fought. And, speaking of, sort of reaction to where we are, we're going to see Donald Trump in just a few minutes. As we wait, let's bring in some of our guests here who've been standing by to get some reaction to tonight's historic election. Executive Director of America First Works, Ashley Hayek, and also GOP strategist Joe Pinion. Incredible. We're waiting for Donald Trump, so please excuse us if we cut you off. It just means he's taking the stage. Joe Pinion, I'll let you get your first reaction here to what we're seeing and feeling tonight here.
He was going to blow it in Pennsylvania.
I mean, it just feels surreal. They told us you couldn't vote for Donald Trump because he was a criminal. They told us that the border crisis was a figment of our imagination. They told us that they were the return to normal administration while they started effectively a wild wildfire from the war in the Middle East to the fires in Gaza. And now you have Donald J. Trump, poised to become the 47th president of these United States, building a coalition that looks a whole lot like the old Democratic coalition, with Americans sick and tired of being sick and tired. And in the end, it's Kamala Harris, perhaps showing her true
He
self.
appeared in the 2 a.m. hour to make his remarks, and we are in the 1 a.m. hour, and we saw that motorcade a bit earlier crossing the bridge in West Palm, but we don't have any timing as to when we may hear.
Well, we know we won't hit traffic because of the hour and also the motorcade, but we are expecting him. And we've been talking about, what tone he might strike. And also, Mark Lauder, you were there, you know him. Let's just pretend he listens to his advisors. What would you advise him to say tonight?
I would outline what we have to get done. And first off, we have 74 days, if I'm going off my quick math, before you actually take the oath of office. So I would obviously want to get right to work. You would obviously praise your staff. Unlike what you would normally do in a traditional speech this way, you will have not talked to your opponent unless something strange happens between now and then, and she calls, they reach out and call. So you're not going to be able to say anything along those lines. And then ultimately, I think, especially if it looks right now, you may not hold, but you're leading in the national popular vote. That's something that you have not done. It's something only one president, Republican president, has done this century. You have a mandate. And
what is the mandate? Because he didn't run to the center. He ran to the base, and the base, it seems poised to elect him. So what would the mandate be if you're him? Is it the mass deportation? Is it, the tariffs, for example? He's been very clear about his policy.
I think first and foremost, it'll be energy, the economy, extending the tax cuts, and then I think you will get into illegal immigration. I think you will get into and some of those other areas. But ultimately, I think that's first where you go. Also, will depend on if you have the House. If you have the House and the House comes with you on this, then you have obviously both chambers. You'll have unified control. And that changes a lot.
He will effectively be a one-term president. What does that mean in terms of how he would govern?
You have 8 months to get something done before they start running for re-election? No, in reality, you obviously you're going to have your 4 years, but as we both know, you get that 100 days, maybe that 6 months before Congress goes and starts acting in their interest for their re-election, their campaign interests. You're going to have what I assume would be a primary to be your successor, and then obviously the Democrats will have their primary.
Claire, how would you see that? How would you see that rolling out?
Well, I think it depends on whether or not the House is controlled by the Democrats. Remember, when Trump got elected last time, he had the House and the Senate. He had all three, and there was, he struggled. He got the tax cuts done, but that was really the only. He didn't repeal Obamacare. He didn't build the wall. He didn't do a lot of the things he had promised to do, even though he had all three houses. So I worry that if the Democrats get the House, then whatever he doesn't get done will be Hakeem Jeffries' fault, as opposed to his inability to produce on the promises he's made. But if we don't take the House, then I think he's got a tall order, and I think he's got to do the tariffs. And he doesn't need Congress for that. He can do the tariffs right away. I've been hearing from my friends that are in Europe. They're very worried about the lines of those countries being redrawn fairly quickly.
You mean Ukraine?
Yes, and more. Orban and other autocrats that now will feel this is a green light. I think NATO will be greatly diminished. I think our European allies will be very, very nervous. So that's another whole piece of this. So I think it really is important for us to know whether the Democrats take the House before we start speculating too much. And part of me,
gender fluid, and people just started going wait a second, this is actually just not what we want for our children.
All right, where's Trump at?
They took it and they pushed it so
I'm ready for this to be a wrap, bro. I'm ready for this to be a wrap.
Stuck in traffic.
Okay, wait.
Yeah, he's Trump is milking it, dude. I've covered a lot of his rallies, and he's always late by 45 minutes to an hour.
Put their foot down and saying, no, this is our family, this is our nation, and we have to restore it. It's now or never, truly, Joe.
The Democrats truly believed that they could ride abortion back to keep them in the White House. They thought that just every single American would rally to their cause. And no one wanted to be Julia Roberts in that commercial. There were plenty of women who decided they were going to go into a ballot box and vote for President Trump, even though their husband may have been voting for Kamala Harris. And I think that might be what we find here in the crosstabs and the exit polls. All of those women who perhaps did take it to the ballot box with their mouth sealed and say, we're going to vote to put America first. We're going to vote to say that our children aren't going to be taught about the mechanics of sex before they know how to spell the word. We're going to vote to ensure that we're not going to have our credibility questioned simply for asking questions about the type of materials our children are being exposed to at a very early age. So I think that was the miscalculation of Democrats, effectively thinking that they knew better than the voters, that they could tell us that our eyes were lying to us. They were not lying to us. We had prosperity underneath President Trump, and I think we're getting ready to have prosperity under President Trump once again.
It's almost like not just a candidate loses, but it's more like America wins. And that's kind of where we're hearing Donald Trump is actually in the building.
Here we go.
Another layer of all of this.
Up next, Donald Trump.
Absorbing this, and our viewers are staying up.
47.
Wait to hear what he has.
Hey, we got a super chat from Joy Kirkland. Said, nice chatting with everyone. We won. Hey, thank you, Joy. We sure did. We won.
And it's a return.
It's surreal.
A glimpse of
it doesn't feel real.
Amidst all.
But thank you for that $10 super chat. Much appreciated. Thank you guys for hanging out with me late tonight.
They came after him. We're going to talk about the House.
Should be seeing the boss here in a second.
When he started, they were already against him. And look what he was able to accomplish. And this time, knowing what he knows, surrounding himself with different people, maybe making different decisions, which, he talked about with Joe Rogan. Nothing was perfect at the time. He'd only been in D.C. 12 times. So here we have an opportunity of a real battle-tested Donald Trump.
There's John Voight, a great friend of Newsmax, just an amazing actor in everything he does, including Zoolander. He's just so good. John Voight is fantastic, and he's just been a huge supporter of Donald Trump's. This is the greatest political comeback, I think, in history. You have to give that to Donald Trump. You can think about other people like Teddy Roosevelt, who tried to regain the presidency and just couldn't do it. Donald Trump is certainly in a league of his own, regaining the White House, and we'll see what he does with it. But you made a good point,
Joe and
Bianca.
Ashley, thank you so much.
Can I say something really quickly?
Sure.
I just want to say, when we were setting out to do this, when we were setting out to do the ground game, and that was because of this FEC opinion, we went all in, and we knew that we had to get so many votes banked, and that's exactly what we did. And so this tonight was a math equation to us. We knew we had to bank so many votes ahead of time. We know there had to be low propensity and no propensity. We knew we had to expand the base, and that's exactly what we did. And going into tonight, we felt confident, not cocky, but confident. And because of the president's vision.
Dude, so crazy, bro.
His record.
The felon.
We were able to build the greatest coalition this country has ever seen.
The felon got elected. They tried to put him in prison, dude. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to assassinate him. And, dude, he still got elected. They threw everything that they could.
Tonight, the work actually starts moving forward.
How they put the president's photo up in every government building? I think he should use his mugshot.
Thank you.
Dude, for real, man. I covered the Stormy Daniels case. I covered that trial, dude. I have a whole playlist on my YouTube channel where I covered the entire thing from start to finish.
But the family might
Dude,
be
it was so incredibly rigged, it's not even funny. Reading through the transcripts, because there was a guy that was actually there that was live tweeting everything that was said. Dude, it was nuts.
Called Trump in Exile.
At the end of that, when they actually declared, when the jury found him guilty, I was like,
being in a position, I remember
this country's in the garbage. For them to actually consider him him guilty.
Donald Trump and the prospect.
It was wild what the judge was doing, man. It was nuts. It was like handwriting the jury instructions or like crafting the jury instructions to make sure that they found him guilty. It was insane.
He comes back step by step. We saw him also evolve on certain things like early voting, really embracing that. We saw him vote today, but encouraging other Republicans to do that.
All right, let me go to CBS. Seems to. Here we go.
A victory speech. I can
They've
tell
got
you
a better view of it.
you probably can't quite see it, but the glass is up. The teleprompter glass is up for prepared remarks. But I think it's possible that part of the delay here may be that those remarks don't yet exist. Trump told reporters this morning after he voted that he hadn't written anything yet. He hadn't written a concession speech. He hadn't written a victory speech. He is something of a superstitious person, and it's possible he did not want to put anything on paper early, not knowing the results. For right now, I'm like tapping through my phone. We're reaching out to campaign sources, but I think part of the problem is Trump himself may not be entirely clear what message he wants to give to the country when he decides to step forward and give it. Savannah?
All right, Garrett, thank you. Let's go over to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters, where they're shutting it down. Cedric Richmond had just came out a little earlier saying that we will not hear from Kamala Harris tonight, but we will tomorrow. Any further word there, Peter?
Right now, at this hour,
Yeah, I think most accurate to say that we are shutting it down at this point, shy of 2 o'clock here. We're the only ones left, a matter of reporters here who are sort of bundling up their gear in anticipation of the vice president returning to Howard University, her alma mater, as we were told. I guess it's later today. She'll be speaking today, Wednesday, not just to her supporters, but to a national audience as well. Obviously, this thing isn't done yet, but certainly based on the expressions we saw, the information we're getting from those in and around the Harris campaign, it doesn't feel like a winning night for them, a successful campaign. We heard a funeral type atmosphere from those top donors who were gathered at a hotel not far from here. Kamala Harris never arrived at this location, not dissimilar to Hillary Clinton back in 2016 when it was one of her aides who came out and said she wouldn't be speaking, that she would deliver remarks the next day. Ultimately, it was then when she delivered a concession. So they're keeping close eyes on Pennsylvania. But the bottom line is, there are key demographics and critical counties and crucial states where they're just underperforming. Right.
Peter, I'll ask you to stand by right now. We have another call in Nebraska in the split electoral votes. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win 4 of the 5. There's the difference. This is District 3. Donald Trump, the projected winner. And you can see 58% of the vote is in there.
And District 2 remains outstanding. That's the one, the Omaha adjacent district that usually goes blue and is expected to tonight as well. I think we await District 2. think we just saw that.
And you can see Donald Trump drawing closer to the magic 270 that would put him over the top and hand him the White House once more.
Yeah, we await his comments. Stay with us. NBC News election night coverage continues right after this short break.
Deduction to try to modify the 2017 tax cut law, and Trump's got a lot of promises.
Dude, I've been live for 7 hours.
Overtime pay and tips. Trying to
right now, it's showing that Sam Brown with 71%, and then this is Nevada. Sam Brown is just took a 1/10 of a percentage lead.
Everybody being a diva.
Diva.
Over the incumbent Jackie Rosen.
We call Pennsylvania
in Nevada.
That was the clinch for
is that the dude with the burned face?
Yeah, the burns, yeah.
Yeah, he's legit. I like that guy.
Really, a new dawn for America, truly.
It is. And, you were talking about...
Yeah, let me look at some of these Senate results. What's going on here?
That I can think of remotely close to this was Richard Nixon, who lost a very close race for president in 1960 to John F. Kennedy, then decided to run for governor of California 2 years later.
Senate
So
in
Eric Huffty.
Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Let's see what they got.
Yeah, we got Eric Huffty. Looks like,
well, of course, 6 years later.
knock on wood, he's going to unseat Tammy Baldwin. That's awesome, dude. He's got a mustache, dude. Have you seen him? Dude, he's got a stash, dude. It's a good stash. You haven't? You haven't seen him?
Yeah, and it's
bro.
At this point, to start talking about Donald Trump getting 300 electoral college votes, he has.
This is him
in Nevada and Arizona. If the leads hold in Michigan, that's not
Look
even
at that, dude.
Wisconsin. I mean, if you put Wisconsin in that category as well, he could win.
Homie right there, dude. He's got a better stash than you do. Actually, I don't know.
Bro.
It's comparable. Okay. I'm not gonna say it's better, but it's definitely comparable.
I'll say it. It's better.
How aggressive?
Let's say it's definitely. Oh, here's him without a stash. I haven't seen him without a stash. I saw him just last week in Green Bay. Do what?
Put it back.
Put it back. Yeah, for real. That's like when I shave my beard, dude. Like, it's like a massive mistake every time. So yeah, that'd be awesome, dude. Eric Hovde wins that. It looks like he might.
So there's 89% in on that one, and he's up 50.1 to 47.8. So that'd be a big pickup.
So it seems likely.
Makes it very difficult to pass complex legislation like tax cuts because everybody could be a hero, everybody could be a holdout. So that's what
I still haven't called Arizona for Ruben Gallego.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see.
He's at 52% with 52% of the vote in. He's at 52%. Kerry Lake 46.1.
That one breaks my heart, dude. It really does.
Yeah. She's such a warrior,
dude. Yeah, she's been cheated out of a seat in Arizona like 3 times now.
I don't know. Yeah. No, everything's getting smaller.
You know, the crazy thing is her litigation's still ongoing. Most people don't, realize that the litigation from the 2022?
I think it's 22. Yeah.
Yeah, 2022 election is still ongoing. I still don't understand how Montana, good Lord, Montana is one of the least populated states in the union, only has 31% reporting.
NBC right now are probably having conniption.
Yeah, Sheehy has 51% of the vote.
Yeah.
Tester. Yeah, that one's
going
to Sheehy.
Obviously, Tester is incumbent, but I mean, good Lord.
The legacy media side.
Yeah, this is no longer about a candidate. This is about a movement.
Yeah, Amy Klobuchar, she won pretty decisively, actually.
Want change. They want things accomplished.
That sucks.
That's specifically why Donald
statewide race and that if Trump ends up carrying the state. That's one of those things. I don't get that. I don't get how.
He's been there. He's done that.
Trump's coattails don't carry you across the finish.
And I think he'll have a very successful second.
Did Trump endorse him?
Well, Trump derangement syndrome, though, was.
I believe so.
Yeah, Bianca, to your question.
He won the Republican
consumers of their content for the thought that President Trump might
nomination. So, which is
remarkable. They all went into this absolutely certain that they were going to win. And it's going to be, from a psychological point of view, very interesting to see a lot of our friends and neighbors that maybe voted the other way try to process.
All right, I'm gonna go back to CBS or NBC.
Night coverage.
Waiting for Donald Trump coming out, giving the victory speech very soon.
Celebration has broken out. The crowd now eagerly awaiting what they hope and believe will be an appearance by Donald Trump. The stage is set. We understand the glass teleprompter has been installed around the podium, so all seems to be in readiness.
By the way, we saw the crowds cheering a few moments ago. Another network has called the race for Trump, which explains the cheers inside the headquarters. We have not. Just a reminder, our decision desk, which is in Philadelphia, crunches those numbers, and the motto there
sounds like someone's salty. NBC is salty. We have not.
Somebody I'm looking for here, and I don't know
have
if he's in
higher
this convention
standards.
center or if he's still at Mar-a-Lago with former President Trump, is Elon Musk, because he potentially may have ended up being a factor in this race if, in fact, we do call Pennsylvania for former President Trump. He created this super PAC, put a ton of money behind Donald Trump in this state, did that very controversial $1 million a day giveaway to people who would sign a petition arguing
for
who
Harry
First and
Sisson
Second
is?
Amendment rights, et cetera. I think it was something like $118 million that he poured into.
Do you know who Harry Sisson is?
And has become a very
Is he the spokesperson for the White House or whatever?
No, the Gen Z TikToker. That's all like Democrat. Oh, you don't know who that is?
out there with
I do.
I mean,
Yeah, he's.
Elon Musk hours
So
ago
he came out.
X or whatever you call it
So
now.
while we're waiting, he apparently America failed women tonight. Let's see what Harry Sisson has to say.
People voted. So the election between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris has not been called yet. We do not know who the winner is, but it is pointing in one direction. And it's not final, but I just wanted to say that America failed women tonight, primarily. Trump has insulted women, berated them, has been found liable in court for assaulting a woman, and he took women's reproductive rights away. And instead of standing up to that, people voted for it.
Dang right.
We failed our daughters, our mothers.
Bro, you're like 22. You're like 21.
America failed.
He looks like he's 17.
Failed them.
How old is Harry Sisson? I think he's 21, 22
It is
now.
unfortunately the reality of the situation. So I'm sorry to everybody out there who will be impacted by what may come.
21. Dude, the bro is 21. That's crazy, dude. The one of the biggest grifters, dude. It's so bad.
And in fact, Trump campaign officials who are texting me back have no guidance. So we're all in a bit of a waiting period here for the former president, I think, to make the decision to come speak. You mentioned another network having called this race. Obviously, not a decision we have made. NBC News not making any projection, but I do think that will weigh on Trump's thinking now that his audience here in the room believes he has won. I've not laid eyes on Elon Musk yet, but I have seen Tucker Carlson, who was part of the sort of core group of folks at the Mar-a-Lago party earlier this evening. Everyone who was there has decamped for the convention center. So really, the stage is set for Donald Trump's moment whenever he chooses to take it. And this crowd is ready. I've been watching people who in many cases have been here for hours and enjoying the cash bar quite thoroughly, hugging and smiling and dancing along to the program, ready for a victory celebration that for them is.
Did he say cash bar?
Hey, Garrett, let me ask you. Cash bar. We've been reporting for weeks that this is
people getting litty,
and we've seen what Democrats now see. Was there any expression of pessimism? Was there concern that there, but for the grace of God, go I? Republicans could have gone in the same direction as the Dems.
The Hill just called it for Donald Trump.
Within the Trump campaign the last couple days, there were a lot of nerves because what they were trying to do was very much unproven. They had a theory that they could expand the electorate, they could turn out all these new voters, they could convince young men to show up and vote, and it was totally unproven. And, the Trump campaign ethos in general, from the top down, is to be confident, borderline cocky.
Oh, Trump just got all 5 Nebraska electoral votes.
But in these last couple days, they saw the same polls we did. They saw, I think, the vice president's closing message. They saw Donald Trump.
There's 5, right?
Kind of failing to deliver the knockout blow with his own closing message. And they did get a little nervous. But
Because he just got another one. I think there was, there's 5. Okay, so he has all 5 of them now.
There's 4 and then there's 1, yeah.
Yep.
Trump campaign staffers and major donors basically saying, see, we told you so. I mean, for them, it was always going to be either a close Kamala Harris victory in their view or a sweep, potentially, of the battleground states if their theory was right. They have felt minute by minute and hour by hour tonight that the evidence is pointing towards their theory being right. And we won't know till all the votes are counted, but certainly it's starting to look that way as we approach 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, we are approaching 2 o'clock in the morning and waiting to hear from the former president, or some words when we might hear from him. Again, this race has not been called by this network. This network's still going through its processes, and when it's ready to speak, our decision desk will speak.
But as we look at where the numbers are and what the mood music is, if you will, I think one of the things that is on people's minds is who will be, if in fact former President Trump does well in Pennsylvania, and we call that race for him, et cetera, who will be in his ear?
There's 94% reporting he's up by over 200,000 votes.
Back in 2016,
just call it.
Jared Kushner was such a presence on the trail. His son-in-law, Ivanka Trump, his daughter, Melania Trump, has been a rare presence on the campaign trail, campaigning for her husband this time. And both Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner have largely taken a back seat. They've kept an arm's length away from domestic
I don't like Jared Kushner.
and have not been on the trail much.
Keep
They may be here tonight.
him and Mike Pompeo out
Your freaking administration.
They may line
Yes,
up as part of the
dude.
family, but they have not been a presence in the way that they were.
I was appalled that he let him speak at his rally in
Vance, who served
Pennsylvania yesterday.
Yeah.
for 2 years,
That is one that needs to be
of
banished.
becoming the vice president of the United States for a man who's 78 years old.
I think Ron Paul tweeted something about that.
Yeah. The one thing I'd say about the who would serve in the administration.
You know, one of the positive and the bright spots I've pulled out of this is the
4 years in between. Because normally
rise of like Representative Massey, who I have just absolutely
He's
been
huge.
so grateful for him over the years, man, and just to see the traction that he got with the Maha movement. As soon as RFK comes online, boom, you start seeing everything that he's been just grinding for the last several years, just immediately skyrocket to prominence on the national scale, in the national narrative, dude. And I'm so excited to see that. Like, that's one of those guys that's just like he's been putting in the legwork, just like Ron Paul. All these years, finally seeing that stuff come to fruition is just going to feel so freaking
about 6 o'clock p.m.
just refreshing to see all that, all that stuff start to really permeate the narrative nationwide. And I'm so excited to see that.
Was the person of Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I like Massey a lot, man. He's a real one. He was the one that called out the
It's striking because so many
APAC people.
in his
When he said every congressman has an APAC guy, I was like, whoa. He said that on Tucker Carlson. I was like, dude, you are painting a target on your back.
about that all of the people.
And sure enough, dude, like,
I do think
it wasn't too long after that. Even like Laura Loomer, dude, I know Laura, dude, and she was like freaking just trashing him on Twitter. I was like, dang, man.
in fact win.
She's a walking billboard for look before you leave. Sometimes I just think I love her to death. Like, I have followed her from the early days of her time with the Alex Jones and all of them.
Oh yeah,
But
sometimes
she's
you'll be
just
cheering for
so
her.
quick with her vitriol and just like, and I'm just like, just hold off a little bit,
Dude, no, 2 days before the election, she was attacking RFK Jr. over soliciting campaign contributions for Donald Trump, and she looked into the fine print of the donation, the solicitation,
paying off the debts.
Yeah, something about paying off the debts. But dude, then I think it was Roger Stone that came out and like admonished Laura Loomer. Like, she was like right away. People are like, dude, what are you doing? It's 2 days before the election. Hold on. She's like, he's trying to swindle everybody. I was like,
well, I think a lot of times,
maybe, I don't know.
How to
I just wish she would maybe not go with her initial knee-jerk reaction all the time. I think it served her well a lot of times, but maybe rein them horses in a little bit every once in a while.
Yeah, I mean, I know the Trump administration, Donald Trump himself even distanced himself from Laura Loomer after her comments about Indian food in the White House. Did you see that when Kamala, she tweeted out something about Indian food stinking up the White House? And then Trump is giving a speech at one of his golf courses in California, and the press is just all asking Donald Trump about Laura Loomer. And he just is like, what? What is going on?
Who's this chick that's riding my freaking plane?
No, dude, no. Dude, Trump, dude, he loves Laura Loomer. Like, she rode on his plane with him to the debate.
Because
and that's the deal, dude. She's a great person to have in your corner.
Oh no, she's actually a really good person.
But
dealing with her personally,
it's a wild card, dog.
It's Twitter. You talk to her like, over the phone or whatever. She is so nice. Twitter, dude, she is just savage.
Administration officials who were there.
Because I met her in Georgia, and dude, she was like as nice as she could be to me, dude. She was nice, she was helpful, dude. she was like tweeting me out all the time. She helped me out with a lot of stuff.
Doing an interview with
but yeah, you can't agree
don't
with everything.
Be on the other end of that.
Dude, heck no, dude. I would never. No way,
she
dude.
those guns on you, you're screwed.
Yeah, now that she has I think she has like 1.3 million followers on Twitter now.
People there.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. You get retweeted by her, dude, and it's just like your notifications just go nuts.
People like Governor Doug Burgum, Senator Marco Rubio.
But no, she's a good person to know. She knows a lot of people.
Discussed as potential people who would return to a second administration.
To sort of put it super simply here, this is the case that Vice President Harris made for the duration of her 107.
All right, where you at, Trump?
Which was that if Donald Trump gets back into office, her argument was that he would be potentially more dangerous in the first term, she said, because the people who acted as a check around him will be gone. And I think that's what we're talking about here. Who will be around him? Who will be those voices in his ear?
We can only hope.
That is an argument that did not resonate with voters
in
Georgia.
I just want to know
voters in North Carolina.
Who's going to be Attorney General, because I'm ready to see Merrick Garland's little stumpy face out of there, dude. I'm so sick of that guy, Merrick Garland.
People who had previously been allied with him.
What a joke of an Attorney General.
Recruit Ken Paxton. Texas needs him.
Listen, the House.
Oh yeah, dude.
The Senate
Ken Paxton would be great.
Republican now. He is
it
on
would
the
be great, but yeah, you're right. Texas does need him.
Texas needs him.
But winning Pennsylvania, which would be essentially.
Who were they floating for Attorney General? I forget who it was. They were talking about it not too long ago. It'll come to me.
Right, and so
I know some people said Vivek.
Another.
That's a huge question mark too.
Sessions.
What was his name? Sessions. Good Lord.
Yeah.
Talked about tariffs.
No to Sessions.
Republican House and Senate. Suddenly, perhaps that makes it easier to find the money that he will need, the enormous amount of money to carry out those mass deportations, for example. And so there are going to be some policy implications depending on which way Congress goes.
Well, I mean, Project 2025, which the former president has disavowed, but it has to be acknowledged, has folks who have worked for him and people that he has consulted with all over it. And there's a lot of talk in that document about getting rid of the so-called deep state, and because the view from the Trump campaign and the Trump,
all right, I'm going to flip this over to the chat.
That deep state, these are people that were an obstacle.
How's it going, everybody?
Inside the administration, Mark.
We got some. We got a little pickup in viewership.
Well, I think he will take. I don't speak for the former president or his campaign, and
we've got.
Believe it or not, it's always the big events that I have like the lowest viewership, because everyone goes over to
NBC News can now
Steven Crowder. Pennsylvania, they called it. They called it.
19 electoral votes. Here's where it stands right now. Donald Trump out in
NBC calls it for Trump, Pennsylvania, officially.
95% of the vote in Pennsylvania, and that goes in the Donald Trump column.
With that, it's expected that he will have the 270 votes he needs. I see you puzzling over there. It's because of Nebraska.
Going, okay, am I going crazy?
No.
Because we haven't called Alaska yet, and that's why it's 266. But once Alaska gets called and Nebraska, you can see former President Trump, he had to get to 270. He's likely to get to 272, if not higher. We still haven't called Wisconsin or Michigan as well, but he is on his way.
Dude,
NBC News projecting him.
All the swing states.
We were told,
right? That's all the swing states, right?
Away now from coming on the stage at the campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach and to make his.
Yeah, I mean, if he holds Wisconsin and Michigan, yeah, that's all the swing states.
But they have been partying for quite some time.
Well, this is history. Not since Grover Cleveland in the 1880s have we seen.
All right, we got NBC calling it for Trump.
Gap.
The corporate press.
A gap of time. 4
Wow.
years later,
That's wild.
Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States, as he was the 45th president of the United States, with the convincing sweep.
Michelle says Alaska was called a long time ago by RSBN. Yeah.
But the magic number of 270 electoral votes has been reached, and we will have many hours and days to talk about the coalition that he put together.
Scoop says, I avoid the large crowds on live feeds.
As Donald J. Trump once again will assume the presidency on January 20th. The United States
Pete says Trump can fire him twice. What are you talking about, Sessions?
Control of the Senate and the fate of the House of Representatives, currently in Republican hands, also in question. Democrats just need 4 seats to pick up to get.
Pete says Jack Smith. Jack Smith for Attorney General. Jack Smith
as well. So we,
hey Jack, I hear you might be out of a job. Dude, if we could have, honestly, man, I despise Jack Smith, but if we could have like a conservative America First version of Jack Smith, that would be incredible. That dude just doesn't stop, dude. I mean, there's something to be said about Jack Smith. That dude does not freaking stop, bro. He had the Supreme Court rule against him, and he found a way to like rewrite his thing and resubmit it, dude. He does not stop. We need people like that on the in the MAGA crowd for real.
He was literally banished to the Hague, basically, like to the
Europe.
Yeah, Europe.
Dude, you know who Jack Smith was, right? He was the one. Remember the Tea Party when they had the IRS going after them back in the day? Jack Smith was the one that pressured Lois Lerner to do all of that. That was Jack Smith, dude. Then he reappears a decade later, and he's going after Donald Trump. I learned about that like 6 months ago. I was like, what the heck? I remember I was young when all of that happened, but I remember hearing like talks about it. I didn't realize the significance, but yeah, I looked into that. I was like, dang, that's wild. You have this same guy. I mean, the IRS, they lost a giant lawsuit against these conservative companies.
I mean, that's my question. If you'll rewind back to 2016, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton did, in fact, call Donald Trump that night to concede.
And the next morning she came before the cameras. It was, I believe, late morning, if memory serves. She did. And I think the Democratic the leaders have signaled that she will address the country tomorrow. And they certainly could read the tea leaves and saw which way this was headed. And so, we believe and project that he will reach at least the 270 votes that he needs.
Well, and I remember talking to John Podesta in 2016 and saying, have you written a concession speech at the beginning of the night? And he said, no, because we don't even want to think about that. And you have to ask that question. Did Harris even have a concession speech, or is that part of what she's thinking through? What exactly?
Well, I mean, going into a night where, the polls showed 49-49, I mean, I think
well, maybe someone wrote a concession.
I think you wouldn't be blamed for being presumptuous to go out and write a.
For all the talk about the 2016 vibes, and I'm sure it's in your text messages as well, yours, that this feels a lot like that.
I like Mike Davis.
Distinction here, and I defer, of course, to the former Hillary Clinton campaign correspondent. But there was, in some ways, an air of inevitability around Hillary Clinton that just didn't.
I know someone was saying Vivek too.
Supposed to be on the top of this ticket 6 months ago, right? So
there's got to be a better place for
Vivek. Different vibe coming into this. She talked about it.
I mean, this would never
as the underdog
come to
here
pass
in this race, not as
because Vivek is just too high profile of a guy.
Distinctions here.
By the way,
but he would be a fantastic
election in which it
press
appears
secretary.
that
Vivek.
pollsters have underestimated.
Dude, he would have ripped him to shreds. I mean, it would never happen because
we can all do the
he'd be way more valuable somewhere else. But dude, imagine Vivek as press secretary.
In most of these battlegrounds,
that would be absolutely bombshell.
Within the margin of error.
I would love to see that just for like a couple months.
But there's
Vivek
no
just destroyed the press.
In the counties that you have now memorized.
What if
the last of your days
we don't hold
performing and getting new
the House,
voters to the polls and squeezing
but Trump temporarily, because they nominate Trump temporarily to be Speaker of the House.
And the pattern that we kept seeing was that he kept overperforming the rural areas.
For the lame duck session.
Those urban areas and the blue county sheen.
Dude.
I was signaling you, Savannah, because one thing I don't know.
If we don't win the House, it's going to be like Russia, number 2, I guarantee you.
Back to the White House, something else, you guys, I don't think you've talked about it yet, is the Supreme Court. And what happens in the Supreme Court, and if anything happens.
A lot of these complaints about Russia, I feel like it's independent media that's pushing Trump, dude. Because there are so many people I know, just like small YouTube channels, that are just going on YouTube and talking about Trump all the time. So they're probably misinterpreting like Russia collusion for people in the United States that are like so concerned they make their own YouTube channel. Like me, that's what I did, dude. I made my YouTube channel like about a year and a half ago.
And was also convicted.
He's got a
November 26th. I like Gordon's idea. The chat's freaking awesome, man.
2 state cases with
oh yeah, dude. I have a good chat. It's pretty popping.
2 federal cases.
What do we got?
will functionally
Effectively
disappear.
go away,
I mean,
yes,
they'll go
exactly.
away if he took office and they were still going. He could
Gordon says Trump's DOJ top tier should include Giuliani and Powell.
Yeah, and remember, he also said he would free all of the January 6th.
Let's go. I heard Giuliani was going to run for mayor of New York again.
Smith on day one. And
New York City.
The deportation.
He probably needs to. He's probably broke.
The election between
No, he is. He is. He's.
in New York State court will
I think
do
he's like almost bankrupt.
for him, whether he just tables it or, but in any event.
Hope you're right, Jeremy.
That could mean another Supreme Court intervention to try to find out
It could. It'll be very interesting. Yeah, it's an experienced judge. I don't know what
Anthony.
he'll do.
They're eating the dogs.
Recognize what's going on, and in the end, it is
Let's.
his case. He may decide, okay, the conviction stands, but choose not to sentence to jail, which actually would be in
They're eating the cats. What?
situated defendants.
I see you have
so
your
it would
court,
be surprising.
your court TV hat back on here.
I know, exactly. It's like all that legal education put to use here at 2 o'clock in the morning as we await Donald Trump to take the stage here in West Palm.
Yeah, we're in a bit of a holding period right now. The crowd is.
Scoop says Rudy banned me from his channel. Well, what'd you do, Scoop?
Waiting for the former president.
What the heck?
To come out.
He had to say something about his dentures.
He will claim victory again.
They're pretty obvious.
And the crowd reacted to that a bit early, but we make no statement from that other than the fact that we're our decision desk works against its own.
I don't think we
own metrics in making these decisions.
Corporal Oreo, I don't think we want Cruz as the face of our
make calls.
He's a guy that's too easy to dislike.
Quake in some of these.
Rand Paul, absolutely.
Alaska.
I would love Rand Paul to lead the Senate. Never would happen. Oh, there's Vivek.
But the voting, but we will wait.
You got Vivek and what's his face? The other guy. What's the guy's name again?
There's Vivek Ramaswamy, Doug Burgum.
Doug Burgum.
Who were quickly dispatched.
Oh, Burgum from North Dakota?
Yeah.
Bro, have you been following on North Dakota, man?
What's that?
This goes the way that it's.
You've been following what's been going on in North Dakota?
As far as
not
probably not.
Corruption. Oh my God.
No.
143.
Take a look into that. The people like buying off reporters trying to buy off whistleblowers, and there was like a love triangle, basically what amounted to an assassination. There's a lot of crap going on in North Dakota right now with the politicians over there.
Really?
A lot of smoke. So I'm curious to see what comes out of all that.
The Trump headquarters.
Doug Burgum, man, I never really hated the guy. I always just knew there's no way he could be the candidate because of his name. Who's gonna vote for a Burgum? I mean, it's little things like that.
To a discussion of the race on Fox News. Beyond that, I'm still embarrassingly bereft of much programming information. The Trump team briefly took down the teleprompters that had been on stage.
Michelle says Burgum is a traitor. He might be. I don't know much about the guy. I heard him talk a couple times, and I thought what he said was
Earlier in the day. Then we just a moment ago
smart, but other than that.
Trump's son, Eric Trump, just posted a picture on social media of the former
Oh,
president.
dude, check it out. Trump was just announced as president.
Appeared to be remarks, perhaps rehearsing, getting ready to come out. But the guidance we have gotten from the campaign remains unambiguous soon. And beyond that, we are left to wait and wonder with the rest of you as I'm watching.
Crazy Wonko said, yes, get Johnson out as speaker ASAP. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen, dude.
It's getting to be late here, and we are.
Mike, he cozied himself up to Trump really quick,
Here with getting our Capitol
and
Hill
Trump returned the favor. So I don't know, man. I hope it happens. I think Mike is a traitor. I really do. He's terrible.
Pennsylvania, and that just about does it, as all of us who've been studying the map.
What he did with the Patriot Act was unforgivable. He was a tiebreaker vote
Dynamics different,
on on the Biggs Amendment that would have made it a requirement to have a what was it, a court order? I forget what it is.
I remember in 2017 when
to spy on American citizens, you had to have a what do you call it?
I came on board. There's a lot of discussion.
There we go, Scoop. Tulsi Vance, absolutely.
Would he bend to them or would they bend to him? We now have that answer 8 years later, and that is what Washington, it seems, if this goes the way, barring any big surprises, will look like.
Well, and that's what we were talking about at the convention. This is Donald Trump's Republican Party.
Yeah, and the type of new senator that you're going to see coming in and joining the ranks of the existing senators are all senators that are in what you'd call the MAGA mold, right? These are people that have run campaigns that are in the same vein.
Lady Anna, I agree.
These are people that very much sought Donald Trump's endorsement, felt that it was necessary to connect with him and his base. The best example of this is Mike Rogers, right? Former congressman from Michigan who, at a certain point in his career, attempted to try and break himself from Donald Trump.
Dude, New York Times still has not called it for Donald Trump.
Thought that was the future of the Republican Party. Went away from politics from a little.
This chat is my favorite part of the whole stream. Some entertaining folks, man.
Oh, dude, no, it's great.
He's going to be a part of this new group. Oh, he could potentially be part of this.
That's why I made this view specifically for that. Gordon Morris says, any word from that rapscallion Raskin in his plot to bar Trump from certification? If he succeeds, wouldn't Vance be president and pardon Trump, who then resumes the presidency? I guess.
No, if they don't seat him, then they basically.
That's true, because that would be the Congress. That would be Congress that's blocking him, so they can't pardon Trump from something Congress did, right?
A lot of influence on Capitol Hill.
So then, do we end up with a Speaker Johnson presidency?
They talk about how maybe they don't like necessarily Donald Trump's personality or the way
the rhinos do it again. Dang it, those stinking rhinos! Freaking uniparty, we can't get rid of them.
Of the American people, and in particular, the American people that elect Republicans to office. And so you can try and fight against that establishment if you want to be a Republican, or you can get on board. And more you see these Republicans getting on board. The question, I think, becomes, does that translate into some sort of
New York Times can't see through those tears.
They're very good at throwing pot shots. They're very good at complaining about things, turning that into.
This liberal just tweeted, Biden has two more months to continue accelerating the U.S. economy so the Republicans can take credit for it.
He may have the votes to do that. Now it's actually time to.
He also has 2 months to, absolutely launch nuclear war and
send more money to Ukraine. Dude, have you noticed? They've been just pouring money into Ukraine the past couple months.
To serve 9 consecutive
they're squirreling it away.
Think about the political comeback that we are witnessing. Think about January 6th and the days after that, and the number of Republicans who wrestled with whether to impeach him again and convict him, and who tried to.
There we go. He's done it again. Let's go, New York Post.
Yeah.
And who'd written him off politically, who just could not conceive of this moment. And then he had this incredible showing in the primary, and now here he is tonight on the cusp of
I think back, Kristen,
going back to the White House.
Often of that period of time,
the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters express deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
The Fox News decision
as
desk.
it relates to the margin here and to the popular vote, right? Because this is something else that speaks to this idea of a mandate. Because over the course of the last 8 years, one of the things that you often hear said about former President Trump is, well, he doesn't have half the country, right? He's not there. He wins the electoral.
As Biden's VP, Kamala Harris will have to certify her own election loss to Donald Trump on January the 6th.
North Carolina, Pennsylvania.
Let's go.
Still out there, his campaign, his allies would be thrilled with a battleground sweep if that's what this turns out to be.
Cat turd. Has anyone checked on Robert De Niro? Dude, he was going hard against Trump, dude. He was like blowing a gasket.
About his agenda, whether it's no tax on kids,
take his shoelaces.
if it's, you know,
Mass deportations.
mass deportation.
Did you see like all the folks that were like threatening to drink Drano and
Oh yeah, there's
cyanide and stuff on air?
No, I saw there were pictures of that people were posting on X. It was like a bottle of champagne if Kamala wins, and then a bottle of Drano if Trump wins. Yeah, I saw it.
They made the calculation that she wasn't going to get.
Does that mean the midterms in 2026 will be?
And she is someone who, of course, was thrust into this race with 100 days to go, who had frankly never won.
Dude, this honestly, it's got to be jarring to some people who are so brainwashed by the mainstream media who actually thinks that Trump is a legit felon and a sexual assaulter. You know what I mean?
44%.
And Hitler.
People like him less. And
I mean, there's some people that actually believe that.
The people who liked him showed up here, and maybe others as well. And look at Joe Biden's approval rating, too. I do think that comes into play here. His favorability of 41%.
Well, they may not like him, but
Did you see that?
what he says. They like it.
Yeah.
I had to scroll past that one really quick. Whoa, okay. Let's go back to that was okay. We're going back to the chat. We're going back. Let's see.
Worst instincts now.
I mean, let's go to Newsmax.
Trump returned to the.
Okay. If you guys are just now joining us, we are waiting for Trump to take the stage to give his victory speech.
Going to run for re-election again.
He's taking his sweet time. He didn't have a victory speech actually drafted. I guess he's superstitious. He was superstitious about that, so they had to draft one up really quick. I just showed a picture just a second ago. He is reading it and going over it, so he should be taking the stage very shortly. So stick around. We'll keep this stream live through his victory speech, and then
his campaign team, those around him, are the people that stayed.
We'll get some much needed sleep.
Trump's inner circle is much different. You've mentioned this. No more Jared, no more Ivanka. There's much different people that have gotten close to him over these 4 years. So it may be a little different, and everyone that signs up sort of knows what to expect. I think when you talk about people,
Nigel Farage in the House,
Senator Tim Scott, these are people who stayed very close to him. They ran against him, but they stayed very close to him. You could see positions like Secretary of State and other cabinet positions.
Oh yeah, is that him right there?
The OGs are still.
Yep, that's him.
Those 2016 people who came in
Think about
early.
Kellyanne Conway.
I think it's Lori Lewandowski who's back in the fold.
Steve Bannon, still an outside advisor.
Is that Newt Gingrich?
Planning to go back to.
Yeah, we got Newt Gingrich right there too. I think right behind Nigel.
In his.
They'll be in his ear. But I wonder, to your point though, Lester, when we look at this campaign, one of the things that was
he lectured my history class when I went to the University of Texas.
Aside from the candidate himself, the operation was far more disciplined than what we saw in those previous two election cycles.
Absolutely.
Chris LaCivita, who I covered for a long time as a political reporter.
Good old days of the little bike you had.
They at least kept the overall message
yeah.
of the campaign.
That was a
very focused
good time.
throughout the entire time. Now,
cool little ride.
would get off the rails from time to time. That made their lives difficult, but you found them keeping everyone together and focused on a specific message.
Melania.
Donald Trump,
All right, I'm going to go to CBS because they have better audio.
He's about to take the stage. Let's listen.
There we go.
All right, I gotta mute the music because YouTube will strike me.
Jolly Green Giant? Oh, it's Barron.
Oh, Barron's there? No way, dude. Dude, he is so tall, bro. Look at him. What is he, 6'8"?
Oh, no.
Dang, bro, he is huge. That's wild.
Dang, he dwarfs everybody on that stage. Melania got them jeans, boy.
Yeah, she does, bro. Like, no joke.
that ain't come from him.
Let's go. I wish I didn't have to mute that. Dude, I got my stream taken down mid-stream when I was streaming the Madison Square Garden rally. Dude, we got Dana White up there. Yeah. Dana White, Melania.
Is that Lindsey Graham? Please tell me that is not Lindsey Graham.
Trump has been kind of nice to Lindsey Graham lately. I don't know why. I can't imagine why.
They talk about JD Vance and all them talking about like the childless cat ladies. He's literally that version of
Yeah, he's the male.
Republican.
He's the
It's
male
awful.
version. Yeah, that's true. Tim Scott kind of was too until he had a possibility of being VP and he all of a sudden got engaged.
He's such a beta.
Don Jr. Surprise Barron's up there, dude. Usually he's out of the spotlight. That's huge.
Yes, he is. He's huge.
He really milked that Lee Greenwood song for all it's worth. I mean, that's a great song. Great song, but man. They said even when he walked into Mar-a-Lago, every time he walked in, they would play that song.
Isn't Kimberly Guilfoyle, isn't she Puerto Rican?
I'm not sure.
Or she's some sort of...
All right, here we go.
Sort of Hispanic girl. USA.
Oh, Associated Press just called it.
This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Let's go. Let's freaking go. Big.
And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job.
Boo.
I want to
Yes, Mike Johnson.
beautiful wife Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that?
Geez, I wonder why. her husband's only Donald Trump.
Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. His absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them.
Yeah, who
That's
is
not
that?
Lindsey Graham. That's Ivanka's dad.
Oh, is that who that is? I was wondering who that
Yes.
was. I was like, who is this guy? He does look like Lindsey.
Wow. It's a little fuzzy on my screen, so I couldn't tell.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the
Chris and Susie, the campaign managers. That's Susie Wiles.
Chris, come here, Chris.
Chris LaCivita, his other campaign manager.
In the background. She's not in the background. Come here,
you want me to say something? This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down, bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job.
Dude is MIA during Trump's victory speech. He's hitting balls. He's out there golfing.
So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family.
What a hype man.
He's huge. Yeah, he's the best.
Boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
Let's go. Joe Rogan.
Thank you. Have a good night.
The mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. Epic.
He's a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people, these are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again.
Maha.
Bobby.
And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold than the gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight, when you think. I mean, I was looking at it. I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Donald Trump, 47th president of the United States. Just as one last thing, we gotta.
Borders are. There's never been anybody bad like you. Kamala, you're fired.
Kamala, you're fired. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching tonight. Shoot, we are over 8 hours for this stream. I can't believe when I started the stream, I didn't even think I was going to go this long. I thought I was going to go to like 10 o'clock and then be done. Then I just got caught up in all the excitement. But there we go, guys. Number 47. Get ready for some liberal tears tomorrow. It's going to be fun. Thanks, Luke, for hanging out with me tonight. Hope you had a good time. Have you on another time. But guys, I'm going to go get some sleep. I'm feeling it, man. My eyes. So when you sit in here, because I have these lights in my